Boys, good morning. Why am I so dark today? What am I missing? Is something fucked up here? Why is my lighting warped? Wait, do I look weird? Max, thank you for the 115-day streak. My god. Wait. Is that it? What happened? Tan kicking in? I don't think so. When you start later? I mean, hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, wait. Is it that? Hold on. Oh, wait, it's that. One of my curtains was open that wasn't normally open. My lighting is like that precise, by the way. Like, it's set for certain curtains to be open and other curtains to be closed. And I was like, something's out of the ordinary here, boys. Something's not lining up. Okay. Boys. Good morning. How we all doing today, Merm? The 2 months of Primer Leon sniping the first yet again. It's hot as fuck today. It's a little humid 80. Still at 4:30. Good evening. Yeah, that is true. I mean, in all fairness, this has been the best time for me to catch up on like the closest thing to a break that I'll ever have on stream. Yo, Epic, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So like, as you guys know, I have not taken like quote unquote time off stream in such a long fucking time. So having this like last weekend and then having the 2 weeks in Iceland to look forward to is super cool. But not being able to stream my 70, 80 hours a week is such a weird thing. So I've been trying to kind of like prep for that mentally in doing more like 6 to 8 hour streams on downtime days and stuff. So that's likely what the Iceland streams will be, is like 6s during the uptime days. Just because like during that 2 week period, we're going to be doing a lot of shit. So I've been trying to like get ready for that. And it's really weird for me because I'm so genuinely used to like every single week, 70, 80, 70, 80, 70, 80, like every week in terms of the hours that I was streaming. So we're going to get back to that as soon as we're back from Iceland. But yeah, it's definitely been nice. We're also getting Carlisle set up and like we had no groceries when we got back because before I left for Vegas, I made sure I ate all my groceries. So we've been like getting her set up, starting to get stuff a little organized. Went out and got groceries and shit. We checked out a main treasure called Martin's. It's a surplus and salvage place. So they basically get like purchased inventories from places that need to get rid of their inventory. And you get some banger fucking deals there. Let me tell you, you get some banger deals. So we went out there. We did a lot of shopping today though. Not like a crazy amount, but the necessary stuff. Did you buy more extra spicy Cheetos? No, she still has like 6 bags, I think. So we're probably good for the next couple of days. PC come yet? So her PC has technically come twice. The thing about it is they keep coming when nobody's fucking paying attention to the doors. And me too, PC. I feel that. They keep coming when nobody's paying attention. And it requires a signature. And they tried to drop it off the first time yesterday and then the second time today. Tomorrow, we're just going over to pick it up at the actual, like, UPS place. But they need someone to sign. They left a little slip, and what we didn't realize yesterday, when they, like, left the first slip, was that we could have just signed the back of the slip and left it there, and they would have left the PC on the porch. So we called and got it squared away so we can just go pick it up, which isn't a big deal. It's only a few minutes away. But we could have just signed the goddamn slip, left it back out there, and then we would have been fine. Would have been absolutely fine. Yo, Smoking, what up, go? How you doing today? Some put the AC in? Yeah, bro, no AC yet. No AC yet. I mean, like, June is usually AC season, but we're going to Iceland for 2 weeks and leaving in, like, 1 week for that. So, man, my timing with these trips has been fucking bad in terms of the uptime. Holy shit. I come back for downtime. I leave for downtime. Actually, that might actually be BIS because Iceland's epic. You know, it's going to be even more epic You guys get the craziest streams in history out there. So we have an IRL backpack that's all ready to go. We've just got to like calibrate and get that all set up before we do take off for Iceland, which we will do. That's going to give you guys really, really high quality streams 2 days a week on the downtime days when we bring you on like Icelandic hikes and shit like that, right? So you may say, Dusty, what about the 5 other days? Your streak dying? Nope, go fuck yourself. Because a lot of the stuff that we're doing in Iceland is going to be earlier in the day, i.e. the actual morning. So we're going to be finishing up and getting back to our campgrounds, which all have internet right around the time the stream normally starts. I thought I was 2 hours late to the stream. You are. Shut up. So right around the time the stream normally starts, which will actually be like the 2 to 3 p.m. EST, you guys will get normal Ashes streams 5 days a week. You'll get it. And we'll just have crazy ass backdrops. Just popping in to say hello. Good morning from New Zealand. Yo, Swift. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Look forward to seeing you again in P3. I'm off to the sands of Dune. Dune's gonna suck. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. But Dune's gonna be bad. I'm willing to stand on that business that I think Dune will be quite bad. That's my personal opinion. Everyone's welcome to their own coat because of the name of the IP itself. But I think Once Human was just a better Dune. Like, Dune is just worse Once Human with more sand. Prove me wrong. I think that's where we're at. So, Iceland. Iceland, we're going to be going, and again, 5 days a week. Like, we'll be traveling across the country, but everywhere that we go is going to have really good internet. So, we'll have a setup out there that can run Ashes, can stream. We'll be using that to travel around with us. And every single day that we're back at the campsite, you guys will get normal Ashes streams when Ashes is up. And when Ashes is down, you guys come with us on hikes and shit. It's going to be extremely fun. It's going to be real fun. So, obviously, it's not going to be like the full, again, 10, 12-hour streams daily. But this all kind of lines up perfectly. Because we get back end of June. My birthday's going to be out there. My birthday's on the 16th. So, my birthday will be out in Iceland this year. And basically, once we're back, it's grind time. It's prepping for P3. It's getting everything ready for P3 in those long-term servers. And as much as we can, we just try to prep every player that we have and hit P3 as hard as we can. That is whenever it launches. My hope is August 4th, but whenever it launches, that is going to be our long-term server. Hopefully that stays up for a year plus with minimal wipes. They said they may, wipe systems, but their goal is to not wipe full character data. And if they have to, they want to keep it as minimal as they possibly can. So, I always say we're building for the long term here. We're not worried about winning this phase. We're not even worried about winning next phase. But we're going to be getting here at a perfect time to get people who want to come back for P3 onboarded again. Especially if we end up getting Summoner for testing. As soon as Summoner comes back, comes in, every player is going to come back. Not every player, but a lot of players. A lot of players are going to come back as soon as Summoner drops. So, I'll be here the entire last month of this phase. We'll be grinding every single day, getting people onboarded, getting ready. August 4th hits. We have a lot of players. Between the ones that stuck it out, the ones that, came and took a break, and the ones that took a break this entire phase. We are going to be in a very good spot. Even better than we are this phase. And the growth that we've already had this phase and the progress that we made this phase is, in my opinion, very, very good. Considering how many completely new people we had. I'm very happy about that. So, I think that'll continue. And travel, at that point, done until TwitchCon. TwitchCon's October. So, we'll have a couple months to grind, get all set up on P3 servers. I don't think we'll need any more than that to get all nice and comfy, considering we're all set up at month 1 anyways. So, pretty optimistic that P3 will be a good time. And then if you guys don't already have plans to go to TwitchCon, by the way, chat, I need you guys to hit TwitchCon this year. Chat, who's already planning to go to TwitchCon? Didn't think of the hydrate. I blame you for not letting me get first. I literally went to work. I mean, I understand that you went to work, but like, for what? For what? We haven't got our drip feed of gifties. We're hurting out here. I had to beg a homeless man for some spare change today to finish paying for my groceries because my card declined. It was rough. It was rough. The streamer life is terrible. I might have to refinance one of my Bugattis. I don't actually have any Bugattis, chat. I'm quite poor. Mandatory office hours? Mandatory office hours seem like the worst office hours. What do you get done in the office that you can't physically get done outside of the office? Just genuine question. $6.99 Subway deal? Oh yeah, FL $6.99 always. It's always in the app. That shit's goated. Yeah, $6.99 footlongs from Subway are the goat meal. Yell at stupid people? You can yell at stupid people remotely. You can send a passive-aggressive email. You can send an angry email that's not very passive-aggressive at all, and it's just aggressive. You can get them all into a Zoom call, Discord call, Skype call. Is Skype still alive? I don't know about Skype. You can try to time it up and link up on Omegle, the old chat roulette. There are a lot of things that you could do. I feel like all of that is available remote based on, you know, the technological advancements of society and what's led us to this point as a whole. Yo, Strat, hope you're having a beautiful day, by the way. They're a bunch of dickheads. Are they dickheads because they're dickheads, or are they dickheads because they suck at their job? Because I feel like your team fucks up a lot. And, like, not from, like, you doing stuff wrong, but wasn't there that one guy that used semicolons instead of colons or something like that? And it cooked, like, a week of your time just going around and fixing everything. I don't mean to remind you of, like, a traumatic event, but I feel like I remember something like that. Gotta finish up last hour. I'll be right back. Okay, have fun. Don't fuck up any semicolons. It's more embracing in person, I'd feel. I don't know. Because, like, sometimes yapping at motherfuckers is just easier on the internet, you know? Like, shit talking IRL and stuff is shit talking IRL, but, like, I feel like it's easier to be abrasive via the shroud of the internet. I mean, look at Twitch chats and YouTube comments. It's a great indicator. Motherfuckers say things there they'd never say IRL. And I think the truth of who people are comes out in those chats. So, you know, Nin in person may be more reserved. Somebody might be fucking up, and Nin might just be like, oh, well, we need to address this. We need to go very passive at this. You know, just keep trying, team. And then you get Nin in the call, and it's like slurs and shit, you know? And like, you gotta find what keeps your team motivated in the right way. And some teams, it does take that loving, caring approach. Some teams, it may take slurs. I don't make the rules. Personally, I'm on the firm reassurance and discussion side of things. It's like more mean than the constant coddling, but way less mean than the slurs. So it's a good way to keep it in check. Can't take loud shits because the coworkers be like, damn, wait. Can't take loud shits in the office? I mean, I try not to shit in public toilets because of that. I don't like the fact that somebody before me could have very well put their ass, cock, and balls all over the toilet seat that I'm about to sit on, and I have no way to full sanitize that, and I don't know who's done what to the toilet seat before me. Like, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. And there's no way to tell. And I really don't like public bathrooms. I'll be completely honest. My bathroom is supposed to be like a comfort area for me where I can just, you know what's going on in there. I can know what's happened in there. Most of it. And I can clean everything as soon as I want to. And I think that's the big consistent. Even like sharing bathrooms with people at like TwitchCon, Bro, I swear to God, I'll make Zine pee outside. Like, you guys think I'm kidding? He's done it before. I swear to God, I'll make Zine pee outside like a dog. If he does not clean up, bro, and I swear to God, if I go in the shower and I see somebody's fucking hair in the shower, I know it's not Stomp's because he's 5'6" and bald. But like, oh my God, if I see somebody's hair in the fucking shower, dude, I will throw up in the shower. I hate loose hair. I'm sorry. Oh no, you're fine. You actually didn't do anything. Like, yours was great. You post shower was great. There was nothing in the shower today. That was perfectly fine. But motherfucking Douglas down in the basement, that fucking gremlin, I swear to God, he's gonna be bald in 2 weeks at the rate that he loses hair. And with how much this motherfucker just pounds eddies and forgets what's going on. Dude, I've gone in the shower before and there's just like fucking 10 strands of hair like on the wall that he like rounded up, and I'm like, like, dude, it makes me fucking, makes me sick thinking about it. I fucking hate other people's hair laying around. Dude, genuinely, like, fuck. Like, just don't lose hair. Like, I don't have any hair that comes out. I do not lose hair. I don't understand how everyone is just fucking going bald and like I lose no hair on a daily basis. Like motherfuckers are losing like hundreds of hairs off their head daily. And I think I've had the same hair since I was a kid. I don't know. Checking out Dune tomorrow? No. That would require me to not play Ashes when Dune is up. The best chance that they would have had to get me to play Dune would have been to give me a copy of the game and give me thousands of dollars. Because I'm not really that interested in Dune, I'll be completely honest. I think if Dune was not called Dune and it was called Desert Spice Gatherer, right? Desert Spice Conquest, whatever you want to call it. If it was anything other than a Dune IP, it would probably have like 500 players interested in it total. But because it's called Dune, everybody wants to cope and say that a bad game is good because it's Dune and it's not about the gameplay, it's about the IP. If you want something for the Dune IP, go watch a fucking movie because the movies are good. If you're playing a bad game for the IP, that just means you're spending your time before you die with your finite remaining breaths playing a bad game that you don't enjoy because you're coping for an IP. And I think that's what a majority of people are doing with Dune. I think that a majority of people are recognizing that it's nowhere near what the game was originally advertised as. It's nowhere near ready to launch, but they're like, oh, it's Dune. I'll check it out because it's Dune. Arrakis. I'm Timothy Chablagu. I'm going to be playing Ashes because I enjoy playing Ashes. I've hit the point where I'm like, I don't really care that much about being the eventual like 100,000 viewer mega streamer. I just stream what I enjoy, and I consider myself very lucky to have a community that supports me doing that. Which is why on downtime days, I sit in Ashes and talk about Ashes. Like, I could probably get more viewers doing something else, especially on my downtime days if I went to another MMO directory or if I pop back to New World for 2 days a week. Like, if I threw up a New World stream, I guarantee people would flood back in and half of them would be like, oh, you go up on Ashes? But if I wanted to do things for more viewers, I probably could. But I'm at the point where I have a very supportive community that has also become very consistent over the amount of time that I've been streaming. So I feel a lot less pressure to kind of like hop into games because they're the flavor of the week, flavor of the month thing. And like memes aside, I played Once Human, and like survival multiplayer is fun, but not my biggest thing, right? So like survival multiplayer is, you know, in its own right, in its own genre, definitely has its own player base. It's just not one of those things that I really enjoy streaming that much. I'm not much of like a builder. I mean, I'd try my best. I've built some cool shit in games before, but like, I'm nowhere near like the 40,000 hour builder, nor do I care that much for the lavish stuff. Like when we were playing Once Human, motherfuckers were doing like full ass pyramid designs and shit like that. And I had a box with all of the stuff that I needed in it. And like, I'm much more of a function over fashion. Like, why would I run upstairs to grab something when I can just put the first thing next to the other thing and have all of the stuff right next to each other? I don't care how it looks. I care about the fact that I can go boop, 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 and then be done with all of my refining, my crafting, whatever I need to do, right? So I don't know. It's just, and for me, like you said, to be fair, I'll personally be playing Dune because I did enjoy Conan Exile's janky combat. That's perfectly valid. If you are playing it almost in the sense of like fun bad, right? Like if you're like, oh, this is so bad that it's actually haha enjoyable, like pre-stagger fixes. When you could just stagger lock every single person with light attacks, and the streamer PvP showcase went down to just everybody light attack spamming. Stuff like that, I consider it kind of fun bad. Now, the thing about fun bad in games is that it doesn't really provide a long-term staying power. It more so provides the opportunity of, you know, what there is to experience, and then at a certain point, it wears off, in my opinion. But just joined, however, I have a separate bathroom with my partner for this exact reason. Shock, hello. Yeah, I feel like that would be the ideal set of circumstances, but I don't have that much money yet. Yeah, I'm saving. I try to save all of my clams, all of my schmeckles, with the hope that someday I'll have a nice house with a nice, beautiful lawn that I can top seed and bring in multiple types of different grass and discuss with chat which types of grasses we should pick and do research on grasses during the off days. If there ever is an off day. Hopefully there won't be at that point. But grass discussion would absolutely occur. Mowing patterns, different mower deck heights. Which mower you guys use, if you prefer zero turn or not, whether you push mow, weed whackers, gas powered, battery powered. Are you guys basically recycling on top of the yard? Or are you guys, you know, are you leaf blowing it off? Fuck grass, we went clover yard. I have clover mixed in with my grass because I am an important man for the pollinators. I pay someone to mow my lawn. How much do you pay? Because if Ashes puts in more updates in the meantime that pushes players away, I might need to pick up a side job. And like, what's the size of the lawn? $40? It's more than I make in most streams right now. I'll be completely honest. That's a decent day of streaming, boys. That's like, shit, what's that? Probably like 15 gifties after tax. That's a good day of streaming. I own a lawn full of local grasses and wildflowers. I actually planted a bunch of flowers that were waiting like for them to poke up and actually come through. But I essentially have an L that goes around the front of my place because it's just like an apartment. So I have like an L. And that L was previously all mulch with some, you know, some like bushes and shit closer to the house. And I was like, all right, I'm sick of this. So I went out and I got a bunch of grass seed and I like top seeded. I raked all the mulch and everything, kind of like turned it over so it looked a little bit more like loam than mulch. Gave it, you know, a nice top seed, a nice dressing there. Grass started to come in, and then I went up to my parents on Mother's Day weekend and made them breakfast, mowed their lawn and shit. And while I was mowing their lawn, I was like, oh shit, this is kind of nice. Because they started to replant their grass a few years ago. And so I was mowing their lawn for them, and then they were getting ready to rototill their garden area. So they had just spread like a bunch of shit on their garden area, and they were getting ready to like rototill it in. And I was like, hey, yo, let me grab some of these sods of grass real quick. And so I brought home a 5-gallon bucket full of different sods of like grass, like areas, clover areas, and I mixed it in and basically like plugged it into patches that weren't growing in the greatest. And now it's at the point where it's been like fanning out and spreading out. So I have a corner lot, so fairly large. Can I steal sections of your grass to supplement my grass at home while I mow your lawn? Yes or no? You see that Dune has 1,000 NA servers for lawns? Shut up, we're not talking about video games, we're talking about grass right now. What do you do to mow your lawn? Like, what's your process? We'll talk about video games in a second. Yo, what up, Teeps? What are your grass processes? Not for weed, like for your lawn care. Do you have a lawn that you care about? We're discussing right now how my grass seed has been coming in. I've got wildflowers, and a lot of the bushes around are also going absolutely crazy with blooms right now. So the pollinators are fucking loving it. We got the bird feeder going absolutely wild. Everyone's going crazy. I let my landscapers do it. Does everybody just have fucking landscapers? I'm too poor to have a lawn. Yeah, like, I bought my house. I'm paying landscapers to handle the front of my house. Have you never mowed a lawn? It's therapeutic as fuck. I pay for landscapers to do mine, so... What the f... How many of you have landscapers? My lawn is also very small, takes like 10 minutes to mow. Then why are you paying a landscaper? That's like saying I nut in 2 minutes, so I went out and bought a blue chip prostitute. No, just fucking jerk off and do it yourself. What do you mean? You're spending more time acquiring the landscaper and paying them. What? Like, take the money you'd spend on a landscaper, put it on the table, and say, if you mow the lawn, you can do cool shit with this money. And then mow the lawn, take that money, and go buy yourself a blue chip prostitute. And then bam, you're now getting more value than you would from the landscaper that you've just acquired. I got a house, how the fuck do I afford landscapers? I have an apartment and I can't afford landscapers. I'm paying my landlord and doing the landscaping. So technically he has a house and a landscaper that pays him. Although he does the mowing. He does the mowing. So that's cool. It's a balance. The landscaper handles the shrubs and power washing too for $100 a month. How many times do they come through monthly? Fuck, maybe I get into landscaping. Shit, especially with how many appointments I could book through stream. I could do like regional landscaping visits and we could do like power wash simulator for real. Twice a month. So $50 to pretend to trim your shrubs, mow a small ass lawn, and power wash something. It's like half my food budget for the month. Yeah. Like that's like half of what I make on stream in a month. The fuck do you mean? And that's one client. Like what the fuck? How much more or less would you pay me to remove or put on clothes? Because there are two routes that would go. It's either like you'd pay me more to be landscaping shirtless, or you'd pay me way less to be landscaping shirtless. I don't know. If you own your own landscaping company, you can make bank. We pay our guy $400 a month, comes twice a week. Bro, if you paid me $400 a month to do your landscaping, I would let it be like Top Golf, where you can just take out a 5-iron and try to hit me with golf balls while I do it. And I won't even be in a golf cart. I don't need the cage around me. Like, what do you mean? $400 a month for how? Do you live in a mansion with like an Insano style lawn? Like, are you a rapper? What's going on here? What's happening here? Blotto, you thinking what I'm thinking? Like, tankscaping? All of the tanks in the game, since other people are just like refusing to play support classes, we just get together and landscape in our downtimes. Like 2 days a week, we all just spread out regionally into pairs and just take on as many clients from the Ashes community as we could. It's just, it's every tank. We get all of the tanks, the whole tank union, we call them all up, and we just do landscaping. That's it. Glop, good morning. Is Glop a cow? Twice a month, half the time I have to mow twice a week. Yeah, I mean, like, personally, I like mowing. I like mowing. I was everything I was buying, living in a house and doing all the landscaping, gutter cleaning and shit myself. I mean, I think it's therapeutic. So, like, I have an aunt and an uncle that are, like, retired fairly young because my uncle did landscaping. And from there, they saved up and bought apartments. And then, like, brought the apartments from, like, slumlord status. Oh, my God, what the fuck is this? Carla brought me in, like, mini sliders. Jesus Christ, the presentation on this is phenomenal. Thank you. I love you. What the fuck? Chat. She's, like, dropped off, like, absurd, like, mini slider Sammys for the apps. What the fuck? We're up tremendous. This is so, like, officially presented. We even have, like, the metal ramekins. So she went crazy with those. Jealous? I'm jealous, and I get to eat it. What the fuck? Yeah, this is nuts. I'm jealous of me right now. I've got like a spread of sauces. This is fucking sick. This is so well done. You trying to log in this morning too? I mean, I sit here every day attempting to log in all fairness. In all fairness. I was like, I can tell Dusty, me and him make a gamer house and we just go out and do people's yards. That's what I'm saying. Tanktown, USA. We do like the Mr. Beast town, but instead of the Mr. Beast town for a bunch of money, like the people that win get to be in our group. They get to have tanks. If you have a yard next to a sidewalk, you want to spread grass seed once a month to avoid brown spots where dogs piss. Yeah, dogs don't really walk by my lawn too much, fortunately. That is good comms, though. Yeah, if you live in a very active, like, dog walking area, that would absolutely be an inconvenience. But you could also just, like, I don't know, yell at people. What if you have, like, automated turrets? Not for the dog, but for the people that let their dogs piss on people's yards. I feel like that would be very valid. That would be very valid. Are you moving to a place that's a high foot traffic area with lots of dogs? We live on a lake, so they do lawn, bushes, beach. You have a fucking beach? What the fuck do you mean beach? My oldest brother lives, like, up on a lake as well. And he makes way more money than I do. So good for you, because that's a relaxing life, dude. Visiting them is great. They have, like, kind of beachfront access as well. It's like a kind of a sandy little beach, but it's up in Maine, so it's nothing too crazy. They have a boat, like a dock that they can put in. They're right in the woods and all that. It's fucking beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Do you have a doggo? I grew up with animals. I don't currently have a dog because I live in an apartment without like a huge area of lawn. And with streaming as much as I do, like I wouldn't really have the time or the attention to give to a dog like currently. So my goal is basically, because I try to live very within my means, and I always try to tell myself that my means of living are way lower than they actually are. So basically I try to budget way below what I actually need, so that way I'm able to put aside a lot of money. So, you know, if sub count drops like it did when I went to Vegas, then I'm not like, oh my god, I'm gonna die, and start applying for jobs. So my goal is to continue doing that, and once I'm out of my apartment, like Maine is very easy to, if you buy any house, just have any size yard, right? You can just get a yard in Maine. It's basically an add-on. It's like buy a house, get a yard free type shit. So my goal is to save up, and then eventually house, yard, fenced in yard, animal. Very, very simple. But I wouldn't want to keep an animal like cooped up in a house, maybe like a cat or something, because cats die if they go outside. So that'd be nice. But yeah, I grew up with animals, so the constant upkeep and everything is some. How's it gonna make right now? It's dog shit. I'm putting in offers on places for over a year. What part of Maine are you putting in offers? Don't dox yourself, of course. But like, southern Maine is fucked. Southern Maine's been fucked. Once you hit like a line, you kind of sacrifice like civilization for availability. Southern? Oh yeah. Yeah, Southern Maine's fucked. Yo, Meta, thank you for the 35-day streak, dog. I appreciate you. Also, hello. I spread grass seed once a month so I don't have to yell at people and stress about having an ugly yard. Yeah, that's fair. I just spread my first grass seed like last month. So I'll probably do another top seed soon and get that growing in, because that'll give another layer to it anyways and fill in some of the patches. Probably do like a loam spread over the top too, because I brought in like some fill for it, but it wasn't anything too crazy in terms of the amount that I brought in. So yeah, I'll probably bring in a little fill, work on like the slanted, because there were some drainage spots that are a little bit rough that got not like eroded, but you can definitely see where it's like draining unevenly. So I have 2 dogs and no brown spots on my lawn, just 2 walking trails that they created. Oh wait, that's kind of sick. Do they just piss on the walking trails? Yeah, Southern Maine's ass, dog. Because in Southern Maine, it's all like people from Mass and shit moving up. Because people that are in Mass, Rhode Island, Vermont, they're used to paying exorbitantly more than Southern Maine currently is. So for them, they come up to Southern Maine because it's cheaper. And then when people from like Central and Northern Maine try to move downward in the state, it just gets so fucking expensive. So fucking expensive. And there's like a certain line that you cross where you're just like, you're good. I love Northern Maine, got a place on Moosehead, just not a lot of work there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, I have family that lives out near, like, Brassway, I think they call it, but, yeah, one of the lakes out there, like, right near, Kineo and all that shit. Fucking beautiful up that way. Absolutely beautiful up that way, man. Especially around this time of year, once you can actually get out on the lakes and enjoy it. Oh, my God. Yeah, Northern Maine is beautiful, it's just... there's nothing there. There's fucking nothing there. So, yeah, dude, it's really nice. I actually got to go up and visit at some point. It's just so far out of the fucking way. It is like, there's nothing around it. Legitimately nothing there. And it was kind of cool, though, because they bought, like, the plot of land all uncleared up there. And we did all, like, the landscaping and stuff, because we have a lot of excavation construction people in the family. So, we, like, felled all the trees, like, did all of the landscaping, hauled in the lumber for the house itself, and he got a huge delivery of tongue and groove one day for the inside, because they were doing all tongue and groove on the inside. And apparently, what he didn't tell us was that he saved a shitload of money by having them drop it off and having us haul it in. So we went up, because he was like, oh yeah, a bunch of wood's getting delivered today. And we spent about 8 hours just hauling wood into the house. It's fucking miserable. Hour and a half on a dirt road. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I drive a Civic, dog. When I go up to see, like, my family that lives up that way, it is in somebody else's vehicle. My parents have 2 trucks. My middle brother has a Subaru. My oldest brother has a truck. So, like, I'm not taking the Civic out there. I'm not. That shit will get absolutely pillaged. And, like, so Carla just came up because we were down in Vegas, and then she flew back up to the Northeast. So she's up here right now. And we were out going to the store last night after stream to pick up a few things. And I was explaining to her, like, potholes will legitimately eat your fucking car here. They will just nom, and it's gone. And she was like, yeah, you were swerving a bit last night. And I was like, you don't understand. Like, in Maine, if you're driving sober, you're swerving like crazy. If you're driving shit-faced, you're going straight and you're just hitting every single pothole. Because the drunk people in Maine try too hard to look sober. So, if you ever see somebody not swerving, they're probably fucking smashed and trying to look sober. If you ever see somebody just swerving like crazy but not hitting a single pothole, I guarantee that motherfucker's stone cold sober, 10 and 2 on the wheel, sitting the fuck up. Like, is rough out here. Subaru gang? Yeah, like, I understand they're super reliable and shit like that. Like, I could take my Civic wherever I wanted. Maybe, because it's a hatchback. Like, it's athletic. Northern Falls are wild. Michigan was fun to live in for some time, but the warm is out now. Yeah, it's warm up here. It's 80 here, but I still stand by the fact that this 80-degree heat feels hotter than Vegas 100+ degree heat. Just, I don't know why. I think it's because of the humidity. I think it's the fact that everything just evaporates so quickly and you're not surrounded by the heat. But genuinely, this feels hotter than Vegas, and it's 20 degrees colder. Club live in the woods, gluttony all the 3 months a year. That's very true. That's very true. Hopefully, depending on like where you're living, hopefully ticks aren't too bad near you. Dude, anybody that's in Maine knows how bad the ticks are up here. I have not been like going fucking outside adventuring at all because everyone is just talking about like how bad they are. In what world is this hotter? You're inside right now. Go stand outside in the sun for like 30 minutes. You get like surrounded by the heat. I went out with a coat. You're kind of crazy. Humidity and elevation changes how temp feels due to heat transfer and air density. We're a lot closer to sea level and more humid. So I'm assuming that means that like the air is more dense and humid, which makes it even more dense. And then we just have like heavier air here. Glad I live in Canada. They fix the potholes really fast. I would say like a good amount of our actual like road potholes get fixed pretty quickly, especially the concerning ones. I think it's like the privately owned potholes that can be rather consistent in Maine. And that's where a lot of the concern comes from. Like, if you're pulling into a Walmart in Maine, there's a 70% chance that you are swerving around potholes trying to get to the actual parking area. Pretty much most chain businesses, minimum one, maximum a literal fucking minefield of potholes. And there's never an in-between. I fucking hate potholes. That was actually Carla's concern. She was going to take my car and go to Walmart to pick up a couple more things that we forgot to get earlier. And she was like, how do I know where the potholes are? And I was like, you just fucking look and then you don't hit the giant hole in the road. And she's like, wait, but how am I going to see it? Because she has glasses and she's basically a fucking bat. Like, I'm pretty sure she echolocates while she's walking around the house. And I was like, all right, maybe we just go tomorrow morning then. And I teach you how to identify potholes. We're going through like identification methods to stop my fucking car from getting flats, man. It's rough. We've got, honestly though, the benefits of being up here. We don't have like poisonous spiders or scorpions or bad snakes or anything like that. We don't really have natural disasters or anything like that. Snow's a bitch. Ice is an asshole. I like snow. I hate ice. But like, if you go out in the woods, you're probably getting a tick on you, which is fucking disgusting. And I'd say other than that, potholes. It's like ice, potholes, and then in the summer, like ticks and mosquitoes are the biggest concerns. Can't see targets to kill? You don't need to see someone to kill if you're just healing the person that's killing everyone, Leon. You figured it out. Dr. Pepper room temp is a natural disaster. Your parents look at you every day and wonder where they went wrong. They should have put more Dr. Pepper in your bottle and then warmed it up. I don't know why the room temp Dr. Pepper receives hate. Dr. Thunder over Dr. Pepper. Isn't Dr. Thunder like the Walmart brand one? You're projecting because of your cursed opinion of room temp Dr. Pepper? My parents also think I'm a mistake, but not because of Dr. Pepper. One of my brothers is a higher up for some like medical company and has a master's degree. He's the one that lives in a beautiful place with a lake. Like on a lake. Beautiful place. Beautiful place. Let's see. My middle brother has a biology degree and is like a biologist for the state. AKA he brings a Nintendo Switch to work every day. And then I play video games. I have about video games and weed. And then my two other brothers are out here like fucking scientific geniuses and like saving the world and making a difference. And I'm putting pickles and jalapenos on a sandwich right now. And talking about potholes. And Walmart brand Dr. Pepper. Because you like room temp Dr. Pepper? Room temp Dr. Pepper is a drink of the gods. I don't understand your hatred for it, but it seems like jealousy. Seems like jealousy. These are delicious sandwiches, by the way. Thank you. Was it good? Oh, yeah, they fuck. Oh, yeah, I'm still chowing. Room temp Dr. P's orgasmic. So, hear me out. While we were in Vegas, I was a big acquirer of room temp Dr. P. Dr. P no ice. And we saw everyone in the world, from old white women, businessmen in suits, to literally a shirtless homeless man, all getting room temp Dr. Pepper. It is the drink of the people. It is the drink that will bring the streets together. It is the drink of the gods. I'm telling you, Dr. Pepper unites the streets as long as it doesn't have ice in it. Also, I got Carla to try Dr. Pepper straight out of the fountain with no ice, and she said it was really good too. Now, keep in mind, if you're getting Dr. Peppy no ice from a fountain, it needs to be consumed within a few minutes, or fountain Dr. P flattens very quickly. That's just fountain soda in general, though. So you're kind of on a timer with that. Crime rates would go down with properly temped Dr. Pepper. Yes, if people weren't able to put ice in their Dr. Pepper, it would be like people not being able to buy Shiesties and Air Force Ones, like black Air Force Ones. Imagine if those two things weren't purchasable. Crime would go down immensely. Immensely. If we just boycotted ice from Dr. Pepper, we'd be fine. Dr. Thunder's ass cheeks. Is Dr. Thunder ass cheeks? I'd be willing to try it for science. The thing about it is Dr. Pepper for me lately has been good value. My local Walmart has 2 liters of Dr. Pepper for $2.89 per, or you can get a 1.25 liter for $1 per. I don't know why. I don't know what the math is. But yeah, the 1.25 liters have become my friends. Soda's kind of gross in general. Went so long without drinking it, now it just tastes like syrup to me. Like, yeah, I acknowledge that syrup isn't great. And all I have on my desk right now is a 40-ounce water bottle, right? But a little sweet treat here and there. Like, yes, it's worse than water, but it's also better than fentanyl. There are homeless people that are smoking crack and anything else they can get their hands on. Imagine if instead of crack, we gave them Dr. Peppy. Something uplifting. Something motivating. And instead of getting them addicted to the drugs in the street life, we got them addicted to the feeling of nice room temp Dr. Peppy. That inner bubbliness that gets unlocked, that deep flavor profile that you can't replicate. I feel like it'd be good for the streets. I'm going for a sweet treat. It's going to be peanut butter M&Ms all day. Chat, what are the best kind of M&Ms? Like, if you have to get a bag of M&Ms, which M&Ms are you getting? I'm curious right now. Leon gets the peanut. Teeps is getting peanut butter. I might be crazy for saying this, but would you guys believe me if I lean towards the pretzel? I think pretzel M&Ms were genuinely one of the greatest creations ever made. They fixed the Caravan chicken exploit. Steven said in Discord, hold on, I'll pull it up. I need to eat my last little slider, Sammy, and then I'll pull up the screenshot. I'll bring my plate out and we'll discuss the screeny. Because I'll pull that up and that'll probably get some people talking. Never actually had pretzel M&Ms. Pretzel M&Ms are fucking insane. Peanut butter M&Ms 11 out of 10. Pretzel M&Ms are my favorite. They're like crunchy on the inside, but they're also like that chocolatey, like it's chocolate covered pretzel. It goes unreasonably hard. I haven't had them in a long time, but I remember when they first came out, I was infatuated with them, to say the least. Like, I was going fucking sicko mode on those things. Dark chocolate M&Ms. I'm not a huge like dark chocolate person. I don't know. I'm not like a massive like bitter enjoyer, especially the mint ones. Wait, mint M&Ms? Why have I not had those? Those sound kind of insane. I am a notorious mint chocolate chip enjoyer for ice cream. And also, mint Oreo ice cream is a superior mint chocolate chip ice cream. And I stand on that business. I think mint Oreo ice cream is an ice cream of the gods. Chat, my mainers, have you guys had Fielder's Choice? Fielder's Choice is a local ice cream joint. Probably the best ice cream in Maine. It's so fucking good. Dude, they have a mint Oreo that actually, like, every time I get it, I want to remove my 2 bottom ribs and suck my own dick. It's so good and worth celebrating. It's fucking insane. I have gift cards. I might go get it soon. It's a little bit of a drive, but worth it. All right, I'm bringing my plate up real quick. And then we're going to yap about the chicken thing. Here. Be right back. Sorry, we're back. It was a productive trip. And I just smacked my chair on my PC case somehow. Alright. My apologies. I had to get the food all set up. We did a little speed run, but we're up tremendous. The Big Frost Island is it's a dwarf with its middle finger out. Which one? Sejoma? A dwarf with its middle finger out. I mean, I could see that. I could see that if you're on Fent. Ayo Tick. Ed Gravon? Oh my god, wait. You guys are comboing like crazy. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, I don't know what the combo even is. But I think it's just like bits. They added it a couple days ago, and I have no fucking clue what it means, what it does, or anything in between. But I'll take it. I'll take it. We're appreciative. We hit like a 100 plus level combo the first day that it came out. I think it was 2 days ago. And it was a lot of bits. It was a lot of bits. So I think it's like 5 per level or something like that. Or no. Not 5 per level. It's 5 bits per like thing, and then the thingy's going to the level, and then the level is like a little hype train. And it also counts towards your all-time bits leaderboard. So yeah, we're still figuring it out on the go, but first time I've noticed it. It is genuinely a few days old. Like if this thing were a moose, it wouldn't be able to walk right now. So it is, yeah, it's new. I don't even think I've seen other people. Goes up, spent like 200 for level 20. Is it on the website or just mobile? It's on website and mobile. I don't know where on mobile it is, but make sure if you're doing it on mobile. No, wait. Yeah, if you're doing it on mobile, make sure it's not more. Because I know subs on mobile are more because of like the purchase percentages or whatever. There should be a button on the website for it too, though. There should be. Because I think Hoofs did it from the website the day that he was fucking around with it. Because we found it a couple days ago. And when chat finds something new, they want to mess with it. And I'm thankful for that. Experiment all you guys would like. So, chicken fix, by the way. I would like to figure out what these like other topics were and what this was in reply to. If anyone can find in the Discord what the original message was that Steven was replying to, I would love you for that. But basically, he says, I can say we have discussed all of those topics. 2 and 4 are part of the economy work happening. Caravan logouts has a fix submitted today. Hunter got that? Legend. I appreciate you. So Caravan logouts has a fix that was submitted today. Whether that is being implemented by tomorrow, or whether that's being reviewed, tested, and then implemented from there, we do not quite know. Because submitted does not mean that an update was pushed for it. Submitted could mean that it was passed up for that testing prior to the push. Could mean any number of things. So, just keep that in mind. But I think hopefully we'll get a little bit more context once we get the rest of this message. Hunter's on that right now, grabbing for us. I appreciate you, Hunter. Regardless, fuck fan loggers. Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit of a mixed opinion on this. Because while it is very straightforward to just say, you're exploiting, you're a bad person, fuck you. Without people exploiting now, we would have these exploits that went unresolved, unfound, unseen until a later stage in development where it may have more impact on the longevity of things, right? And that is why part of me is like, good, people are abusing it. As long as people are reporting it when it's abused and bringing it up as a bug, that's going to be huge. That, in my opinion, is the entire process working as intended. I have an exploit, I never report, saving it for live. That would be bad. That would be very bad to do. Solo shit because I keep doing it after Intrepid got it noted. Oh yeah, yeah. There's definitely a level of like somebody continues to do it after the fact that it's already been established. Like this is being worked on. Like please do not continue to do this. And that's when it's just a matter of like, all right, you're a dipshit. Yeah, yeah. No, I get that. I get that. I understand staying tight-lipped, but I would be doing a disservice if I didn't ask. Haha. Can you speak on any of these specifically? 1, PvP availability. 2, lack of gold sync. 3, caravan logouts. 4, gear drop rarity versus crafts. 5, diminishing returns. It's been in since P1. They'll find it at some point. I mean, I would still probably recommend throwing up a report or something like that. Because keep in mind, even if there is an exploit that makes it through, on live, people will very likely just get a full Thanos very quickly for exploiting anything like that instead of the slap on the wrist account reset. And keep in mind, in P1, Intrepid didn't even care about a lot of the exploits that were happening, especially into unintended areas, all of that. P2, people got an awakening when they were like actually banning people for that stuff. P2.5, people did it again and were shocked to see resets and actual bans again. And I think that's going to get more kind of like enforced the closer we continue to get to launch, and there will be less tolerance for it. So I'd definitely say like proceed at your own risk with that. I wish you luck if that's the route that you go, but I do think it'll probably get increasingly punished the more that, you know, the more you engage in it later on towards the launch. All right, so PvP availability, is that from Lawless Zones? I would assume that's going to be a follow-up to people asking about Lawless Zone availability, which I personally think putting user-generated content at the front of Lawless Zones could be a cool thing. What if a mayor could elect for certain commissions that would either boost or lower a node's like law number, like a law rating basically, or like a justice rating or some shit like that, right? And if your justice rating is high, then your PvE areas are more populated with spawns. They are faster respawns. You have faster respawns on gatherables. And it kind of like ties into your land management score, but goes on a deeper level of making an area more PvE based, right? And then if your node descends into the unjust state, basically the bottom 50% of that scale, you slowly have areas that will turn from populated with a lot of mobs to populated with fewer mobs and also being lawless zones. And then eventually your node, if it made it all the way down the unjust scale, would end up being completely lawless the entire way through. You know, the town itself would be fine, but the second you step in that node, lawless. I think that as a player-made decision could be a very cool thing. If the lawless zone doesn't have good loot, people won't go. I would argue that all you need for good loot is named mobs. Realistically, I think all you need for good loot is named mobs. And keep in mind, I think establishing the base, and it wouldn't be a huge variance of where you go into like one of the lawless areas and it's just empty. You would still have population, but maybe like 30% less mob population and then like a slightly slower respawn cadence. So that way you still have the functionality of the zone, but it resembles more of like a PvP area. Because I know for a fact, while a lot of the areas in the June Dark were super nice when you weren't getting a shitload of mobs on you, a lot of times you try to like PvP in an area that has mobs and you're just instantly like swarmed. It gets very slippery very quickly there. So I don't know, just kind of a thought to maybe add accessibility of some form to lawless zones. But again, I think the name mobs drops out to be shit you want to wear. Yeah, no, I agree. Like there has to be a reason to actually draw foot traffic to that area. And there will be areas that are more or less contested. I absolutely do agree with that. But even in areas where it was like Iron Wing before everyone started farming up Iron Wing, we would go there and there would still be like a couple of people out there trying to snag the drops. We'd kill them, we'd control the dungeon with a group of people, and then over time, people started to realize how good the Iron Wing set was. And now, well, it's not Lawless anymore, but like prior to the Lawless change out there, you could go to Hawk Tua, Iron Wing, you could probably find PvP at Basilisk, you may be able to find PvP at Pirates, you could find PvP at the Bloom Daggers, like, it was everywhere. It was everywhere. Granted, all of those are really good drops too, but I think that we'll still have more PvP opportunity in those areas. I wish there was more to the named mob contest than like we all sit in one circle around the mob spawn and swing. I think that's part of what feels bad for me, regardless of like Lawless Zone or not, that people are probably missing the most, right? Because if you're on a mob spawn in a non-lawless area, all you have to do is sit there and auto attack until you get the mob tag, pray you get the mob tag, damage burst, and then you're good, and then you reset. Lawless Zone, if people are there doing that, you just jump them. And it allowed you to contest those spawns and those kind of like high tier items much easier. And I don't know. I think that was a good thing. But I also think that it was essentially being able to corrupt without actually corrupting. Like if corruption didn't exist, that's what every area would be. So, I'm not quite sure what the balance is, what the duality is between the two, right? Because I do know right now there are a few known bugs with guild versus guild wars. From what I've heard, the guild energy actually isn't recharging when you guild versus guild deck. They're also 20 gold per, which isn't a huge thing at this point, but originally when the server was spinning up and was super populated, not a lot of people wanted to drop that 20 gold. That was expensive as fuck. We had to pull gold to get it with our first scroll, and we're still holding that scroll. We were very selective about that shit. So I'm sure there's a lot that is in the works right now, but I'm hoping PvP accessibility and availability goes up like crazy. I do hope. But I also hope that it's not like forced on people. I think that's the big balance between the two. If you're able to increase accessibility to PvP modes without forcing it on people and making it this super oppressive mode that you can never escape, I think that's the balance you're trying to find. The closer to live, the harsher punishments will be as they get better at detecting things and being closer to 100% sure on catching someone actually cheating instead of false positives. Oh, yeah. Yeah, everything gets refined. They have more data. They have... And keep in mind, they also keep behavioral, basically, like, tags on people's accounts. And they look at someone's behavioral history when it comes into, like, a punishment distribution. And, like, a decision in that realm. They keep track of every single thing that a player does. And if you get flagged for something, and then later on you're still doing that same thing, it's going to be a much harsher punishment. So I hope people do realize that, like, they're very serious about playtesting being playtesting. And the reason they're getting more harsh on these things is to establish the fact that we are playtesting with the intent of fixing the bugs and not playtesting with the intent of personal gain, personal progression, like setting ourselves apart from anybody else. And if everybody just bought into that, and our goal was to have every single player start on an even, equal floor, instead of feeling like I need to start with an advantage over everybody else, I think we'd be much better off in the long term. So I'm hoping that's something that kind of like gets passed through the community, but I don't know. It's just up to everyone. I think favoring people that don't want to PvP at all and trying to account for them will take away this game's edge. So the game's edge, to a certain extent, I do agree that it would drive off hardcore PvPers, but also from a standpoint of where do most of your players come from in the MMO community and what leads to successful MMOs? Well, 90% of your player base is going to be PvEers. Out of that 90%, probably 40% of that is going to be once every few days loggers that are PvEing. But when you factor in all of those people, especially with an accessible gameplay loop, that's where mass numbers come from. Because while someone may only log in once every few days and play a little bit, if you have 1 million of those people that are subbed and they're all doing that, that's going to give you a lot of players every single day of the week, a huge burst to your concurrent numbers. Now, while the dedicated PvPers, PvEers, anything like that may be more constant around the clock, there are only so many of them to go around. And I do think from a staying power standpoint, and the game actually having enough population to function, because keep in mind, it is an MMO that skews very heavily into the user-generated content, social sandbox-esque side of MMOs. And one thing that we saw with New World is a scenario where an MMO lacked the population to confidently maintain its systems. And as that system integrity was lowered and those systems were changed at their core, New World was changed at its core. And New World became very far away from what it originally was as a community-based MMO. And I think a lot of that was because their retention was fucking horrendous. It was a monumental fall off. Like, I'll pull it up real quick. Hold on. Sometimes I look at it when I'm feeling sad just to remind myself that it's okay to be a little down sometimes. Like, I came back from Vegas. Sub count's down. I'm like, it's okay. It'll get better. Because we know that it's not going to look like this. We know. We know it's going to get better. We know we'll recover. Boys, welcome to New World. They are down fucking horrendous. Now, they did get 320 average players with their new season. That is awesome. Their new season brought in a whole 320 players. That's where they're at, by the way. That's probably all 320 people that came back for their fucking hardcore server. Like, it's rough for them, man. I'm not gonna lie. It is. This is what I spent years playing. And a lot of this fall off was because every time the masses came back to the game, all of these large chunks, 913k peak, right? You go back to 137k peak, then 77k peak, and then 61k peak. A lot of the players that came back for each of these large peaks were very casual players that were coming back to learn. There's a reason why streams always exploded at each one of these launches. Every single one of these, they went absolutely crazy. So that was players coming back and wanting to learn. When players realized that there was nothing to do in the game, they were like, oh shit. Well, at least I have the leveling process. This is fun. 12 hours of doing a main story quest and just following that main story quest and doing no other side quests, you're max level. Then what do? One chest run. And then you start trying to just do the 2 raids over and over and over and over again. And you may say, Dusty, every game has raids. Well, the first raid you go in and it's a singular boss. No real trash or anything like that. The boss itself is a sandworm that has about 3 mechanics. And 2 of the mechanics you just block through. Really poorly designed fight. The other one is not much better in terms of the mechanics. So people come in and they expect something to do for any form of a long term, and it's just not there. And so every time they try to reestablish momentum, they lose it so ungodly fast because the bulk of the player base isn't there. Their hardcore PvPers have been there for 3+ years. Like this number that they hit every time, these are their hardcore players. It's just they can't retain anybody else past that. So in order for Ashes to not have this, it is going to require at least some appeal, in my opinion. to the mass player base. Worm Raid was okay. The problem is they couldn't keep making fights like that. The Worm Raid was not difficult at all. Like, we sold worm carries. The worm was not difficult at all. The worm was block, 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 block. Everybody DPSs. Everybody DPSs. I didn't say difficult. Okay, well, define okay then. Because I don't even think it was like, it had some mechanics. Like 2 mechanics compared to the rest of New World. Okay. Okay. Well, that's what I needed. Compared to the rest of New World, yes. But if you're comparing a shit to a fart, then it's like the fart's better than shitting your pants. But if you're doing it in a public area, it's probably best to do neither, right? I guess it would be more so a shit to a shart. But yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Like, Worm at least required some semblance of a brain. But I would also say, because Sandworm was just a bunch of one-shot mechanics for people that didn't know the mechanics, as soon as people understood the actual one-shot mechanic and learned the fight, it was the easiest fight in human history. It was so fucking straightforward. How's the optimization coming? I'm worried about breaking my PC. They're going to be updating to Unreal Engine 5.6 after the phase 3 launch, because there is an Unreal 5 bug right now. I think it's 5.5 that's like giving issues with 40 series cards. So 5.6 will be coming. That's going to be after P3, so they do avoid any potential bugs with the P3 launch. But in terms of optimization, still battling the memory leak. There is a theory that there's a Windows update on the 10th, I believe, that is addressing a memory leak on the Windows side of things. So could be intriguing to see if that is related at all to the memory leak that a lot of people are experiencing. Could be very cool, though, to see if that does help. PvEers are going to drop off anyways because we'll run out of PvE activities. So the thing about PvEers is that a lot of PvEers would like to experience PvP, but a lot of people want to experience PvP in a consensual, like, power, fun way, instead of a very intrusive PvP system where somebody comes along that is clearly just a better, more geared player and two-shots them. They want to have some control over, like, okay, I'm trying to learn, and not having someone who has thousands of hours come up and just, you know, negate all of that, right? And I definitely understand that. It makes complete sense. And I think having a mix of the two, like the odds that somebody better is always out there, while having some form of controllability. I mean, shit. In terms of PvP modes and accessibility for players, brother, we don't even have duels that are accessible yet. So I think it'll get a lot better. And keep in mind, like I said, PvEers are not always just wanting to PvE. And honestly, in Ashes, even if your gameplay loop is PvP, you're probably PvEing significantly more than half your time. Everyone in Ashes is a PvEer. It's just what you gotta do. That's just the nature of the game. So I definitely think that as long as there is a form of enjoyable and accessible PvP content for people, I think that it'll be nice. Dune's better than New World. Dune doesn't have any really easy duping and invincibility bugs 3 months post-launch. I'm pretty sure they still deal with duping 3 years post-launch. I won't lie. If Dune doesn't have to deal with that, then congrats. But also, isn't each Dune server like 25 people? So, like, I mean, it was half step in the right direction that was never followed through on. The Hive of the Gorgon raid was pretty decent for some of its bosses. Like, I definitely think Gorgon was like the most fun. That's on the first part of the game. Endgame is 100. A 100-person servers. What? 100. Really? I mean, you know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. I'm not too sold on Dune. I know that it's no longer an MMO, so server size doesn't matter. But again, not everybody is going to stay completely up to date on something through its entire development process. And I still feel as though a lot of people who are getting into Dune will be expecting it to be the Dune MMO. And may be very, 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 very upset when it is not the Dune MMO. I really hope Dune offers more than the Steam refund policy. Probably won't. We'll see. Never trust a fart. I always trust farts too much, by the way, hosts. I call myself a cinematic farter, by the way. Just, this might be like a little bit of Dusty lore that nobody knows they needed. But my farts are the equivalent of like an explosion in a movie. Because they're really like attention grabbing and loud and like, right? But nobody dies from them. They don't really smell that much. So it's kind of, it's like a safe fart. And so sometimes I try to let like a rip roaring, you know, the saxophone level toot out. And sometimes I approach the line of caution very rapidly. And that line is one that you do not want to approach rapidly. You want to have complete control over all of your sphincters when you're approaching that line. It's like being a track and field athlete and running up to the line too fast and knowing you're about to like fall and get disqualified. Except you know you're going to shart. Bro, I've been talking about people being on Fent and now I'm getting anti-Fent ads, I think. God fucking damn it. My ads think I'm a drug addict. I don't know what's happening here. These targeted ads need to stop. I'm going back to the map. I'm going back to the map. We don't need to look at that. Like me just hearing that it's not an MMO, didn't know they changed that. What if I told you that the Dune MMO is the Dune survival multiplayer? It is quite legitimately once Dunein. It's once human with more sand. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I feel like most of the people that are getting into Dune are going to be like, oh shit. An old thing that Steven talked about for PvE dungeons, not sure if this is still planned, but as you go through a dungeon, the faster you kill the bosses on the way down, the stronger the next ones are. It's not just more HP, but unlock extra moves. Yeah, so I used to talk about that a lot. Because originally it was cited on the wiki, and I don't know if they've since gotten away from it, but it was essentially going to be a dynamically scaling like pseudo mythic system, right? So you have like a check essentially that's on your way to the first boss. First boss dies and you calibrate the next boss based on your progress of that boss, and completing it and getting to a harder like difficulty, so to say, would potentially give you more and better rewards, was what I had originally heard. But the wiki no longer has anything cited about that. So I've kind of been like, I wonder what their play is. Hit the game, stop, move on Dune, and yuck it back into the trash. It's just going to be a bad game. It's going to be a bad game. I don't typically just straight up say something's going to be a bad game very confidently. But I think it's going to be a bad game. I think a lot of people are coping on the Dune IP itself. And I think that you can only cope on an IP for so long. The same way that people still cope on the Riot MMO, like IP. Riot can do no wrong. Riot can do this. Riot can do that. Riot can suck my dick. That MMO is never coming out. It's not happening. The Riot MMO is not coming out. I'll say it here. You heard it from me. Riot can do lots wrong. League sucks. Seconded. Dota 2 is the best MOBA of all time. Although, one thing I will say is that Arcane kicked the shit out of Dota 2 Dragon's Blood. And you may say, Dusty, what's Dota 2 Dragon's Blood? Dragon's Blood was an anime that Dota 2 dropped prior to the launch of Arcane. And it says a lot that it came out before Arcane and still got mollywopped by Arcane about how bad it was comparatively to Arcane. That shit was garbo. I would rather shit my pants than watch Dragon's Blood. Because at least shitting my pants, I can force it out and be done in like an hour, cleanup included. Dragon's Blood, that's a longer commitment. It was bad. I wouldn't recommend watching it. Arcane, like, definitely cooked Dragon's Blood. And I think part of why League is so much larger in terms of like the, I don't know, just casual like weeby type player base is probably because its marketing just goes fucking insane. Absolutely insane. To be fair, Arcane is a hard bar to clear. Dragon's Blood came out before Arcane. So like they could have had their own notoriety prior to Arcane if it was good at all. Because people were clearly looking for an anime based off of a MOBA. And it dropped before Arcane. Got no hype. And then Arcane dropped and was Arcane. I think regardless of the bar, Dragon's Blood tried to limbo that shit. W Snack Choice, Fudge Run Gang. Carla has just been throwing food at me while I'm streaming. I think she's gonna like fatten me up and make a stew out of me or something. I don't know what like authentic cuisine is, but she came in yesterday and slammed a box of fudge rounds on my desk. And I just been chowing him. Yo, Strugma, what up, baby? She's making sure you can't run away. She has been wearing her nimble shoes lately. She usually wears big chunky like goth mommy boots with like spikes and shit. But she's been wearing like very nimble shoes that are made for running. She already showed me she can do high knees in them, which she couldn't do in her boots previously. Stairs were difficult. So, I don't know. All I heard was joining us make a stew out of you. I'm sure Dusty stew would be good. Be delicious. There's not a lot of meat on these bones, but this is high quality meat, Foop. This is high quality meat. Does Dota even have lore? Dota? The Dota lore is originally that it was all Warcraft lore, and then Blizzard was going to sue Ice Frog, so then it didn't have Warcraft lore anymore. So, like, Skeleton King was originally Leoric, and then they got sued, and they couldn't be Leoric anymore. Io was originally Wisp, and they couldn't make a Wisp. So, a lot of the names changed. But essentially, yeah, just picture like the Warcraft universe. All of that. Wouldn't be able to eat a dusty soup? No, I feel like I'd be tender. I feel like I'd be very tender. I don't have a lot of fat on my bones. This is stew bubbling already. Oh no. Yeah, Carla made me another grilled cheese. No, bro, I swear to God, she made tomato soup and grilled cheese yesterday. Like cheese in all caps. And she was like, if it's too much cheese for you, let me know. And I'm lactose intolerant. But I'm not a pussy. And so I said, no cheese is too much cheese. And she was like, no, I can remake it if you think it's going to give you a bellyache. And I said, if I get a bellyache, then I'm a bitch. And I ate it happily. And it was delicious. But let me tell you, I was saying earlier, I'm a cinematic farter. It's like an explosion in a Michael Bay film. Things blow up, but no one dies. And let me tell you, that shit was like every Transformer movie put together. That was a lot of cheese. That was a good amount of cheese. Not sure, sore throat today. How sad were you on downtime day? What the fuck were you doing? Brother, we don't need to go that far with it. Just stream something else on the downtime day. But I mean, teach their own, I guess. Was it cold there yesterday? For Carla, probably. For me, I've been sweating. Like, I have a fan in the window and it's 82 in the stream room. And it's too hot. Stream until 6 a.m. What did you stream yesterday? I feel like I ended up in your chat at some point throughout the day because I rated TGFT when I got off because TGFT was on. And then I think TGFT rated you or something because I came back and I'm pretty sure I was in your chat on my OBS because my OBS like follows around whoever we raid. And people were talking to you at one point and I was like, how the fuck did I get here? And so I closed my OBS to make sure that you had -1 viewer. As always, professional hater. Kidding, by the way. I kept the alert going. But then I went to do other shit. I think I went to sleep. But yeah, that was probably after I got back from the store last night. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I ended up in your chat. I woke up with Strike chat. Yeah, same. I think they did because I popped back in on the tab and it was Strike. Ha! Word. All right, so I just traced my raid. So where did Streg raid at 6 a.m.? I've got to get all of my viewers back. We need everyone back here that started here yesterday. It's like a game of telephone. We need to have like a cycle of streamers 24 hours. It's like Streamer House, but it's ethical. Well, can you use Streamer House? Stop fucking cheating the system with your embeds. Down, Mr. Lloyd. Beyond down. Someone else doing RS. Oh yeah. No, I actually did close out of that person. I did stop lurking that person. Because if I don't know who the lurk is, I still want to recognize to RuneFest. Yeah, if I don't know the person, I kind of get scared. Because it's like, say I'm like, I don't know, in San Diego at TwitchCon, and someone random walks up to me, and they're like, hey, yo, Dusty, and I look down and it's like one of you guys, right? You know, that'll be great. I'll dap you up. We'll exchange tongues, and, you know, we'll have a conversation. If I look and, like, it's somebody that I've never seen before, then I'm gonna kind of be a little weirded out if they're yelling my name, because I'm not, like, a large streamer. I'm not recognizable or anything like that. So that'd kind of scare me. Same thing with, like, if I'm lurking and a raid goes out to somebody I don't know, I'm gonna be real. I give them like a minute, and if they're not entertaining me in a minute, I dip set. And that might be mean of me, but I try my best to at least give them a full minute. I woke up, looked at my PC and thought Strike trying to get me grounded. Oh no. You're 6'5", you're a large streamer, very recognizable. Only like 5 or 6 people were as tall as you at the Kendrick concert. That is true. Yeah, there were not many tall people at the Kendrick concert. And Kendrick himself is very short too. But like, so we were walking out of the Kendrick concert and everyone was flooding down to the exits, right? I was just like, my head was above everyone like a giraffe. And I was just looking around at the top of everybody's head. And I was like, why is the average height of a Kendrick fan 5'9"? Like, it was insane. It was significantly smaller than me. Wait. Strag, did you raid an e-girl? Are you getting socked in trouble? Oh no. Oh no, Strag. RS community and Ash's community is the same. We don't raid out to other directories often. That makes sense. Wait, so RS3 versus OSRS. What are like big differences there? I was never a RuneScape player in general because I played WoW, the superior MMO. Vanilla WoW was, at its time, untouchable. And I told my parents I would do chores if they paid my sub, and I never did the chores because I was always playing. It was a wholesome stream, nothing crazy. That's good. That's good. We love wholesome gaming streams. Bring back the world of gaming streams and end the world of me considering boobas for booba streams. Because, like, the meta is so strong that I might have to consider it. It doesn't even have to be e-girl boobas at this point either. I could just zoom in the camera. And, like, worst case scenario, we do some research into the foot cam. A sub-activated footy? I feel like... Wait. There would be a workaround. There's a sub-goal or a very expensive bit redeem for like 30 seconds of dribbling a soccer ball. And I have to dribble the soccer ball on camera for the 30 seconds to verify that it's being done. Would that be legal on Twitch? I feel like it would be. I feel like that would be within the realm of what Twitch allows. Because that would be the same thing as like me saying, oh my god, 10 gifties, and we do like 10 jumping jacks. And then like you guys give 10, and then I hit the 10 jumping jacks. And you guys look at my voluptuous bosoms bouncing while I jump and jack. We might have a new meta here. We may have a new meta. RuneScape 3 is much more of a smaller community now. We have an ability bar. OSRS does not as a big difference gameplay-wise. RS3 graphics are way better in comparison, but OSRS is stylus. Okay, interesting. You're not the only one jacking. I mean, I always say it's an open opportunity place here. We don't really try to judge people for what they do in their spare time. And I know some of you are working right now, some of you are busy. And that can also be considered spare time. So if you guys are working, just feel free, man. Do what you need to do. It's a safe place here. It's bros helping bros. Make sure you guys hydrate as well. Like one hand on the wiener, one hand on the water bottle. Because if you guys are, you know, spitting out hydration, then you guys are going to need to take in hydration. We're not giving credit to soccer. I mean, if I say soccer saved the day, then the European fan base would go crazy. And I think the European dollar is strong right now, right? What's it? Is it like the ruble or some shit? Or is that Russia? No, that's Russia. Are they still just on the euro? I think they're just still on the euro. Either way, I think the European dollar is strong. European handball? Wait, nah. Don't say handball. Bro, I swear to God. Like once every 4 months, some motherfucker in chat brings up handball. And every single time that it happens, I get handball YouTube shorts and Instagram reels. And it's always them applying like whatever that sticky shit is to the handball like crazy. And like getting it all sticky. And then they throw some mean spinner into the net. And it's gross. It's fucking gross. Like handball looks disgusting because they just coat the ball in sticky shit and then it just like picks up all of the fucking dirt. It's nasty. And the more I keep talking about it, the more the handball is going to be in the room with us. I don't want the handball in the room with us. We don't want that. We can't have that. It can't be a thing. Kiefer, what you up to today, my friend? I feel like we have so much to do this upcoming week. We have the PvP tourney. We have to get our teams ready and scrimming, and we also have to get ready to cast, which I've done no prep for either of those things because I was in Vegas on a bender, and by on a bender I mean Dr. Pepper with no ice. I have no regrets. We're not doing that. We're not going down that route, Foop. I'm going to take the sticky stuff that they use for the handball. Fuck. And I'm going to coat the cat in it. We're going to use it like hair gel for Fupo. So when Fupo goes to clean Fupo, Fupo cannot clean Fupo because Fupo cannot move. And Fupo is sticky and picks up even more fuzz and hair. And then you'll have the largest hairball. Oh, it will stick to the void. That is the stickiest substance in human history. You may think that you have Vanta Black, but this is beyond Gorilla Glue. This is beyond Gorilla Grip. This is advanced stickiness, Fupo. The type of which the Void is not prepared for. It's not impacted by gravity. When you get to shave it off, nope. Nope. You'll look like one of those dipped ice cream cones with the ice cream just trapped inside forever, screaming, waiting for somebody to get it out. You're the ice cream. Dawn won't even work. Dawn might work. We have to keep Dawn away from Fupo. Don't let Fupo get near Dawn dish soap. Dawn may or may not work on everything in existence. So yeah, the cat cannot be near any Dawn dish soap. No dish soap for the Void, please, and thank you. But anything off-brand is fine. No off-brand dish soap will work, but Dawn Extra Strength Platinum may be the one that works. I wasn't supposed to say that, but we need to round all of that up so Fubo can't get it. Just if we're able to. He's a cat, he won't get there very fast. So we'll type it into the GPS. We'll do a quick roundup. Either way, I don't want handball reels. Very simply put, Dawn made my motorcycle go faster. Like in the gas tank? Because I feel like if you put your Dawn dish soap in the gas tank, wouldn't it, like, have bubbles that come out of the exhaust when you accelerate? Because, like, that would be really cute. Like, that would be awesome, actually. Because so many people on bikes are, like, trying to be assholes and, like, trying to be all zoomy and loud on their bikes. Like, what if you just embrace, like, the bubble cycle? I feel like that would get you a lot of credit in the streets. Keep the cat away from an unnamed convict. The baby oil might make the sticky slide off. Oh no. Oh no. No, Fubo's very old in cat years. Very ancient in cat years. Fubo would not be at a freak off. Don't worry. Don't worry. Already bought a pallet of it at Costco. Oh no. A pallet of the baby oil? Or a pallet of the Dawn? Oh no. He might have got both. Although, didn't we already establish that Costco doesn't have baby oil? I feel like the Diddy trial showed us that Costco does not carry bulk pallets of baby oil. Do we have a representative here from Costco by chance that wants to vouch if they do or do not carry pallets of Dawn Platinum? Or if that's cap? Because if he does already have the dish soap, that's going to make the proceedings very difficult here. But if he doesn't have the dish soap, then I think the ball's still in our court. They do, it's just always sold out. Oh no. Oh no. Between Fupo and Diddy, we're down horrendous. If it wasn't for Fupo and Diddy, we'd be fine. But when those two link up and work together, we're in trouble. We're very in trouble. Yo, what up, Cicada? This map is huge. Absolutely insane style. Yeah, for anyone that played New World, keep in mind the entire New World map is slightly larger than the Riverlands itself. And the New World map has so many fast travels that you don't really have to walk anywhere or do anything. It's got like Starbucks in the middle of a city levels of fast travels to it. It's fucking insane. Yo, Cypher, hope you're having a great day, my friend. All right, if you go to Costco with someone that has a card and you don't, you have to pay cash. Yeah, I mean, so same thing with Sam's Club, I believe. Although I don't know if you can pay cash at Sam's Club. But if you don't have a Sam's Club card, you can check out for the longest time. We're a Sam's Club family in the Northeast here because there aren't many Costco's in Maine unless you're in Southern Maine. And Sam's Club always used to be, you had to show your card to get in. You have to swipe your card to actually pay. And then you can pay however. But, I don't know, maybe I need a Costco trip. Maybe like a field trip, an IRL stream to Costco. And then I'll check my phone on the way. Just kidding, don't ban me, that's not conspiracy to check phone while driving. Twitch, it was a joke. It was a joke, it was a meme. Very much not in any way affiliated with this Diddy person. Listen. I heard that every rogue is affiliated a lot closer than they'd like to be with the great Diddler. I heard every dart that goes out is in his honor. Phone while driving? Never? Yeah, no. Why would anybody drive anywhere and look at their phone or be irresponsible or get a strike. No. No, God, no. No one would do that. How to report your bed is super comfy. Nice, I'm gonna get your mom's feedback on it later. GHP Dart. Personally, for me, it's just Diddy Dart. I think Diddy Dart is the Omega name for it. Simply the greatest in existence. Nothing superior. And then past that, I feel like secondarily, Bard Marionette should probably be called a Cosby. But Diddy Dart is Diddy Dart's a classic for me. Every time I get Diddy Darted, it strikes a personal nerve. And the worst part about it is that if you CC break the first Diddy Dart, you get double Diddied. And so essentially, against rogues, you have to take the double Diddy, and then he cracks open the bottle of Mana Drain Baby Oil and then injects that Mana Drain Baby Oil directly into you. There is nothing that you can do about the Diddy Dart. There's nothing you can do to prevent it. You are simply a victim. And the double Diddy is always lurking. And just when you think you're out of Diddy range, you get a low grav Cosby and you gotta dance for the old man. I don't like it. I don't like it. Brine Barrel isn't on the map, I'm just noticing. Brine and Corn combined on the map. Yeah, so we have kind of like a Brine Gia, I feel like. Because this would be the two there. So they probably just split these so it wouldn't be like a shared landmass. And there would be Lawless in between the two nodes or something. Also, probably because sieges would have been held there. The only way it's okay is if you let a rogue kill you. Jesus Christ, Snaps. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, this is, I think this is, like, very Pangea-y. And then, honestly, I, a man of culture, just want this. The Crucible. I don't know exactly what the Crucible is going to fucking be. I have no guess at what the Crucible is going to be. Actually, I do. Either a guild castle or a big-ass, lawless, like, raid area. Personally, those are my two hopes. Guild castle, because we'll probably have, if that's the case, guild castle here. Guild castle here, because this is essentially the same size landmass. This is going to have a guild castle in the middle. Castle node, castle node, castle node. This is actually the diagram that they used for the wiki, which was basically published without like the biome or the land set present, but showed the structure of what this node would be. So it makes sense to have castle here, castle somewhere over here, potentially like on this small island or something, and then another castle up here in this general area, and then another castle somewhere over here. Because there are going to be 5 guild castles, and each guild castle has 3 castle nodes outside of it. And those castle nodes are able to be leveled faster than a normal node. Give me decoratable guild halls. Guild halls will also be nice, because see, those are castles. Halls will be like placeable in nodes. So halls will be like more accessible than castles, but will still be hard to access. I can pull up the wiki on. Hold on. I also have to check on the chicken. Ashes wiki. I bet on guild castle and dungeons. Crucible instance dungeon. Ooh, do you think we'd get an instance dungeon this early? Can't wait till more past 7 into the tropics and desert. Do the significant changes and add-ons we'll likely get. Oh my god, grand dungeon build-outs? Like in the actual desert, in the tropics, in the Goondark. Like grand dungeons will be fucking massive. Having just more events, more everything will be absolutely massive. No, I agree. I agree. Guild halls are related to freeholds, as it says on the wiki. Yeah, we're gonna read this. I just have to go check on our chicken. We have, well, I say we. I'm making for me, not for Carla. Pulled like barbecue chicken in the pressure cooker. So I have to go make sure that everything's not blowing up. I'll be right back. One sec. And then we read this. Alrighty. Good day, I'm back. Sorry. I've returned. I had to get all of our dinner set up. Carlo, the good news is, if you get hungry, chicken's done. Okay. So, I like guild halls over player housing. Player housing just makes less communities. Like, player housing in New World was a cool thing, especially with the benefits that it had. Granted, it didn't have many benefits. The trophy system was a cool attempt at something, but I think similar to many of its systems, like New World systems, it fell short and left a lot to be desired, in my opinion. That's where I kind of lean. So I am hoping the incentivization of New World's housing, Ash's housing, is much more incentivized than New World's housing. Now, getting a house opens up citizenship in an area. So it'll also be a little bit more of that level of, I want to commit to this, instead of just, I'm floating around going to be a citizen wherever. Like, if we want to pop around to a node, we've got to have enough accessibility for everybody that wants to come with us to get a house, to get our citizenship going. And that's going to be a massive thing. That's going to be a lot harder for waterfall elections. That's going to be a lot harder for consistent, like, voters in elections. That's going to be harder for essentially every aspect of what we're doing. And so hopefully they are able to give some good bonuses, some good incentivization, and I hope it'll be a nice gold sync too. One of the things that was brought up in the Discord message that Steven replied to was, like, the lack of gold sync right now. And I think if they're able to shore that up and get it into a spot where it is a bit better, a little more gold syncy, and people just have less expendable, then it'll be nice. How do you get one of those houses out of the map? So the houses out of the map are called freeholds. So to get a freehold, you have to be level 20 and you have to have 100 or more gold. So 100 gold is the purchase cost of it. Level 20 is the minimum level for it. And the freeholds are first come, first serve to the first buyer. So with that, if you are not pumping levels, if you're not getting pooled money from a lot of people in your guild or your community, you're probably not going to get a freehold. But freeholds are extremely nice because over the course of a long term, you're able to grow things very efficiently and very controllably in your freehold plot. And freeholds, kind of like functionalities, will continue to be expanded upon over time. Right now, they're still in a little bit of a rudimentary state, but they are constantly getting better. When we were doing our initial node leveling for Shorefoot, we were actually utilizing multiple freeholds because it was a more efficient output of, like, berries per poop than what we were getting before. Yo, Marlboro, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So yeah, like, freeholds, they're worth it. They're going to be more worth it as well as lifestyle systems continue to expand. And you'll have eventually the opportunity to even put a tavern on your freehold in your spot, kind of like a player-owned shop. Just a ton of shit. Level will keep increasing with max level until full game. Yes, they'll need to level 50 and they're auctioned off in the future. Yes, exactly. So long term, every system is going to change. But yeah, a lot of the simplest systems, everything's going to be a real estate based, or like a deed based real estate system too. So from what we've gathered from Steven, if you did win the actual, like, auction for your freehold, you would then have the deed for it and you'd be able to sell that or transfer that to another player. Same thing with any of the in-node housing that has deeds to it. So there will be real estate agents. There will be people who have a bunch of deeds for a bunch of places potentially, and they're just like, want to sell this plot, this house here. There will be people that have all the plugs for selling houses, and people go to them and give them a fee. It's fucking insane. They're fucking cooking insane. Ni hao. Yo, ni hao, Victor. How you doing, my friend? You guys doing Lumberjacky and Shorefoot? So, funny thing about Shorefoot. What if I told you when Thursday hits and tomorrow's servers come up, I'm not going to be the mayor? I may or may not have been in Vegas this last weekend and forgot to sign up in time. That might be my bad. So, with that being said, we were the favorite to win the election. There wasn't even like much talk of the election. And then the first hit, and my understanding was that on the 1st, the sign-ups started for mayor candidates, and then on the 5th, the voting started. Apparently, on the 1st, the voting starts, and on the 5th, the mayor is elected. So that's my bad. I thought that I was going to be able to sign up when I got home from Vegas. And we weren't. We were not. So that's okay. I'm not too upset. We did get...
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
That's mean of you. That's very mean of you. We did get some very good information out in the time that I was mayor. A lot of people got to see a lot of the processes. And we pumped that node fast as fuck. So the good news is that node has so many buy orders and shit set that set it up long term for success that all they have to do is build the buildings and everything should be fine in their hands. They just have to have the materials ready to construct the buildings and then they should be fine. So I don't necessarily know what their plan is anymore, because I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm gonna probably just run for mayor elsewhere. Although it won't be until the end of this month, maybe like a June Dark node if 1 level's later or something like that. But the reason for that is because in 1 week we leave for Iceland for 2 weeks. So 2 weeks in Iceland, we'll be doing Ash's content there, but it'll be like 6 hours ish, maybe 8 hours someday of Ash's streams. And on the downtime days, you guys will be coming with us on like super sick hikes and stuff. Super cool. So we have the IRL backpack. You guys will be coming out to like Icelandic activities, either like hikes or whatever the fuck else is on the agenda on the downtime days. Then on the days where the game's up, we'll be doing Ash's streams from like the campsites that we're staying at. So you guys will get normal Ash's content just with crazy backdrops. But during that time, I don't really want to like spend all of my time just fucking running around doing mayor stuff. So I figure I will wait until I'm back. Last month of the server, probably grab one of the later nodes to level. And then just kind of like do an introductory again. And then by the time August hits, everyone will be much more familiar with the process and we'll have a target with the server that we end up going to. I still don't know where we're going to end up server-wise, where anybody's going to end up server-wise, because we don't know what the fuck the servers are going to be. So, depending where we end up, depending on what happens in between now and August, we'll make a plan for what server we want to take, or what server we want to go to, what node we want to take on the server, and we'll be more familiar with the entire process because of that. So we'll have hopefully the entire process down from like acquiring the difficult to acquire goods. Blackberries were a thorn in our side during the initial upgrade process. But we also know that, you know, we'll need X amount of mats flown in, like, to get ready for the actual construction of everything. And it's going to be a huge part of it. So, I just want Tolnar. What's the name of your persona? Don't have one. All right, Pirate Software. Strek, did you just Howard Dean my chat? Did you see me with the single greatest nail in a coffin of presidential history? Is that what I gathered? Can we have cats come to win and see Herd is trying out mayorship there and build that up? We already have berries growing. What if you don't need berries? Not a furry, just furry adjacent. Furry adjacent as in brony or furry adjacent as in scaly? Because furry adjacent can either go less furry or more furry because it's adjacent. I don't know. I don't even know if I want to know. I don't know if I want to know. Is your Tolnar going to look like an animal or a dragon? Get your fucking dumb lyrics out of here. What the fuck is this? How do you get in my fucking algorithm? Look, my balls. Pyro gonna be high. Man, low key. What if I just stay as a Dunir the entire time? Or what if they give my Nakua a flippy jump? Because personally, I would enjoy a flippy jump, but I also enjoy Booba Dwarf. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. So, oh wait, you know what's crazy? I've never read these before. I wonder if these give us any context clues about like what their ratios will eventually be. Because Dunir says artisan, reliability, and deliberation. The Dunir, hardy and resilient, value craftsmanship and reliability, thriving in treacherous terrains with unmatched dedication. Loyal to the monarch, yet independent in their pursuits, Dunir often perfect trades or seek riches underground. Their military is renowned for its defensive prowess, reflecting their steadfast nature. Known for strong alliances, the Dunir are slow to forget slights, making their grudges legendary. Their stubbornness and loyalty shape their cautious but steadfast political stance. Known for their strong alliances, it says, as their most notorious Dunir guild, like their most known Dunir guild is racist. I'm just putting that out there. I'm just throwing that shit out there. I don't know. It's more the Dave Chappelle skit than it is the Howard Dean speech, to be clear. Okay. I fuck with Dave Chappelle skits too. Either one is completely acceptable. Like, I grew up on Chappelle's show. And also am an appreciator of a good Howard Dean scream. If you have the chance, please find an Icelandic horse. Why? What, like to ride it? Or like what? What's the goal here? Furry adjacent? You appreciate furry stuff. Thinks it's cute, but my Tolnar is going to be as close to a kobold as I can. Okay, fair. So is it a kobold because you want to fuck the kobold? Or is it just like, you know, take candle, kobold? Like, if never mind. We're not gonna get too deep into this. Chat, what race are you guys waiting for? Because I feel like the two obvious options for a tank are either dwarf or orc. Like if Renkai's good, maybe. Because like Renkai looks like it would be absolutely nuts. Renkai looks like a very good, because this is a fighter screenshot. He kind of looks like a Chad. Look at that chiseled jawline. Look at those high cheekbones. Wait. He kind of looks like a fucking Chad. And also, there's blue loot on the ground back there. What the fuck? +1 spell damage check gold? Oh no. Summoner race? Anything summoner, huh? Man, summoner alone is going to bring... I don't know, actually. Based on how many people, like, quote-unquote, came back for Rogue, if Summoner is going to bring back that many people just in and of itself, or if people will kind of just sit on the sidelines and wait for the next phase with Summoner. That's the 50-50 that I'm slightly in between right now, and I'm not quite sure of. Because I can see it go either way. But the Rogue launch... I really thought that a lot more people were going to return, like, out of the woodwork and just, like, start playing again. And they did not. Summoner's just gonna bring pain on my house. Summoner's gonna bring pain on me having to re-level everyone, man. Like, what the fuck? Everyone's just gonna be like, Dusty, can you come tank outside of my group? Be like, nope. Can you get on your main in PvP? And they're gonna be like, this is my main now. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. No, it's not. You don't need another main. You don't need to actually play the fucking game. You don't need to do that. Say that'll also depend on the state of the game by August. So what are the largest things that we think need to be sorted out by August in order for players to have a good experience by that time? Like, what are our current largest, I call them community pain points very frequently, but what are the largest community pain points? To your credit, a ton of people said they were coming back or talked up how many were coming back for Rogue. Yeah, and like Rogue didn't really have as many people come back as I thought would. You know what I mean? Like, people restarted Rogue, but I feel like not many people just full came back for Rogue. Econ, gear drop balance, no speed hacks, crafting. No take candle, kobold, gremlin behavior. I love that. I love that. Crafting fixes a lot. Came back for Rogue, but I also only stopped for like a month. Yeah, I haven't stopped yet. Other than the downtime days when they actually forced me to stop. And like, days like today, sometimes I consider playing something else instead of just sitting here yapping about Ashes for like, 6-8 hours on the downtime days. I was originally doing like 10-hour downtime day streams, just full yaps, but I really like having the extra energy to actually put towards the daytime, like the uptime day streams. So that's been nice. I've been pulling like 12-hour uptime streams like crazy lately. So that's beautiful. I'm excited to actually get back on that tomorrow. But days like today, sometimes I consider a little bit of just like a switch up from the regularly scheduled Ashes programming. But I also look at other games. Like even right now, I'm scrolling through Steam and I'm just like, what would I play instead of Ashes? What do you do in August when it's 24/7? See, that's the thing. I would just play 12 hours a day. Yeah, that's my plan. I like just being able to play something all day, every day for stream. That makes my job a lot easier because this is quite literally my job. I don't work on top of this. I'm unemployed. Like, this is what I do. So for me, not having 2 downtime days just means that I get to stream 70, 80 hours a week every single week and have it be gameplay all the time. And that for me is huge because admittedly, as much as I do love streaming Ashes yaps on downtime days, like I mentioned earlier, if I wanted to do things for like quote unquote more viewers, there are definitely things that I could do to chase more viewers. But for me, I'm not really too big on just going elsewhere and chasing viewers. I try to stream what I enjoy. And so when Ashes is up 24/7, I'll just be on Ashes. Like, that's very simple. I really like Ashes. I like the Ashes community. I like being able to stream what I do what I do, yap about how much I yap about on a daily basis. And I don't know, I feel like it just gets easier when it's not this awkward Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. I think that will be great for me. Makes everything easier, will bring more people in. So, gotta give a shit to do at 25. Yeah, like, I get it, but I also think that the full gameplay loop will most definitely not be any form of present at 25 because it's simply a point in progression, right? I don't necessarily expect a plethora of artificially down-leveled zones. Now, keep in mind, there should be even less to do at 25. Everybody loved the June Dark, especially when it was lawless. Well, the June Dark itself is a level 50 zone that was artificially downscaled to our level. So that way, we're able to actually play out there and have more to do in the area. And so I don't personally expect everything to be available at 25. That's not exactly what I'm leaning towards. I still think there is plenty of replayable content for people who are interested in that. It's just a lot of it tends to be community made. You think they'll change the town borders? The current ones feel rushed and don't make a lot of sense. especially in the southwest area. Southwest area like the June Dark. Southwest is this way, right? Like down here? I mean, so keep in mind right now, things may feel unevenly distributed in terms of the nodes themselves because a lot of things go through multiple stages of being revamped. So basically the Riverlands has gone through its initial implementation, its tweaks, its manual additions of everything, right? Look at Z-Hook. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got all of that. And then Sea-Hook's part of the tropics. So keep that in mind. Like, Sea-Hook is part of the tropics. A lot of these nodes are technically all water. That's because it's tropics. So then you have Corin, which is all of this area, but all of this is also lawless. So the only reason that Sea-Hook has so much to it that's not lawless is because it has this massive land. So if you're going by playable land, you probably have more playable land in Sea-Hook than you do in Corin while remaining not flagged. So it's all about that trade-off. Then on the other side of it, you've got Shorefoot. Shorefoot's a lot of land, but you've also got like baby bits of water through here, but you also don't have many like named mob farms or anything in Shorefoot to actually draw people out there. So then you have Brine Barrel. Brine Barrel have a good amount of stuff going on out in that region, but Shorefoot's actually, or sorry, Sea-Hook's actually pretty lit. In terms of PvP, this is the Dunmore Helm spawn. This is Saltbound Sanctuary. I don't know what's in there. This is Pyrespire Event. There are a few things that drop from Pyrespire. And then this is supposedly this Uaduabua or whatever. Odabua. I think it's Odabua. Either way, Odabua. That one. This is supposedly their lair. So I still want to do some investigatory work out here. If there's underground water content. Oh yeah, there will be. There absolutely will be. So we've been led to believe that there will be full underwater like build-outs, caves, dungeon build-outs, everything. Like the tropics is going to have much more to it. And we don't even have the node staging. So right now the water in the tropics feels very just like water. That's because there's no node staging out there. The sea life hasn't been added yet. Like, there are going to be world bosses in the tropics. There will be world bosses probably in the Goondark. There will be probably more world bosses and implementations to the world bosses in the desert. There will be a lot everywhere. And so, yeah. To level Sea-Hook, all you can do is go kill the mobs. Yes. So I call those experience opportunities. And I've called those experience opportunities since Jinna was added, and we spent time trying to level Jinna, one of the desert nodes. And recently we heard a certain Sandaled man also say experience opportunities in one of the dev streams. I'm just putting that out there. Either way, I define experience opportunities as like how, well, very simply put, how many things can be hit as a total in an ideal scenario in a node space to generate experience for that node. That is the total number of experience opportunities. Every gatherable, every mob, everything that you can do within that node. So that way, if you were to take every single thing in that node and just mass nuke it, gatherables, mobs, everything, and you did that to every node, you would either want one of two things. An even distribution and pace of how nodes are leveling with those experience opportunities, or you would want it to be skewed where nodes that have more experience opportunities generate less experience per opportunity completion, kill, gather, whatever it may be. That ensures that nodes would level at a controlled pace. But what we have right now, especially with a large difference in not only experience opportunities in Riverlands, which is developed, versus like the Sand Squall Desert, the Turquoise Sea, all of these areas that don't really have a ton to them yet. If you took 500 players and you put them in any one of the Riverlands nodes, and you took 500 players and you put them in Jinna, Squall's End, Az, Corin, any of these, the Riverlands would level substantially faster because of experience opportunities. So that's why we see Partly, the Riverlands leveling so fucking fast comparatively. Secondly, we have the Divine Gate here. Divine Gate's where everyone's spawning, so all of your players come through the Riverlands. It's a compounding thing. That's why everything that's not in the Riverlands feels so slow to level. There are fewer experience opportunities. There are fewer people going out there because there are fewer reasons to go out there in terms of gear opportunities and experience opportunities early. So most people stay in the Riverlands. The Riverlands get leveled sooner. So then people want to stay in the leveled areas. So people stay even more in the Riverlands instead of going to an underleveled area. And so it's kind of this like this compounding thing of not enough people being drawn out of the Riverlands into the tropics, into the other areas. Personally think each biome should have a starting area. I don't necessarily think each biome needs to have one, but the good news is we will have, as of right now, 2 on each continent, which I think will help a lot. And one thing that's nice, Nikua for tropics, Valoon for desert. So in that regard, they will kind of have like a pseudo starting area, but the Divine Gate itself kind of serves a purpose of like the split choice. So for example, the Riverlands, that's your Alien Divine Gate. So in your races, you have boop. Gosh darn it. I am human. Races. Kimmin. Boop. All right, cool. So you have your alien humans, you have your Dunes and Kill Dwarves, your Kaivek Orcs, and your Pyrian Elves, right? So, we'll use this one. Your Alien Divine Gate is going to be in the Riverlands. And then you're going to split into your Kalar and your Valoon. So, theoretically, one of these areas in the desert, very likely either Sunhaven or 8th, would be intended to be more of like a startery area based on the split of that. Now they could also have it so based on the split, you know, your Valoon kind of like migrated down this way through Samia's Hope and along this trail, and so you have this as the intended starting area to transition like Divine Gate to Miraleth into the desert. Then over on this side, you'll have your second starting area or that second Divine Gate in this area up in the Anvils. So then, just like you said, you would have your Nikuan starting area, technically, like being Shorefoot. And Shorefoot, oh, what? That's cool. I didn't know that got pulled. Either way, so basically, you would have your second starting area be here. So you've got big event, big scrap, level 6. You've got level 6 stuff here. So after you do that, like, intro, you can either split north to the Dunes and Kelp Mountains, which those would be up here, and that's going to be your Dunir starting area. Or you would go south into the tropics, which is your Nikuan starting area. So through that, you've got starting area, starting area, starting area, starting area, level 50 area. We don't know what these are going to be, but we very much may need like a starker leveling increase because the June Dark's going to be a level 50 zone. We already know that. That's going to scale up with us. So even if we go like starting area up to level 15, up to level 25, up to level 35, up to level 50, that might be might be a little intriguing. Although we have all of these areas as well. And we could very well see one continent be more like starter friendly, anything like that, but just food for thought. But yeah, there will be a lot of starter area accessibility and a lot more choices. And from what we've heard so far, you'll also likely be able to select where you're actually starting on your character. So that'll be cool. I hope they have NPC pirate ships. Interesting. Like that you could plunder for booty. Plundering would be nice. Just more things to do in the Riverlands, like open dungeons farm, gear at XP farm, more things to craft and gather some markers of bear. Oh yeah, and you have the starting area right there. Yeah, there are multiple factors why the Riverlands is so good compared to just about every other zone in the game. It's very, very, very strong. But it's also the most developed. It's the most finished. Like, that's simply how it's going to be. It's had multiple passes and multiple improvements to it the entire time. And other biomes also have, like, other zones also have. But the Riverlands is just, it's real complete. I feel when the game's fully released, you're gonna have only 2 big hubs around the world where market and node is actually populated. Near the biggest resources or best gear, and the rest will be kind of empty besides people target farming. See, I don't necessarily think the same thing because there will be so much player decision that will impact what's available on each node, what's available on each server due to node lockouts, vassling, player decisions on whether they want to be in a more PvP area, less PvP area. Now, I think hubs and more, congested areas will be natural, right? You'll absolutely have carryover in those super, 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 super worthwhile areas, always. But I do also think that you'll have a lot of players who choose to commute from an adjacent area over to those areas, people who choose to be a part of the vassal nodes, so that way they're able to contribute without being directly involved in all of the shit. And then, just go about their own gameplay loop. And I think we already see a bit of that from people who want to stay a little less involved in node wars and everything associated there. But it all breaks down to personal preference. It really does. So I don't really think it'll be too bad, even if you look at it from a stance of like people will only go to where the Metropolis nodes are. The Metropolis nodes aren't going to be the same on any server. And long term, there will also be sieges where eventually and inevitably you'll have a Metropolis node that dies. It'll go down to 0. That is going to change everything on a server so quickly. You could have dungeons close. You could have things become inaccessible. And it may never become accessible again if that node isn't able to build back up. That will have massive implications. You could have a religious metropolis that gets sieged, and you could lose access to the dungeon that opens up when a religious node hits T6. I feel like there won't really be just one static, like, everybody goes here, everybody goes here, everybody goes here. And I also think in terms of people only focusing on certain things, I think that what we'll see in different biomes, if things are done in an ideal way, are very like but different items. And what I mean by that is you have multiple different max HP hammers, like one-handed maces that are in the game for tanks right now. You can already kind of like ascend the scale of those and keep improving over time with different hammer choices, right? With different mace drops. So you get your Ruvidium mace, then you get your Igneous Striker, and then once the Desert Pocket dungeon opens up, you get your Beast Warden's Prod. Now, that already takes you pretty much entirely across the world. And if you want to go Crushbone Warhammer, you're looking in the tropics. So, we're already looking at a lot of traversing just through choices and through progression. Early on, you're going to want your Ruvidium, and then once you can run Forge, you're going to want your Igneous, and then once that Pocket dungeon opens up, you're going to want your Beast Warden's Prod. What happens if there's another Beast Warden's Prod over in Frostgrave Fells? But it's not called Beast Warden's Prod, it's called, I don't know, Dragon's Tamer. That's what I think is going to happen. There will be a lot of like, but different items that are max HP hammers, but different small secondary changes. And through that, you'll have the decision of like, okay, do we want to go all the way over there for this one, or do we just want to farm this one and use the time that we'd save to farm up other things? They already changed the Scarf name. Might swap it up and change the drop locations. They changed Lumenstar like 7 times. I don't even know what it's called anymore. I think it's Sorrow's Edge now. But that thing went through like 3 or 4 renames. No exaggeration. Went through a lot of fucking renames. Ideally, there won't be enough useful build. There will be enough useful build diversity. They don't want to just be everyone at the best weapon dungeon. Oh yeah, there will be a ton of different builds, different preferences and weapon choices. Ideally, and keep in mind, weapons that were underutilized: short bow, daggers. They changed the power distribution on them and the power scaling. And through that, and through adding more accessible things, a lot of people are using daggers and short bows now. Way more than previous. I dropped my Dr. P. Wait, was that a room temp Dr. P that you dropped? And was it a can or a bottle? Bottle? I mean, a bottle's not bad because you can slow open it. I feel like if it was a can, it would be like a pressure cooker without the self-regulator on it. Like, it would be a pressure cooker with a big emphasis on the pressure side of things. Especially when we have gear from each biome that can be BIS or close to BIS. Especially once you have max level 50, there will be so many options on what to do. Not to mention one can be BIS from Mage Bard, cannot be BIS from Mage Summoner. Oh yeah, absolutely. And providing, on top of that, providing diminishing returns. Stay in. What we're already seeing is players hitting the point of power scaling where they're comfortable with their diminishing returns. And then diversifying into other things. And no matter which biome you're in, ideally, you should be able to get to your point of diminishing return power scaling relatively efficiently. And through that, it just becomes preference. And gearing is always situational. Say my target is 195 power, right? And I want to have 6k HP early on. So as soon as I'm starting to hit those targets, I will take off pieces of gear that are less efficient. So say I have one piece of gear that has a 500 power roll, and I can take that off and replace it with the 550 max HP roll, and then get a 900 power helm instead. And I can replace my 400 HP helm. So that would be a net gain and essentially a more efficient slotting for me. With my tank currently, I went through a couple of different phases where I went back and used... Oh shit, I just stepped on my box of Fudge Runs. I went back and I used double Steel Bloom Ring for a little bit. And that was when I did not have a lot of mitigation at all. And I noticed that I was getting absolutely big chungused by not a lot of damage. And when I put on the Steel Bloom Rings, it was nice. But they were about 600 to 700 mit each. Once I got my Iron Wing chest and my Iron Wing gloves, those were each like 11 to 1300 apiece. So I got those. I switched out a 500 max HP chest and like 500 fizz power gloves, and I switched on to obsidian rings. And I regained the power, regained the HP, and then gained more mitigation just because I went with more efficient slotting. Essentially went plus 12% mit or some bullshit like that. Personally, I'm leaning into attack speed and crit for attack with evasion and HP for defense as a ranger. Attack speed and crit for attack with evasion and HP for defense as a ranger. It's working pretty well so far. Play quite different than just stacking damage and mit. Yeah, I mean, crit's a massive scaler right now. I think most DPS should be trying to get to a crit chance and crit damage breakpoint that they're happy with past just their power scaling. I think power scaling is very nice, but at a certain point, like, hit the power that you want and then just stack up some nasty ass crit pieces and you will melt. Crit is the way right now. It's just so ungodly good. Double Steel Bloom Ring is what I'm stuck on, even though I have Iron Wing pieces. What's your mitigation at with Grid Up? Do you know? Because with my current setup with Grid Up, I sit at 57% Fizzmit and 45% Magic Mit. And that is a very, very cozy spot for me. Because I can put up Fortify in an oh shit scenario and get a little bit more, right? And I can go above 60-50. But PvP that we did, I have 35 to 50% evasion due to my Raven Mark. Okay, word. Now, Raven Mark gives evasion. Is there another one that you can put on someone that reduces like their mitigation? Yo, Abarat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Thought I should show you some examples in screenies on your Discord of what I want my couple to look like. Okay, word. Bard can. Strip Mitt. Voil, also, what are your thoughts about renaming Marionette to the Cosby? Ungraded on 50%, high 50% Fizzmit, and low to mid 40 Magic Mitt. Ungraded? Okay, that's solid. Yeah, there's a certain amount where you start hitting diminishing returns pretty staunchly, which is why I kind of like go elsewhere with it. Because even in our 1Vs, like, you were noting when we were watching it back, you were like, pay no attention to like how low my damage is or whatever. And that was because I'm at the point where DRs hit up like crazy. I think 60% Mitt is where you start getting punished. That's why I need the obsidians. Yeah, obby rings are so fucking valuable. Now, if you're happy with your HP scaling as well, you could always go the route of double glittering spall ring. And for small scale and duels, I want to get 2 glittering spall rings and just switch them on because it's 700-ish fizz power rating per ring. It's a lot of fizz power rating, and then it also gives fizz pen. So those are fucking juicy. Those are actual like high tier rings. If you're comfortable with how much HP you have. So I think our 2 choices are either obbies or spalls. But like Ashes Codex, Spall. So even in green, 772 to 783 fizz power rating and 514 to 520 fizz pen rating. That's fucking huge. That's 1500 plus with 2 of them. 2 of those rings is basically a black feather tunic. So that's going to give you plus 10 power just as a standalone. Those are fat. We have a lot of those in the guild already because of our forge farms that we do. When I was here previously, I was a huge advocate, like before the Vegas trip, for us farming forge pretty much nightly, because forge gives absolutely insane weapons, jewelry, pretty much everything in between. So the only thing that it doesn't give that's very insane is a lot of armor. But we can get our armor from Steel Bloom, we can get our jewelry from Forge, our weapons from Forge, and it shouldn't be too difficult. I haven't been going after anything other than my blood hoops for pretty much the whole phase. I'm just not sold on the earring slot going to blood hoops when Lubidon is such high value. Because, like, everyone says glittering small ring is nuts. And, like, sacrificing Lumidon is, in my opinion, a large risk. Because keep in mind, this strength is also going to give you crit damage. It's going to give you fizz power rating. These are giving you right around 1k fizz power rating because it's a 3-to-1. So this is 183 to 186. So you are right around 1k fizz power rating per Lumidon earring. Finding a Lumidon earring is, in my opinion, just about as impactful as getting a black feather tunic drop. Especially considering it's a standalone in terms of the fizz power rating. I technically own 2 blue Lumidon earrings. Yeah, you should wear these shits then. What the fuck do you mean? Especially if you consider you'd throw those bad boys up to Lego eventually. Look at that juice. Look at that juice. I don't know. I was using a gray Lumidon earring for the longest time. I finally got my second green. I gave away a glittering spall ring that I won, right? I won the roll on it. I gave it to one of our mages. Not one of our mages. I'm so sorry. One of our rangers. Jesus. The ranger player stopped playing. And so I messaged them one day on Discord and I was like, "Ayo, can I get some of that gear back so I can redistribute it?" Motherfucker ignored my message. Never messaged me back. Still has my glittering spall ring. And the worst part is, after I gave away the first one, I saw how happy it made the DPS to actually have one of those bad boys. And a second one dropped and I passed on it. Or emptied it. Just cashed out. I mean, glittering spall rings, we were finding them like, when was that? That was like week 1, I'm pretty sure. Week 1 or week 2. But that was really early on because I figured out that Zammer's room was just a nuts like loot pinata right now. As long as you have the right spawn for it. You just have to get everybody pulled to the back of the room where we go. I want a Lego spall ring. Never seen it yet. Oh, God. A Lego spall ring? Yup. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. What the fuck? I mean, even heroics, man. The thing about it is it's the glittering steel ingot. And you need 2 steel ingots per glittering steel ingot. So you need 2 coal per glittering steel ingot. And you need 13 glittering steel ingots. That is 26 coal. You imagine you're pumping a Lego? Chat, what was coal going for phase 2 when people were crafting? Wasn't Lego coal essentially like half gold cap? Like, that shit was fucking stupid. I'm pretty sure people were selling blue and heroic for 100 gold plus. Coal is dropping nice now. I have blue and heroic coal at the moment. How much money have you made off of your RMTing this phase, Mr. Voyle, sir? Do you care to come clean to the class? What are your thoughts? Be quiet for not. No, it's okay. It's okay. I don't really hit rocks that much. Neither of which are Lego. That is true. That is absolutely 0 Lego coal. Which means that you have no progress. Coal ain't in demand yet. That's also very true. Unless people are using it for fuel. Will it be banging soon? It will not be banging soon. Coal will be popping in like November. I'll be completely honest. Coal will be popping after TwitchCon, dog. I don't think it's going to be much else than that. I'm testing all the Blood Hoop stuff, and after the scrims, I'm still not sure Blood Hoop isn't a good move for the Defender tank we're talking about, mostly because you longbow. I mean, like, I get it, but I also think that the biggest thing about attack speed is more so the action speed on your abilities than anything else. I think the most valid test of attack speed on a tank would be to see if it makes your grapple smoother. Because if it reduces the action time for your abilities, like it does with Pulverize, then in theory, attack speed would also make your grapple projectile faster and potentially smoother. And I feel as though that might be the road to salvation. But I'm also not sure that I would sacrifice everything else. No, that shit still whiffs. That's so sad. That's so sad. I mean, I personally found that jumping when I throw my grapple is a huge benefit to me. And I've also noticed that I think a lot of it is because the grapple itself comes out so low that people clip into the terrain when they're on their way. I imagine it works for all classes. You can give people the single target alacrity and the AoE and it stacks together. So you can give them like 35% attack speed. It's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. I love a shorter snipe charge attack, so nice, especially in PvP. If a motherfucker's sniping me, I'm gonna reflect that shit. If I see a snipe cast bar, that's coming back at you so hard. I'm just establishing that right now. Don't be too fast. I'll show you too fast. You say too fast. Brother, I have nasty reflex in 1Vs. Never snipe the tank. Yeah, if you snipe the tank, you're gonna have a bad time. You're gonna have a very bad time. Ton about it like touches up and it doesn't work. Yeah, there are a few things that make the actual grapple connection not go so well. But it's okay. I personally think it still needs just an augment to the ability itself that reduces its total range and makes it an AoE grapple in a 5-meter range with 5 targets instead of a 25-meter grapple for 1 target. I think that would be much better. Does it reflect the full damage? You want to see something funny about reflect? You brace for your next hit, doubling your block mitigation rating. So I take less damage. The first incoming hit within the next 3 seconds is reflected back to the attacker, dealing 100% fizz damage, plus additional damage based on the amount of damage taken by the deflected attack. Up to a maximum, that's a typo, of 800% fizz damage. It's 900 total fizz damage. 900% total fizz damage that can come back at you. So the harder you hit me, the harder it's coming back. And then, if Reflect successfully reflects damage to an attacker, that attacker also becomes tripped. That's why everybody's getting tripped after the grapple. So yes, it reflects full damage. On top of that, it reflects bonus damage. And it is a very, 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 very good initiate ability. Now, the thing about it is in large scale, you've got to time it up. You've got to be pretty selective with everything. You can't just be out there spamming it because to clear it's not 900% of the hit. Yeah, it's up to 900% of our fizz damage based on the damage of the hit. Correct. What if I silence you, though? A silence would stop us from casting it in the first place. So that would be good for you. My snipe on you could one-shot me if you reflect it. Yeah, so it wouldn't be like 800% of your snipe damage coming back at you, because that'd be like 8k or whatever. It would be 800% of my max fizz power. So realistically, if you sniped me, I could hit you for 900% of 194.5. Which is 9x. So that's the big thing there. That's a big chunkaroo. Let's see. And I could show that in yesterday, 2 days ago's VOD. Because we were doing some dual skis. It was like 8v8s and shit. Actually, I lost the timestamp. But there were one of the fights where I ended up like in an overextended spot, like 1v4, and then ended up getting killed with my reflect that also saved my life. Which was fucking massive. Just got a random DM after I said that. Wait, said what? Oh, wait. Yeah, that guy's banned in chat because he came in and that was the one that came in with like 4 of his friends and said that because they ran New World, they were going to come over and run Ashes and we're making fun of them. And they also keep DMing me on Twitch. Yeah, it's weird. There have been a few very parasocial like freaks that have come out of the woodwork lately in Ashes. Been the WTT guys. Only one of them. The rest of them stopped coming in. But yeah, there have been a couple of parasocial freaks coming out the woodwork. Between like person that posted in Discord and tried to make me look bad because they were trying to justify mob training. And they got banned and tried to take a bunch of out of context clips and sent me DMs on Discord for literally 48 hours non-stop. And then these guys who were banned and sitting in chat every day while they're banned, watching the stream even on Ash's downtime days, and are now DMing people in chat. Like, it's so weird. You better fear WTT. I'm shaking in my Adidas sweatpants, Huffington. I'm absolutely shaking. I don't know. Oh God. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what the answer is. But I'm down horrendous. I'm absolutely down horrendous. Hey, band guy, fuck you. You don't need to kick him while he's down. My God. But yeah, I heard WTT was coming through. Do we have a ghost? We have multiple ghosts. Yes, indeed. I don't know, like, I just don't understand that. Why would people care about me and my stream to that degree, right? That's the weirdest thing to me. Like, I'm not even a big streamer that these people are fanning over and being parasocial over and obsessing over. Like, I'm irrelevant, dog. I promise, if you guys were banned in my chat and you're one of the, like, 6 people all time that have been banned in my chat, and you're still here just watching the stream, brother, just find something else to do. Like, I'm not gonna lie. At this point, it's unhealthy for your mental to be existing in this economy where you are messaging people in my chat while you're banned getting roasted by my chat. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not even a big enough streamer to have fans, but you're acting like a fan. I'm gonna put that out there. How to be bad at New World when there's only 3 buttons? I don't know. Ask every shot caller in New World, Maximus. I don't know. Ask every shot caller and 90% of AoE healers. On a roast, I'm Dusty on board. I know. I was thinking about like a community game for us to play or something. Something where I could just cook y'all for a little bit. I feel like that would be pretty fun. I miss gaming. I couldn't game much at all this weekend. And now that we're back, people are DMing people over getting in trouble for... No, so basically, there was a mob trainer in chat that was trying to defend mob training on other people. Because they were like, I only grief on the griefers. Like, I only mob train on the griefers and the mob trainers. And so I tried to explain to them that by mob training... Yo, chat, thank you for the level 8 combo. I appreciate you guys. Get your biddies and your titties out. By, like, mob training on the mob trainers, they are facilitating the problem of mob training and griefing by making it happen more. And I think, like, they failed to recognize that and thought that they were in their own head this like Batman-esque vigilante that was cleaning the streets and would single-handedly grief the griefers off of the game, not realizing that they themselves were facilitating the griefing on a deeper level. And so I tried to explain to them multiple times, like, where their logic was flawed here, and explain to them that Intrepid has asked us specifically in these, like, in these moments to report it to customer service and move on and don't participate in the action itself so they can fix it. That's the goal. And essentially, they were so set on, like, well, I've reported it before and Intrepid doesn't do anything about it, so I'm taking matters into my own hands. And then I presented them with the logical fallacy of, if you're reporting people for mob training, but you're also mob training and getting reported for mob training, then your report gets thrown out because you're the mob trainer. And they didn't want to understand that either. Where if you're getting reported for something by an entire group of people because you're mob training on a group of people to grief one person who is a known griefer, that you yourself become reported and tagged as a mob trainer, and your reports of mob training are probably now thrown out. So they didn't want to understand that, and they just kept trying to defend it and justify mob training. And eventually, I started having fun, and I started roasting their shit. I called them a wannabe Batman vigilante having ass. I told them that they didn't have a fucking Punisher skull associated with their name, that they weren't dispensing justice in the streets. And I told them that they had a childish view on every bit of their perception. And you know what they did? They DM'd me for over 48 hours straight on Discord after being banned from my chat, after also DMing me in game, while sitting in my chat, responding to what I was saying in chat, DMing me in game, me pulling out my ignore list and explaining that I had 0 people on my ignore list in game, and was asking them if they wanted to be the first person added to my Ashes ignore list. I told them I would give them a chance as a man to duck out of the conversation, and I would keep them off of my ignore list in case they ever wanted to message me and realize they were being a child and apologize for being the way they are as an existing human being. And instead of doing that, they sent me a fucking MLA formatted essay about how I have an ego because of how I'm handling this and talking down to him in my stream. So past that, they DM'd me for 48 hours plus with no response whatsoever. and over the course of DMing me for 48 hours plus nonstop with no response whatsoever, also tried to put together a highly edited, like, basically clip montage of me roasting him and some of my best one-liners. Hold on, I'll pull it up. That shit was heat. Two minutes and 48 seconds, by the way, of them getting roasted. Hold on. Instead of being petty and thinking that just because somebody bumps you on the street, you need to go bump them back to get the last bump. You're being a child and perpetuating an issue because you're personally hurt and you think you need to return energy. No, be a fucking adult. Say, they're being griefers. I'm going to play the game and not perpetuate grief. You're acting like a Keep in mind, they were putting this up. Like, they put the text on the screen like it was Snapchat. Now, keep in mind, they say that's quite literally not the argument. But again, the argument was that they got mob trained on by somebody, so they felt it was justified to mob train back onto people and to grief the griefer. And I gave the analogy that if somebody came up to them and bumped them on the shoulder in the street, if they would go back and shoulder bump the person that shoulder bumped them to get revenge on the shoulder bump, or if they would just move on with their day. And they wouldn't grasp the concept that the shoulder bump, while being extremely irrelevant, is just as irrelevant in the form of an entire day as getting trained on once. And you don't need to let it bend your entire day out of form. I made the cut. I got a DM from the WTT guy. Bruh. This isn't even the WTT guy, by the way. This was one parasocial person that was banned from chat. The WTT guy is another parasocial person that was banned from chat. Like, the freaks are coming out in force. So we're 15 seconds in, by the way. Be a fucking adult. Say, they're being griefers. I'm going to play the game and not perpetuate grief. You're acting like a child saying... And then they jump cut it. My philosophy is fuck around, find out. It's fine if you don't function that way. I've always tried the other routes. It simply doesn't work. Fucking around and finding out does not mean that you're going to mob train on somebody again. If somebody bumps your shoulder in the street, are you going to turn around, run up to them, and bump their shoulder again? Your philosophy is not
Kieran, how are you, my friend?
Finding out you're an internet tough guy that's trying to get revenge in a virtual world because somebody made you slightly angry by doing something bad to you. You're a fucking fake Robin Hood ass mentality in an MMO. It's not fuck around, it's find out. It's not a Punisher skull. You need to check your mentality and stop being a part of the problem. You simply need to check. If you don't want to defend yourself against harassment, he says, like, brother, look at this paragraph. Look at this shit. So he tried to post this in the Ashes Discord. Who's that? This was somebody that was trying to defend mob training on other people who mob trained in chat and got banned. And then spent 48 hours DMing me on Discord, getting ignored on Discord, about how I had such a big ego. Yeah, this guy was here like over a week ago. And he literally spent days DMing me, gathering clips, stitching together edits like this, and posting it in the Ashes Discord, trying to be like, this streamer is just a massive ego, and like, this guy's such an asshole. And like, 3 people that were also griefers that don't play the game anymore were like, yeah, fuck that Dusty guy. Like, one of the guilds that used to deck on us in P2 after I would log offline for the night and reverse stream snipe us was like, yeah, Dusty's always had like small dick energy or something like that. And I was like, brother, you've always sucked at the game and your guild's dead. I didn't say it, but it didn't need to be said. That motherfucker doesn't even play anymore. He just lurks in the Ashes Discord lurking. I don't know. It's like the 3 people that responded, I don't even think actively play the game anymore and all got farmed off of the game because they were so disliked. So yeah, he essentially put together like this and other videos and stuff like that. I didn't even watch all of this one. But yeah, he just like stitches things together And like, brother, like, look at all this text. Like, this is psychotic behavior. This is actually psychotic behavior. This is because we called them a child and made fun of them for admitting that they were a mob trainer. And tried to explain to them many times that what they were doing was very not good behavior. We'll just crash over the mob training. Oh, that's old news. No, that's old news. That was older stuff. We were talking about parasocial people. Because there have been two very weird parasocial people in chat recently. Both of whom have been banned because I used to be very cautious about banning people because I was like, well, I don't want to be known as that guy that bans people. But I'm also not going to be known as that streamer that just doesn't have boundaries. So, like, stream's comfortable. Everything's fine. My life's good. I'm not worried about another, +1 viewer that's going to show up and just bring weird vibes anyways. So what we've started doing is when people want to try to justify mob training, exploiting, just being a general douchebag, we call it out. If they don't acknowledge what's wrong with it, and they try to fight all of that, like this guy did, who tried to justify mob training on other people for over an hour and would not simply grasp the fact that what he was doing was also griefing, got to a point where I just banned him. At a certain point, I don't want brain dead motherfuckers in here ruining the entire vibe of everything we've built. And so, same thing with our most recent person. There was someone who came in probably like a week ago as well. Last week was a big one for parasocial people. Someone else who came in like last week was like just coming into yap and like ego yapping, right? And eventually their ego yapping got very weird and they were like DMing me on like Twitch after streams and stuff. And just again being very parasocial, like a 12-year-old child that was excited to play their first game of basketball. And instead of being like, yo, look forward to the game, they just talk shit and they were like, you'll never beat me. And so I think what really triggered them when they came in was that I called out their haircuts, and without even knowing what they look like based on their yap alone, I knew that they were broccoli-headed fucks. And so I called them broccoli-headed fucks, and then they really took offense to that. And like him and all two of his friends that were in chat, because he brought in all of his friends, by the way, the whole gang pulled up, the squaw. So they got really angry when I called them broccoli-headed fucks and just went on a tirade about how they're gonna run the entire game. I was like, oh, are you guys gonna come in and take down Polar and Purple and Fed and everybody else? And they were like, yeah, we're on top. We ran New World. We're gonna run this shit too. So yeah. Eventually, all his friends, but they have a 50-man guild and also haven't created their guild yet. They also bought a guild vault, but they wouldn't tell us what node their guild vault was in. One of them said that they bought a guild vault already because they were trying to flex how rich their guild was. And I was like, wait, there's no way that you guys already have enough money to buy a guild vault. And one of the dumb fucks went to flex and they were like, oh yeah, we do. And I was like, what node's your guild vault in? And then I think one of them caught on and like stopped the other one from talking. And I was like, brothers, there is no guild vault. And when the first yapper came in, I go, hey brother, can you tell me what your main hand weapon for your melee weapon is called? The name of it. And he couldn't. Literally couldn't name a single melee main hand weapon that a cleric would use because he said he was a cleric player. So for me, it's like, I'm not afraid to kind of like trim the fat a little bit at this point. I think in order for me to enjoy what I do, I also have to sacrifice some people. It's blood for the blood god. And like maintaining the vibe, maintaining the integrity of stream, all of that stuff. Extremely important. Extremely important. But especially with like how parasocial people have been, the second people are like parasocial at this point in like a very weird way, it's just not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. Like, I feel like the second people get timed out or banned from chat for something and then start like DMing myself or members of the community. Keep in mind, the guy that we're talking about right now that was banned most recently, the one that was like yapping saying that he was going to take everyone out. Hoofsay! My favorite parasocial lad. No, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. We'll grab lunch soon, dude. We'll come hang out. We'll kick it up by the pool. You know what it is. I'll even let you pick me up, dog. So it's great. It's great. Make sure you bring my favorite jacket from your closet. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. I love you, host. What's the Ashes referral code get you? If you use my Ashes referral code, another 0 just trying to keep off the list. Listen, you put a 1 and 2 zeros in front of that gifted total, and we're talking. You're off the list for a while. So with the Ashes referral code, if you use !Ashes, 15%, 1/5 of all of your purchases that you make for the lifetime of your account come back to me as in-game currency. So like not gold, silver, copper, but when the in-game store is out, that's going to be transmogs, dyes, stuff like that. It's nothing that impacts power scaling, pay for convenience, pay to win. None of that exists in Ashes and will never exist. It's just cosmetics. So essentially it allows me to get cosmetics without having to pay for them. So just a way to show support, you guys also get that same referral code when you create your accounts. So if you do have friends coming in, you can do all of that too. You got like 6 friends using a promo code? Oh yeah, the promo code fucking rocks. That shit's great. And the fact that every account has it, regardless of like whether you're a content creator or not. I'm not even in the Ashes content creator program. I simply just exist. So yeah, if you have friends that are coming in, they use your promo code. They come in, they have friends that are coming in, they have someone use their promo code. And it's literally just like, it's a no loss thing. And as long as you have people that are using your code and their subs active, you'll get money off their sub. You'll get money from any of their purchases, all of that. So it's just kind of that thing that keeps cycling through. Yo, Crackle, EDU, brother. I hope you're doing well. Oh, you can change the referral code? I'm thinking that'll probably be for content creators. I won't lie. Because like normal referral code will probably be the link, and then one of the content creators will be like, or one of the content creator perks could be like, oh, creator code DustyWhy in your referral code or something, and like allowing content creators to be put into the referral code after the fact or some shit like that. All right, listen, man, it'd be better with Ashes tomorrow. It's always a beautiful time with Ashes tomorrow. We got uptime back up. A while's relative. That could be a very long while. That could be a very short while. But a while is a while, even if you're a crocodile, hoofs. But yeah, changing the referral code, stuff like that. I've also thought about that. Like, I call it the posthumous referral code edition as well. So, like, you've made your account, but you haven't played. Oh, like, change which referral I use. Okay, that's what I was just going to say, too. Yeah, that would be really nice, too. Now, I did bring that up at one point. And they were basically like, the referral code is supposed to be for, like, how someone initially discovered the game. And I'm like, right. But at the same time, if somebody initially discovers it, that doesn't mean they're going to buy it. If someone drives by a car lot, they're going to initially discover the car, but the car salesman is going to get credit for the sale of the car and the commission. And what you're looking at here is not really a game salesman. My job isn't to sell people on it, but people come in after seeing the car, and then they ask me questions about the engine, about the seats, about the vibrating butt plug that comes out of the driver's seat if you press your hazards 4 times and turn left. All of those things are things that people wouldn't know about the car without asking me first, thus probably wouldn't purchase without asking me first. So that's one thing that I've always thought about, being able to do like a one-time posthumous change to the actual like referral code system thing. They're going to see the car on the lot, then test drive it so the salesman does all the work, then they're just going to go online to buy it instead. Yo, there was one time I was working in sales, right? I was working in sales, and it wasn't cars, but I was selling beds. I worked at Mattress Firm, and that was the last like full-time job I had before I went full-time on stream. And we had one day, I was working with another one of our salespeople on the floor, and the other salesperson was working with somebody for legitimately like an hour and a half, and this dude had come in and tried out like every single bed, and we always had the lowest sales and would price match plus 10% if anybody found it cheaper anyways, because we could work our margins. And I don't know if it was something against the other salesperson or what, but after like an hour and a half, this dude had tried every bed and he was like, all right, found the one I love. And she was basically like, all right, cool. You wanna come over? We'll get it ordered. I'll see when it can ship to you. And he goes, oh no, I'm good. I'm just gonna order it online, thanks. And just walks the fuck out. And she just stood there, and it was so abrupt that she was like, what the fuck? And he just beelined out immediately. It was like he shit his pants levels of emergency getting out of our store. But yeah, I've seen that whole thing actually happen before. I had a tactic for that though. I would literally, people would tell me that they'd be like going to look online at stuff, and I'd be like, what website you gonna check out? And they'd tell me, and I'd be like, I'll save you the time. I'll pull it up right now. And then I would just beat the price if they beat our price. But I'd be like, yeah, I'll look at the website for you, bitch. I'll do that shit right now. That's what we do. That's what we do. We let them see the website here. But yeah, as of right now, he's gonna pay on more online. Exactly. Do we get to see the feature of that car? Like everything except the butt plug. Yeah, the butt plug is reserved. That's like the Tesla FSD add-on where you have to like pay more each month. I wish the salesman would have the balls to say, I'll look it up for you, bitch. I've sworn at customers before. Not in like an argumentative way, but like I'm a very like agreeable and excitable person. So I have absolutely let a couple of very excited fuck yeahs slip out before. So like there have been guests that have had we call them guests, like guest customers, whatever. We had people that would come in that would have very specific like sleep needs. They'd have fucked up backs, whatever. And there were times where I would work really hard to get somebody in like a bed that was actually going to be comfortable for them. And when I would hit, I'd be like, fuck yeah. And they just look at me and they'd be like, wait. And I'd be like, wait. And then it'd be chill. Some customers were very chill. Need a tier 3 sub. I mean, the T3 sub does get you some perks. I won't lie. Butt plugs have you on Dusty's mind today? A butt plug's always a high value purchase. Yeah, I feel like it can be used for many things. Because like a butt plug isn't specifically just limited to being a butt plug as well. Like if you are, I don't know, roasting fresh peppers for a salsa and you don't have like a mortar and pestle and you need a mortar and pestle, you could use your butt plug to mash the peppers. Say you are gardening and you're going to insert bulbs into the ground for your perennials. Use that butt plug, drill it into the ground. You've got, depending on the size, approximately a 6 to 8 inch hole where you can then put your bulbs for your perennials. I feel like people sleep on the value of multi-use tools. What did I walk into? We're just discussing how to be a handyman around the house. I don't know. We're just discussing a lot of like home upkeep. Now, I'm not an expert, of course. I improvise daily because I rent an apartment. I'm not like a homeowner, an esquire, or anything like that. I just do my best to exist daily. But you speaking from experience? Yeah. What do you mean? I'm broke as shit. So the thing is, like, a butt plug can function as a shovel in a gardening sense, but a shovel from gardening struggles to function as a butt plug in a sexual sense. So I try to figure out the like least common denominator of something that can be enjoyed in the most possible ways. And through that, we're typically able to focus our spending on very efficient purchases. We only live with a few things in the house, but like stirring pasta. I don't have any spoons. Pasta still gets stirred. I don't know the context because we had a mechanic tell a customer, that's not my fucking problem. I mean, that's valid. That's valid as fuck. You're always been disassociating. Can't go disassociating? Never. What the fuck did you even say? Wait, what do you mean? Where'd it go? How long ago was this? I don't even know where you went. My man just like imagined he said something. Not if you're brave enough. Ow, I just punched my mic arm. That is true. Anything's a butt plug if you're brave enough. It's just a matter of actually like weathering the storm and getting through it. But I also think like realistically anything can be used as a butt plug once. Cause either it dies or you die. and then it can't be used again. But like, really, just like Minesweepers? Yeah, I mean, that is true. That is true. The jar breaks, yeah, then you have no more jar. And then the Fupo gets out. Escapes the jar. Then you've got a whole lot to deal with. So what if we put Minesweepers in butt plugs? Or butt plugs in Minesweepers? I feel like I'd have to fulfill the same function to qualify, though. Otherwise, it's just like inserting something. Like, the function is that, though, right? Because, like, function of butt plug is to plug butt. Function of shovel is to dig hole. If you take an object and you dig a hole, it's technically a shovel. If you take an object and put it in your butt, it's plugging your butt. It's a butt plug. I don't think that classifications are a static thing. I think that a lot of people, you know, they go off of what's recommended by society. But take this, for example. This is, to society standards, a 40-ounce water bottle with a straw lid and a handle. Now, what we see here is a very nice introduction into a Thicky McChungus with a handle for added safety and retrieval. It's all just a matter of how you're willing to approach things creatively. Like, for example, take, if you will, this one-handed axe. Now you may think, Dusty, that looks incredibly painful. There's no possible way you could. Well, what you're underestimating is that inside of the handle of this one-handed axe, there's also a smaller blade, which has a flange base for added safety. And should that blade get stuck, you now have the axe to get it out. You just have to be slightly more creative. You just have to look at the world differently. I'm not much of an artist, but I am a man of logic and wisdom. And also my blade won't screw back into my axe. I feel like that's a very Reddit mod thing to say, but technically that's planks. If anyone ever breaks in while I'm asleep, then it's planks. It's plank's responsibility to kind of like fend them off. Tip needs to be chunkier than the rest or it gets stuck. The tip? No, you want a flange base. You want the opposite of the tip. You want the base. You want the bottom to be chunkier than the rest, so that way it doesn't get sucked in. Yeah, that's like the is it butt plug flowchart. It's like, can you fit it in your butt? Yes. Does it have a flange base? No, not a butt plug. Yes, butt plug. That's a very simple thing. So always step one before step two. But once you get past step one, you're up tremendous. Speaking of butt plugs, I need to go fill mine up. And I'm going to go get some chicken. I'll be right back. One sec, chat. Someone link me a YouTube video. I filled up my water, and then I forgot to grab my water. All right, boys, we're back. Hello. Technically, the axe head could be the flanged and hooked base. That's true. That is true. Generic, hello, my friend. How are you? How are you? Who's been putting out clickbait YouTube videos recently? I know half of these motherfuckers have been. What you getting up to today, my friend? I feel like everybody's just making up things to be angry about right now because there's nothing to actually be that angry about. I'll be completely honest. I think if crafting is hard, then people should just say crafting is hard and then just wait for it to get better and provide feedback while it gets better. Just my personal take on it. I think very logically, if everybody that says, oh my god, crafting is hard, crafting is hard, crafting is hard, that is crafting, immediately shies away from the changes simply because they feel less than ideal, then the feedback itself is never provided to the team that needs the feedback to actually fix the problems that's making the players leave. So, I think people need to realize that we are in a testing state. Testing means things can go good or bad. And in testing, it's like tasting food. The dish is being cooked. If the dish is being cooked and it lacks salt, and your dear partner has you try a dish and it just needs some salt, just needs a little bit of tuning, are you gonna try it and instantly, fuck you, get the fuck out of the kitchen, that's fucking awful, and then never eat from your partner's, preparation again? No, you'll probably just be like, oh, throw a pinch of salt in that bitch. But everybody in the MMO scene wants to be so goddamn reactive and so offended in a literal test. There's no other way to put it. It's an alpha. It's a test. And so many people are so incredibly reactive and so quick to criticize when realistically the problems of today are so much less than the problems of even a few months ago. Remember when people functionally just couldn't really play the game in the first place, PvP wise, because everything was just Thanos snap here, there, and everywhere? So even if you were trying to run a caravan, you couldn't do that because it was just actually getting one-shotted by other players? Remember when the entire meta was just every single fizz damage dealer using every piece of the gear the exact same? And every single magic dealer using the exact same gear? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Remember back in December when you were trying to level with a group? And you literally had to restart your game because your group experience wouldn't distribute because there was a party bug on the back end that was fixed? Remember when people were just farming mobs by stacking them and having them stand still and not reset? It's much better. It's much better. Still kind of the same gear-wise. I think gear-wise, it is already substantially different than it previously was. Even just in the sense that you have variance once people are hitting their power diminishing return band. Now, there are always going to be pieces that are very, very commonly, used among archetypes, or like a crossover between archetypes, for example, like Black Feather Tunic, right? But because of power diminishing return bands, because of the changes that have come in, and because of there being other options, you now have more options on the top end, already a thing. And essentially, there are options past just power picky. From class perspective, I feel the goal of BIS is the same. Yeah, I mean, depends on the class or the archetype that you're playing, I guess. Because even as tanks gear a ton of different ways. And I may be biased to that with tank. Because even I don't know, I think tank is probably one of those that has the most variance tank to tank. And I think that other archetypes may have less variance in both playstyle and gearing intent. But I do think tank is very blessed in the sense that it has a ton of options, both in gearing, both in active builds. Like, any ability that we switch in or out can completely change what our functionality is. Would you rather grow a wizard beard or a dwarf beard? Aren't they kind of the same? Except a dwarf beard is just like braided. Ego mitigation, power crit, whereas Mage Ranger is gets 200 power, massacre power and chance. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Some are much more one-dimensional, and I do consider myself pretty blessed to be playing tank right now because I feel like tank is in a very good spot overall. Some people complain that we're very strong in 1v1s. My feedback to that is suck my cock. 1v1s don't matter. Let us be good in literally anything ever without being fucking jealous. All we do is die because other people want to AFK the entire game. Just let us have one thing. Just let us have one fucking thing that we can have fun in. Okay? Suck my entire cock. That's my feedback to people who say the tanks are good at 1v1s. Let us be. Doesn't fucking matter. Shut up. Anyways, past that, my feedback is rogue. Oh god. Oh god. I don't want to think about rogue. I don't want to think about rogue. I don't want to talk about rogue. Rogue's OP as fuck. So I think rogue itself. Yo, Keiko. Wait, the rug. Your message didn't go through again, by the way. You remember a while ago when you were posting books in chat and your messages weren't going through? I haven't seen a message from you in like 30 minutes, Kenko. Legitimately, I don't think your shit posted. But yes, I hope you sleep well. I hope you sleep well. See you in 30 minutes. Bro, I hate Twitch. Yeah, that's why you were like, I've been disassociating. Did you like see my last message? I scrolled up in the last message. You were talking about like titties or whatever we were talking about previously. But so for me, rogue is not even at a state where it is like just OP. Rogue is at a state where it's got a couple of very unfun mechanics. And I think unfun mechanics in and of themselves are very dangerous to base classes' strengths around. That is a big part of why I'm worried about some of the summoner kit that was data mined as well. I think it's okay for things to feel strong, but I think there should be a certain element to, like, I don't know, I'm whimsical whenever I'm playing a tank and I either throw a wall or get hit by a wall. I think wall is one of the most fun abilities in Ashes of Creation. That shit just pops up immediately and you can have all of your momentum full faceplant into a wall that you have to adapt to and go around or over. And then, like, you also have the adaptability of your tank hits a wall and you're just like, oh shit, we all take advantage of this. We all play around this. This LOS matters. And it's also an ability that's very strong if cast right and can kill your entire raid if you cast it wrong. I've done both. Master of both, if I do say so myself. I'll play some really good walls for both sides of the fight. So that takes talent. But I think things like wall, it's not a loss of player like agency, which is player agency. Player agency is a huge thing that I'm an advocate for. I don't like being in fights where I'm just diddied and Cosby'd, and then I look like I got, you know, my wallet stolen on a one-night stand with a hooker named Justice. And for me, I want to actually have the option of playing around something. Hey, yo, Minwell. Is that the big 56 months? My God. My God. You're gonna be at the 5-year badge soon? Brother, that's crazy. That's crazy. I hope you've been well, dude. I hope you're well. That banana's looking pretty as fuck. I just got back from I just choked. I just got back from Vegas. I'll steal your wallet? You should. You should. Carla gave me cash today because I used my card at the grocery store because I get cash back on my card. How was? Oh, dude, the Kendrick concert was fucking insane. The Kendrick concert was fucking insane. It was so ungodly good. Like, our seats were ridiculous. Our like POV was insane. Just everything was nuts. Everything was nuts. Vegas was fun. I would not want to live in Vegas. I would never want to be anywhere near Vegas for an extended period. But it was fun. It was fun. It was fun to visit. Like, I'd go back, like, for a weekend or something. But there's a certain amount of Vegas where you're just like, all right, that's enough Vegas. Like, I'm good on this. And, like, since we came back up, because it's Carla's first time in Maine, she's like, wow, it's so fucking green up here. Like, it's so nice up here. And she's driving by, like, we're going by, like, apartments, and like they have some plants outside. She's like, oh my god, the landscaping, it's so nice. And I'm like, you haven't even seen landscaping yet. What do you mean? These are just stray plants. They extended my carryover vacay. Do you have time to pull up on you? Yeah, come through. I mean, I'm just chilling. I don't know when it's about to be, or when you're looking at, but we have the Iceland trip. We leave for that in a week. We're gone for 2 weeks, and then we're back end of June, and then here until TwitchCon. So tremendous. Okay, I've been checking custom rugs, Spanish business, to get an Ashes logo rug for my room. Roughly 300. I'm gonna see if I can add the Ashes of Creation above the logo without Steven kicking my ass. It'd be cool. Would a custom rug company be able to make a copyrighted logo and sell it? Genuine question. When's TwitchCon? October. And there are probably some people from the community that will want roommates. AKA Nin. I don't know who else is going, but it'll be July. July, I would be home for. Yeah. So July will be back the entire month. August will be back the entire month. September will be back the entire month. And then October, there's TwitchCon weekend, and then we're back. So, yeah. Busy month, though. Vegas last weekend. Home for, it was like 9 days. And then 2 weeks in Iceland with the Iceland streams. It's going to be crazy. And it's going to be hard to keep the sub count up during that. I worry about that. But we try our best. Getting back from Vegas, I was like, oh. But it's okay. It's okay. I love the community. The community loves me, and I trust. Real question. Why do you have the launcher open on a Wednesday? So it's kind of like looking at tits when you're jerking off. So you know that you're not going to actually be able to touch the tits, but it's still nice to have that kind of visual stimulation to kind of aid in the entire process. By the way, Crafter, sorry, I got on a little rant there, but to your analogy about artisan stuff, they didn't just forget the salt, they burned the tomatoes and the chicken is raw. Burned the tomatoes is crazy. I mean, but then it's important to like get back in the kitchen with them, dog. Like, it's important in my mind to provide the feedback and really be, I don't know, the spearhead of the change as the core crafting community. Like, think of it this way. If PvP balance had sucked and there weren't PvP players, and the time to kill changes were never initiated in the first place, the attribute rework, all of this, instead of it being fast TTK, people have no idea how fast time to kill was before the time to kill changes compared to this. This is day and night different than pre-TTK changes. And if you played pre-TTK changes, you know. If TTK wasn't changed, people would still think they're good. Oh yeah, like pre-time to kill changes, it was just, I have better gear, I press button first, I have 600 power, you die. It was essentially a Wild West duel where it was walking 3 steps away, turning and saying draw, except instead of pulling out the old Western 6-shooter, they were pulling out intercontinental ballistic missiles and sending them at the other person's chest. That was it. It was just decimation. The first projectile to impact was a guaranteed kill. It was fucked. People auto-attacking for 1,500. And everybody had 3,200 HP. At most. I was a tank in the first node siege, initiating with like 3,600, and I felt beefy as fuck. Like, there were other things that we could have done, but the power piggy meta was the power piggy meta. I might have been higher than 36. Either way, it was nowhere near what I'm at right now. This change has been a very, 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 very good start. And keep in mind, they also they very, very much like told us and emphasized this is a start. This is not supposed to be the finish. This is not supposed to be the final product. I got to put in a request for them to extend it because I have 55 hours to use before July 1st with no extension, but I don't have the staff yet. Well, tell them they're going to have less staff if they don't approve it because you're going to walk the fuck out. And then they'll probably approve your vacation and then find more staff. Subscribe for more business tips and tricks. Flights hella cheap. I mean, flights were really cheap anyways. Like, I went Boston to Vegas, I think for it's a few $100. Like, it was not bad. It was not bad at all. Yeah, depending on like when you're looking, it's probably cheap as fuck. And honestly, our flights weren't even full. So yeah, just let me know because we'll be around. TwitchCon's October, but I'll be here. Like, I think we get back like the 26th or 27th of June. And then after that, I'm back for a while. Back for a while. And then TwitchCon, but July 14th and 20th. Okay, hit me up. Like, I don't know, on Discord or something. And we can try to plan more out, but yeah, we'll feel it out. But you know, I agree, like, crafting is by no means perfect. Crafting is also by no means intended to be perfect right now. It's not intended to be in a finished, polished state. Hey, you too, brother. It is intended to be a work in progress. Like, one thing that Steven said recently as well, I believe this was in the dev stream. I do have the list of dev stream notes up, but it's a bit of a flashbang. So let me double check. Oh no, we're good. I got my dark mode up. Okay. Here we go. So this is a list of notes from the dev stream, like the last dev stream. And essentially, where is it? Economy revamp. Intrepid will be scaling back the large crafting requirements for recipes. They'll be working on making introductory recipes and crafts to be easily gained at low levels in order to close the gap between dropped gear and crafted gear in the initial weeks of the server. So that's going to be a snowball effect. Just keep that in mind. That's going to be something that impacts the initial crafting push and subsequent crafting pushes. For us as a community, one of the things that we very much struggled with was getting our crafters 0 to 10. With how much competition there was, with how much everything there was. Between the demand and ratios, the demand and recipes, everything associated with that. It was very hard to get 0 to 10. Incredibly hard. Now, we have them there at this point, but it took a lot of effort. And I think it should take a lot of effort, but I don't think it should be near impossible for guilds with less resources. Because keep in mind, we're by no means like the smallest guild that there is. We're also by no means the largest guild that there is. But we are definitely on the larger side and the side of guilds that have a bit more presence. And so the fact that underneath us, there will probably be, you know, a good amount of guilds still that are like, damn, I can't find shit. That's very valid. And if there's no progression to be had by any of those guilds that are on that more casual spectrum, then I think that'll be large player atrophy, and I hope that that doesn't happen. Yo, what up, Started Sandwich? What up, Fang? How you guys doing today? What was your main MMO before Ashes? Directly before Ashes, I was playing New World. I played New World for about 3 years. I had 7,000 plus hours at the time of quitting and coming over here in December. And even when I had come over to Ashes, I started playing Ashes December 26th. And when I came over to Ashes, I was still going back through like January to do New World Wars. And a lot of the reason why I was doing that was because when I first started in Ashes, my viewership had dropped down to 30 to 40 average viewers. And it's kind of scary as a full-time streamer. I'm unemployed. And essentially, my New World community was supportive. It was great. You know, I'm not a rich man or anything like that, but New World was where I grew my community. and I was sitting at, 125, 150 average viewers, even after the Eternum launch, where some days, like in October, I had streams that were 300 plus average viewers. The October launch was great. And then, much like everything New World, it atrophied very, very quickly and just fell off very, very quickly. So, we're sitting at like 125, 150 average viewers. And I'm just like, not really feeling New World. And I was going through the motions because I had an infinite amount of content. I had 8 characters on 8 servers, and I had people that would literally let me log into an account of one of the people in there killed to play wars for them. Like, there was that much demand for me in wars, and it was beautiful. It was wonderful. I did anything that I wanted to in that game whenever I wanted to do it. If I needed a piece of gear, somebody in my chat would give me the piece of gear. I had it made. But what I didn't have was a feeling of New World improving at any point. And as a content creator that sees more in myself than a short-term kind of like flash in the pan level of content, my goal is to try to become an everyday content creator for a lot of people. My goal is to try to have staying power and grow something that is built over years and not built for a month of high viewership. So with New World, there was always a level of the ceilings closing in. There's a new expansion, the new expansion or the new launch or whatever bumps it up a little bit, but that ceiling's always closing in. And no matter how much feedback we, the community, provided Amazon Games, it was like they had their fingers in their ears, and they were also like huffing galaxy gas and like bumping like death metal and just really doing whatever they wanted to do with no regard for human life, theirs or anyone else's. So I was playing Ashes when I first came over. During the day, I'd start my stream with Ashes, and then I would end my night with Wars over on New World. Lost about 100 average viewers whenever I would be in Ashes, and so I was like 30 to 40 average viewers in Ashes to start out. I'd switch over to New World for my Wars, 100 plus, instantly. And eventually, I caught on that motherfuckers would just come into chat if I was playing New World, and I started debating them. And I would start my streams in New World, and then bam, I'd switch to Ashes a couple hours in. And people would start seeing Ashes, and they'd see me level, and they'd see the combat, and they'd hear me talk about it, and they'd be like, wait a second, Dusty, what the fuck? When did you switch to this? What's this? And eventually, word started to spread. And so we'd have people that'd come in during the Ashes parts and be like, Dusty, are you going to be quitting New World? And I'm like, yep, I am. I was like, I'm just on New World right now because it's what makes sure I can pay my rent. And so as that continued, more and more people started coming to the Ashes part of it. And I remember I was doing a couple wars a night, and eventually, because of how many people were coming into the Ashes streams, how many people were following, how many people were subbing, like all of that, all of the new faces coming through, it started to hit a point where Ashes was 60, 70 average viewers, and word was going around that I was leaving New World, so New World was like 80, 90 average viewers. And I remember being like, oh shit, like I think I might actually be at the point soon of making it out of New World, like, because not every content creator that wants to transition, especially MMO wise, will ever be able to truly just like pull up roots and go elsewhere, especially at my size. It's already hard enough to be a full-time streamer at fucking 100 average viewers, and that's with a game that's down 2 days a week. So we're trying our best over here. It takes an entire community to keep me here doing this. And when I was leaving New World, it was very, very scary initially to take the full plunge over here and really just like trust that the community would grow. And so when I did get that indicator that the community was going to grow, I eventually just hit a point where I was like, all right, guys, closing up shop. Like, I'm not going to be warring anymore. This is my last war. And I didn't even make a big deal out of it or anything. I put up a stream title one day that was like my retirement war, and people came in and they were like, retirement war? And I was like, yeah, I'm just quitting after this. And they were like, what are you quitting for? And I was like, I'm just going over to Ashes. And people would be like, wait, how are you going to do that? What about your stream? And I'm like, brother, my viewership's higher in Ashes now than it is when I stream New World. And I would switch over to New World, and my Ashes community would be like, Dusty, when are you back on Ashes? And I was like, oh, fuck, this is the time. So a lot of time in New World, and the biggest thing for me that kind of like finally led to me leaving was the fact that Amazon Games listened to absolutely nothing. Hank asked how I felt about Amazon Games. Amazon Games, for how much money that they have, is a pure example of money not buying competence or anything worthwhile. You can have all the money in the world and you can still be an absolute blubbering idiot. And I think many people and many companies already show us that on a daily basis, but I think Amazon Games exemplifies that. Unlimited resources, unlimited everything, and they still somehow manage to fumble every bag that comes their way. On top of that, it was, at least through most of New World's existence so far, a development team that is afraid of critiques and afraid of being wrong, to the point where they will tell the community, word for word, that the community doesn't actually know what they want, and that the developers know what the community is trying to say when the community says that they want something. This was in regard to the Outpost Rush map that the community had been asking for 3 years, because the first Outpost Rush map fucking sucked. It didn't have much validity to it. It made the meta even more like exacerbated in a worse way. And so basically they had a dev stream where they were addressing the Outpost Rush map, and Scott Lane, the head of the game at the time, was essentially like, yeah, we hear the community asking for a new OPR map, but we know you guys don't really want that. What you really want is like different game modes and like, you know, more to do. And we were like, no, we really like Outpost Rush. We just want a new, better laid out map. And they just wouldn't acknowledge that. Grit changes. Some incredibly handsome melee player told them that all of the grit changes they were making were absolutely terrible changes for the future of the game. They ignored that. The entire community told them many times exactly what content was missing from the core gameplay loop and what was needed in the end game and what was needed in the mid game. They ignored that. And so as a result, it atrophied and it atrophied and it atrophied. And everyone at Amazon Games, in my opinion, was more worried about collecting their paycheck than they were about making a good product. So, fast forward to a lot of the events that they were running. Amazon Games paid millions of dollars for promo for New World and marketing for New World through sponsored streams and all of that, right? So, around October for the Eternum launch, they ran an event that they called the Tea Party, where they had Tim the Tatman, Dr. Lupo, before the cheating allegations. That ain't even an allegation. He did that shit. Dr. Lupo before the cheating. Let's see. Tim the Tatman, Dr. Lupo, Shroud, Agent, Duke Dennis, couple other people, and then T-Pain. Right? As sponsored streamers. And keep in mind, out of all of those content creators that all have pull in the MMO scene, they chose to highlight it around T-Pain. And now I love T-Pain. I love his music. But when I think of MMO content creators that will pull people in with a sponsored event, like maybe, I don't know, Shroud or Tim the Tatman or Dr. Lupo, but also keep in mind, most of these streamers didn't even have to stream the event. They came in for 2 hours and they played the game, and that was all they actually had to do to get their bag and leave. The sponsored stream went so poorly because they tried to poof them in with max level characters and give them crates of gear that they would put together their gear set with, and then bring them into endgame content. The most endgame rate. They did not get the first boss below 90% HP. They went and did PvP after, and the PvP looked so bad that by the end of it, nobody was typing in their chats. All of the content creators were talking about how bad the game felt and that they would not play it again. People were coming into my chat and asking why my chat was moving faster than like Tim the Tatman's chat. And we're basically like, Dusty, this is going so poorly. Now, I always tried to help however I could. I never asked them to sponsor my stream or anything like that. I said, if you guys need somebody to be involved in the events, I'd be more than happy to, you know, give my knowledge to the people that are coming in, help out however I can as someone who plays a lot of New World. Never heard a goddamn thing. For the Eternum launch in October, instead of having drops for the entire directory, where it's just like, you know, every streamer has drops enabled, you watch a streamer to get your drops, they had codes that they chose to give out to certain streamers. They handpicked the streamers who received these codes instead of just giving drops to the entire directory. Half of the streamers that they gave the codes to were sponsored streamers that didn't even know what these codes were or that they even had them, and they had to manually distribute them to their communities, so most of them didn't even get distributed. I asked multiple times if they would have codes. Keep in mind, I stream New World every single day and was one of the largest NA content creators that there was. I received no codes. Not a single goddamn code. And one of my favorite interactions with Amazon Games as a whole was the time that I mentioned on stream that their content creator relations manager, someone who had manager in their job title and was specifically tasked with, well, reaching out to content creators and being that liaison between, like, you know, content creator questions and stuff like that. Well, he was notorious for not replying to anybody. Like anybody at all. And essentially ignoring every one of his DMs. So one day on stream, I had a few content creators in my channel, and we were all just hanging out and we were yapping. And a lot of the content creators were my dear friends. And so we were joking one day and we were like, yo, has this person ever DM'd you guys back? And they were like, nah, why? Like, I've DM'd them so many times and they never get back. And so we were basically just making jokes about how Amazon's community team just, they don't give a shit. They don't do anything. They just collect their paychecks and fuck off and probably work from home and do nothing. And lo and behold, somebody was doing something that day, because the next day I get a DM from the content creator relations manager. And it's not a, hey Dusty, so sorry I missed your messages. It's, hey Dusty, I heard that you were talking about me and our private conversations on your stream. While neither myself nor Amazon Games will ever try to silence you, I'd like to remind you that talking about DMs and private conversations in a public manner can have, like, lasting implications on our relationship, blah, 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 blah. Then he tried to gaslight me and be like, I'm sorry I missed your last DM or whatever. Like, he didn't even apologize. He was basically like, I missed your last DM because I was out on leave for something. And I get hundreds of DMs a day, all of which need to be replied to, and sometimes they slip through the cracks. And keep in mind, the last time we DM'd, I was asking him about codes being available for the Eternum launch. And I was basically like, yo, if there are any codes available, I'd love to get some. And he was like, I don't know if there will be. And I was like, all right, cool. Well, if there's anywhere that I can, like, put my name in or anything, let me know. Ghosted. Never replied. What convos? Exactly. Exactly. I talked about our lack of convos. Why did I wake up with meat in my hand? Wait, did you just wake up? I woke you up like 20 minutes ago. No, I woke you up like 40 minutes ago to give you the pulled chicken. Yeah, I made you sandwich. I made you sandwich. But yeah, I think every part of Amazon Games needs to be audited from somebody that actually gives a fuck. They probably have so many people within that company who are doing absolutely fuck all nothing except for collecting a check. And that's just, from what I've heard from the inside, a lot of work gets outsourced. Oh yeah, they outsource a metric fuck ton at this point. I mean, a lot of game devs do outsource a lot, but Amazon is also outsourcing on an engine that is very difficult to outsource on. And that's why they're getting so many bugs, so much everything. I mean, they've never really had a reputation for having everything in-house. And I'm not quite sure what their end goal is. Now, one thing that is very peculiar about Amazon is that Christoph Hartmann always talks about them as specifically a publisher and never a publisher plus developer. So I think his goal is just to outsource everything from other developers and just publish the titles and then ruin the titles. It was from one of their tech high-ups. That's how I got around getting banned in TNL. What did you do to get banned from TNL? What incarnation happened here? Same thing happened for TNL stream. Wait, so for the TNL streams, did they also give codes to content creators? Can you just tell me how it worked? Just to avoid it? Oh, word. Word. Were people getting like ban waived for shit? Brother got the inside scoop. Yeah, Amazon, in my opinion, will probably long term be looked at as a case study of like what not to do with games. Everything they have touched, from Crucible to Lost Ark to New World to Throne and Liberty, it's all dead. It's all gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Like, Lost Ark is more bots than players. TNL is life support. New World's life support, and they just dropped a fucking hardcore server in an MMO. And it's a seasonal server MMO now. They had a terrible stream for people releasing the game. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. Amazon has always found a way to make the impossible possible in the worst possible way. It's like, wow, you are running a, $500,000 marketing campaign. You have some of the largest names on all of Twitch and content creation. All you have to do is put together an event where they show off the most enjoyable parts of the game and get new players in, which would have been just leveling characters and vibing and exploring the world, by the way. And they tried to throw people who never played the game into the hardest endgame content, and they made it look terrible. Fucking terrible. Yo, Bleed Green, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. There was a siege to showcase the game and it crashed whenever it started. They canceled the event. Oh no. That's Amazon for you. That is Amazon in essentially a nutshell, man. Again, it's making the impossible possible. Just when we think like there's no way this could possibly go wrong, something goes wrong. And it was always just somewhere there would be somebody working incredibly hard. Like somebody at Amazon got Tim the Tatman, Dr. Lupo, Shroud, Duke Dennis, Agent, T-Pain, and other people to come play New World with the budget that they were given. Whoever negotiated the rest of it made it so half of them didn't have to stream, including Shroud. Shroud never once put his stream up with New World, and we never even saw a video out of it. He just had a character there named Shroud. Like, and then the actual event planner itself dropped an Omega Ball. All they had to do was take those content creators and split them up with New World content creators and have them all leveling together based on like the vibes of the group, essentially, we called it. So you take like T-Pain, Agent, Duke, and like the fun lads, right? Right? You do that, and you group them up with New World content creators that would match their vibes. And then you take the people who are a little bit more experienced in MMOs, Tim, Lupo, Shroud. Excuse me. And then you group them up with somebody who has more information and like competitive knowledge about the game to share that. Vibes are established, groups are established, and you're up tremendous. They would have gone so far with that and would have got so much content out of it. But they just didn't do that. They just did nothing. They threw people into endgame content with builds that they didn't know, with gear that they didn't know what it did, and they didn't even get a boss 10% of the way down. Is Amazon making a Lord of the Rings MMO? I would be willing to bet that the Riot MMO comes out before the Amazon Lord of the Rings MMO, and I don't think the Riot MMO is coming out. It's August 4th and it all starts over. What you're doing the first 3 days, ideally? First 3 days for August 4th? Leveling. I level. That's my plan for August 4th. Everyone in the guild knows their role. Everybody in the guild has the infrastructure already planned. Our gatherers are crafting. Our gatherers are gathering. Our crafters are crafting. The birds are chirping. The sun is shining. Zombie somewhere yapping in area chat with somebody that stepped too close to his mob grind. Everything's healing. And on my end, I'll be sitting here, probably with energy drinks, in addition to coffee, yapping to a lot of people, hopefully at a few hundred plus viewers. 300 plus is a goal, maybe even closer to 500, depending on how hype it is. That's always the big goal. And we're going to be leveling. And I'm going to learn from all the mistakes that I made this leveling process, and we're going to level more efficiently this phase than we did last phase. And we're going to have a lot of people that are also leveling much faster this phase than they did last phase. And as a result, the entire guild is much stronger earlier, every single phase. And that's always our goal. So first 3 days, I'm leveling as high as I can, and then I'm gear grinding as fast as I can. Because if you get into a spot where you have a named mob completely non-contested, you don't need all of your physical damage dealers there to sit on a beetle plate helm and farm it. If you have beetle plate helm completely free, you just farm it. You don't need a full raid group at Grave Peak to keep farming once you get your group all dripped out. You keep farming it. You don't need to stop at 3 hawk bows if you have 3 fizz damage dealers in your group. All of those things early on, if you can hand them down to people in your guild, are absolutely massive. So I'm not someone who will probably be going too crazy like gathering, refining, crafting wise. I tend to do what's needed with gathering and refining, typically like lumberjacking and mining, and then lumber milling, whatever I need to do refining wise. If I need to do stonemasonry or anything like that, then we can throw that in. But my biggest intent is always to get far enough ahead of the curve that we are uncontested in whatever we are trying to do. Whether that is Lawless Zone farms, whether that's getting a raid together for Steel Bloom, that's the goal. Just cracked open an ice cold Dr. Pepper. Life is good. I hope you choke on it. And then you pass out because of the lack of oxygen. And then by the time you wake up, your Dr. Pepper is room temperature and you get to experience what a good Dr. Pepper is. Because right now you're doing yourself a disservice. That would be less than ideal. Also, hello, Leon. Back from Thai. Dude, I'm so jealous. What do you get for Thai food? That shit goes quavy. Absolutely insano style. Oh my god, dude. Pad Thai's so fucking good. Like, I hope the sandaled one's not here. But like duck pad Thai. Oh my god. Ah! Sorry. Room temp anything is gross. That's cap. That's actually cap. Room temp anything is gross is crazy. Have you never had a room temp salad? Drunken noodle and some crab rangoons? Okay. I like the drunken noodle. I respect that. It's a pass up from the zero sugar. Wait, the zero sugar was a different message that I just read. It's a pass up for the pad thai, but like, I respect it. Room temp salad, I need my cold. I was fucking around with that. Room temp salad is devious. Please eat your salads cold, chat. Please eat your salads cold. What is good room temp food? Doritos. Doritos are best room temp. Many snacks are best room temp. I would be willing to say that, let's see, pizza, room temp pizza. What? No, you're capping there. Pizza's got to either be cold or hot. No room temp pizza. I disagree there. Pizza's hot or cold. I think room temp is sus. I agree. Chips, nuts, and PB&J. That's valid. Yeah, a lot of snack foods are best room temp. Little Debbie's are always room temp. Factos. Factos, we got the fudge rounds ready to go. We got them on deck. Let me know the owner. So you got those off the menu dry rub wings that are just fire. Wait, what? You guys get fucking wings? Oh my god. Wait, are people being publicly executed for their views now? Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Bleed Green, do you have the 20K for an untimed out? The ball's in your court. Will you turn it over? I may have gone a bit overboard with the ice cold part. Center's frozen, still worth. Nah, that's gonna lower the effervescence. Which means bubbles, by the way, for any layman's. Any non-equivocally gifted lads in the chat. Means the bubbles. The second Dr. Pepper gets cold, it loses its bubbliness, and you can't tell me I'm wrong. Dr. Pepper is more bubbly and has a deeper flavor profile that activates at room temperature. I'm convinced it's like 68 to 78 for the ideal optimal temperature of a Dr. Peppy. I like that fact. Soda is too bubbly for me. You're supposed to enjoy things the way God intended for them to be enjoyed. That's like going to a steakhouse and putting ketchup on your steak. If the chef saw you, you would become the next steak. If Dr. Pepper knew that you were saying Dr. Pepper is too bubbly, Dr. Pepper would be very upset with you. And I feel like you should just embrace things the way they were intended to be embraced. And just maybe have a warm Dr. Peppy. It's how God wanted you to have Dr. Peppy. Then I need to use cheerwine and cocaine in it. I don't think Dr. Pepper ever had cocaine in it. Did Dr. Pepper ever have cocaine in it? No, Dr. Pepper's never contained cocaine. Coca-Cola, which contained cocaine, is not Dr. Pepper. Yep, we're up tremendous. The thing that set Dr. Pepper apart is its 23 distinctive ingredients that combine for its flavor. Yes. This is your Dr. Pepper education day. Yo, Mac and Chase, how you doing, my friend? Bananas, apples, and oranges must be room temp. Ooh, I kind of disagree on the room temp oranges. I don't know. I kind of fuck with a chilled orange. I might be on fent there. Also, apples in an apple pie are supposed to be served hot. I think apples are a fallacy. Cold apples are better. Room temp is all right. I feel like apples can get mealy if they're in the fridge. Caravan chicken. So, there's been a meta for a while where if you have a caravan and that caravan is worth something and somebody's coming up and they're trying to hit your caravan, right? And you know that you're not strong enough to defend that caravan yourself, you can just log out and then your caravan would disappear. And it was very unhealthy. Some motherfuckers were just logging out, preserving their caravan, stopping it from getting... I don't want to listen to Wonderwall. What the fuck is this? Stopping their caravan from getting destroyed. And then just recovering their caravan later on. So caravans were essentially just no risk, all reward if you were cheesing that. And too many motherfuckers were cheesing that, in my opinion. Eat an orange off the tree. Where the fuck do you think I have an orange tree in Maine, Ultra? I don't even... Isn't that Florida? I don't have a fucking orange tree, dog. Works with caravels too, but I don't think you can resummon a caravel. There is a way that you can recover your caravel, but if it's in open water, you might not be able to actually reach the bottom of the ocean floor to start the recovery. So there was a bug with that, but... Cali 2 got one in my backyard. What the fuck? Suncrisp grapes and cherries are lit. What the fuck are Suncrisp grapes and cherries? It's like a special denomination of grapes or cherries? Frozen grapes? No. Somebody in chat convinced me to try frozen grapes once. And I put grapes in the freezer. And I have sensitive teeth, so it hurt. But those shit suck. I don't know why you would want that. Like, I expected it to, like, pop or something, but it didn't. It was just, like, biting into an ice. Fucks with the texture. Dude, it makes my hair stand up. Like, I'm, like, borderline goosebumps right now because I hate the thought of eating frozen grapes that much. You may never know the truth about orange juice in Maine. What do you mean the truth about orange juice? The fuck do you mean? that it's best at room temp? Nah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. Cold orange juice is the play. Although you're kind of scaring me now. An orange tree would be fire. What does an orange tree do in the winter? Does it just die? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on frozen grapes. Like, someone had me try frozen grapes once. Ever. That was all it took for me to not try frozen grapes again. You ever get stick drift on ashes? No, what? What do you mean stick drift? Like just random like floaty direction? No, that's very strange. Do you have a controller plugged in? Cold orange juice is good. Cold with champagne is best. Isn't that just a mimosa? If I'm having a mimosa, it's going to be a nice orangey sativa. Personally. It's my kind of mimosa. Speaking of which, might be a good time for a quick smoke break. It may be. It may be. Man, I miss uptime. I can't wait for August. My game existence and life is going to be so much smoother. I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I only get it in real life when I drift up to your mom's house and stick these nuts in her mouth. That was a little bit of a reach. A slight reach. Just like this dick was reaching the back of your mom's throat the other night. Be right back. Chat, who trying to 1v1 in Fortnite? Does anybody think that they would have this this comp on lock? Cause I feel like y'all are getting cooked. See, Dusty's there. I mean, personally, I think mine was a solid 9 out of 10. I think I was cooking. Felt a little forced. I'd give it like a 4 out of 10 being generous. What, Blottos? Yeah, no, I agree. I don't want to be like a hater or anything, but I cracked and put the AC in. 84 is a no. It's cooled off. It's 66 here now. So I have a fan in the window and it's 78 right now in the stream room. I'll probably put a fan in the window in the bedroom tonight to stop it from being a fucking actual sauna in that bitch. So that'll be cool. That'll be cool. I sleep with a fan on anyways, but it's just like a standing fan type shit. It's not like in the window like a box fan. So I'll probably get a box fan in the window tonight, and that'll probably be enough. Because I don't want to put the ACs in yet. Because if I put the ACs in right now, they're gonna be in for 2 weeks while I'm gone. And they're not gonna be gone. Like, they're not gonna be on. So I feel like that'd be like a waste. But also by that standard, putting in the ACs now and then coming back to having the ACs in already would save me time. Iceland will be nice. Oh, dude, I'm so excited. Having 5 days a week, hopefully of uptime, which means that, you know, I just do Ashes streams. Like, it's going to make everything easier. And especially in my opinion, like, this phase of where we're at, we already know a lot of what's going on. We already know what we have to do. It's just in the state for us as a guild, we need reps and reps and time and time and time. So early on, when we were first getting shaped up and nobody knew what was going on, we'd be doing like wiki dives on the most basic stuff. And we kind of like got that baseline of knowledge all squared away for a lot of our people at this point. And so we've hit a point where it's a lot less of the we need this back end, we need that back end. And what we need is more reps and more time. And I'm personally like foaming at the mouth at the thought of 24/7 accessibility and not having to travel for a couple of months. Dude, it's going to be so good. It is going to be so fun. And I was already excited for this phase because we had more than just 5 people who were starting together. We had multiple groups. And we had a much faster start this phase than we did last phase. And next phase, our start will be even faster than it was this phase. And we have even more people that are involved in leadership that are helping out, that have an idea of what's going on. We will have an idea of who will be in our main roster, second roster, third roster, so on and so forth by the time P3 starts. And all of the organization will be a lot more, well, organized. And it's all coming together for us through reps. So that's my big thing. I just want to be able to, on the downtime days, have something to do that feels fresh again. And I think that's going to be a big thing. As much fun as it is sitting here and covering the few Ashes updates that are coming out, there's not a lot of that huge hype like swing right now. Everyone knows that this is a 3-month echo chamber. Everyone knows what we're getting right now versus what we're getting in August. And I think hype will kind of like settle down to the next month. Then I think July, people are going to start to get very excited about phase 3, is my personal prediction. Typically about a month beforehand, the word spreads. And so I think July into August, people will be really excited. Everything will kind of ramp up again. And when August hits, if we do actually have our second starting area up here in the Anvils, and that's a smooth integration for new players, that alone is going to provide so much for us in terms of player retention, in terms of viewer retention, in terms of stuff to do, spreading out the initial launch. And can you imagine what would happen if level cap goes up to 30, T4 nodes come in, and then gear gets completely shaken up again? Because you would have gear that goes up to 30, you'd have gear that stays at 20, you would have, at that point, probably a full 30 loot table. The June Dark will very likely scale up considering it's a level 50 node that's artificially downscaled to be playable for us right now. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. Which was only 84.93 right now. Gonna be 100 plus by the weekend. So, Carl has been saying that I'm crazy for this. But Vegas wasn't that hot. Like, Vegas was hot in the sense of like, oh my god, it's 100 degrees. But like, it was a dry heat. And it felt like it wasn't a very exhaustive heat. Like, the air was very light, and it didn't feel like you were just draped in this uncomfortable level of like, shit. Dry is nice. Yeah. That's kind of what I thought about it. You're nuts. Nah, it wasn't even that bad. Like, it was like 105 in Vegas. And when I came back, because I live in Maine, we had a couple nice days. Like, today was like 80. 80 in Maine felt comparable to 105 in Vegas, because in Maine it is a dry, not a dry heat, a wet heat. Like, we get 100-degree days in Maine, and you just don't want to exist outside. You legitimately you don't want to. And that shit will weigh you down. You will sweat instantly. Your sweat will have nowhere to go because it can't evaporate. Humidity's oof. Yes, exactly. It also dips in the desert. Sundown, it starts cooling right away. I mean, the desert was nice. Like, not nice. Like, I wouldn't want to live there. It was gray as shit and like boring. I mean, I guess it was brown. But like, I don't know. I like Maine personally, but I didn't think it was that hot at all. You're like on the strip? Yeah, we're at the MGM Grand Signature. We stayed there. And so we were like right there. We went to a lot of different shit. We went to the strip. We went to like off strip shit. We went to Fremont Street. We went up into with Love Always, wherever the fuck that is. But we went to a lot of areas that were not like full AC'd by any means. Even out in the more, I guess, rural areas. The thing that kind of surprised me about the rural areas, like we went to With Love Always, which is outside of like actual Vegas City, and like it's like a 25-minute Uber out there. That was good ass burger though. Dude, it was so fucking windy out there. It was ungodly windy. And I don't know why. Maybe it's because there's nothing to actually like knock it down, but that shit was, it was fucked. It felt like there was gonna be a dust storm or some shit. I don't even know if those actually happened, but did you see the scorpions? Wait, no, we actually didn't see scorpions. We saw a cockroach. Not in our hotel. Nowhere near us. Our hotel was nice. There was one outside though. That was scary. That was scary. You see Vegas. I mean, I also wasn't looking down. We did a good amount of walking through the city, but I also wasn't staring down at the ground. I don't know how large scorpions are, but I wasn't exactly on the lookout. But we did a fair amount of walking. Obviously, we Ubered a good amount as well, but the scorpions are these little white monsters that get in everything. They glow in the dark. Get in everything is fucking insane. What do you mean get in everything? And like how big? Because we didn't see any of those. They crawl in your shoes and hide there. Bro, why you fucking spitting horror stories right now? We were on like a very high floor of a very tall building. The pest ones are like 3 to 4 inches. Oh god. Oh god. That, ugh. Ugh. You're in quote-unquote Vegas? I mean, just because we stayed in a nice place doesn't mean that we didn't experience Vegas. I mean, That sounds like you're also saying if you didn't get bed bugs, then you're not in Vegas. Like, I didn't gamble, drink, or get any STDs. You experienced the strip? No, we went off strip plenty. We actually had a pretty solid itinerary that took us around a lot of places, both on and off strip, because Carla's been there multiple times. Yeah, like we went around quite a bit, man. We also walked, like, keep in mind, With Love Always is way outside of the city, nowhere near the strip, nowhere near anything. We went for like a 25-ish minute walk, like one way from With Love Always to a nearby plaza that was through the desert itself. Obviously we're not fucking, you know, Timothy Chablaguing our dune way through there, but there were still roads and shit, but it was by no means the strip. So we definitely like were out there. I wasn't really on the lookout for scorpions, you know? But yeah, it was my first time. Did you drive a car? I didn't drive. We either walked or Ubered, but we tried to walk as much as we could because I'm not someone who goes to cities a lot. Also, hi Zombler. How you doing tonight, brother? The air is toxic. The air's not toxic. Actually, the air out there might have been toxic. I swear to God, on the last day we were there, we could see the smog above the city. It was kind of gross. Carlos said it might have been a dust storm, but I think it was smog. Either way. We tried to walk whenever we could because I like walking, and I don't go to cities a lot, being from Maine. Like, that was my first time ever being on a plane, or my second time ever being on a plane. Sorry, my second flight. First time was TwitchCon last year. Second time was this. Third time will be Iceland in actually like a week. So that'll be cool. But yeah, I was more so when I was in the city looking around because, like, I'll be completely honest. We don't even have fucking multiple escalators in Maine. The only escalator that I know of in the greater Maine area is in like the Portland Mall, and I don't think that that's even a functional one anymore. I don't really know. I think it's still functional, but we have one escalator, maybe two, in the entire state. There are not many. So I like going into the city and just being like, oh shit, y'all got all of this stuff. And like the little people overpasses was crazy. That shit was Techington. I fucked with those. So there were a lot of things like actually on the strip that were cool. And then going out into the actual desert area where it was like no buildings and it was roads and it was dirt and rocks, right? We were just like, damn, I really miss Maine. Because I was walking around and I was like, where's the grass out here? And Carlo was like, grass can't grow out here. And I'm like, why don't they just make it so grass can grow out here? Like, you guys had all of the spritzers and stuff that were like near all the buildings. Why not take the spritzers and put them in the desert and then grow grass? But apparently that doesn't work. You didn't worm walk? The instructions were unclear, so I hit the worm emote. The very wealthy people have real grass. Yeah, we're by no means well off. So we stayed, like, where we stayed was nice enough to have turf, but not nice enough to have grass. So there was a green patch and I was like, ooh, and then it was fake. So yeah, that was cool, but we didn't see, I don't think we saw any actual factual grass that I got to touch other than like just accidental sprouts popping up. But like no full-blown lawns or anything like that. So I don't know where that pops up, but I bet there's some cool ass houses out there though. Pretty sure Canada's on fire again too. So all that's blowing down, been getting the warnings on the weather app. Fucking Canada. Just throw some bagged milk on it, man. That's crazy. What happened to the scorpions is they're not native, but they got imported there with the trees, which are not native. You'll notice you didn't see any mice, rats, lizards, anything else alive. Because these cannibalistic scorpions are the local pest. Wait. So did the scorpions kill everything else? What the fuck do you mean? They eat each other. Oh God. Yikes. So they just like, what the fuck? So scorpions just run rampant. Where did the scorpions come from? Like, what trees did they get imported in? That's fucking insane. Zine, what up, go? The palm trees? Oh shit, wait. So if I was near palm trees, I would have been more likely to see scorpions? Oh, fuck. Oh shit. Wait, now I'm scared. What if they're in my ass? I like the palm trees. There are no palm trees in the desert. Oh. So like we went to, after With Love Always, we went to our, like, the other plaza that was like a shopping plaza that was down a bit through the desert. And we were walking there. And there are palm trees. And I like palm trees. They're cool. I wasn't looking for scorpions or anything, but I was looking at the palm tree. Interesting. All right. Well, the good news is I didn't get scorpioned. Zombie, what do you mean 5 random things to farm? It's March 21st today, so we're going to let just one hop in. Yo, Zine, have fun. Be safe. Hope you guys have a good night, dude. That sounds like a blast. Make sure you guys hydrate a lot. First time drinks. Listen, man. Listen. Zine's gonna hurt his arm. Zine, don't go too hard and hurt your arm. You gotta take care of yourself. Meta, I just seen something I shouldn't have. Stop speaking cryptic to me. What happened? Did you see my ass or did you not see my ass? What are we discussing here? Not drunk until you have to hold on to the grass to keep from falling from the earth. That is true. That is true. As soon as things start spinning, you know you've done it enough. But until the spins hit, Zine, you're not done. You're not done. What was that? Yeah, I don't drink anymore. I don't know if you want this mental picture. Can't be much worse than most of my mental pictures, but if it's gross, then no. Yeah, if it's like gory or gross, then pass. I don't want it like too bad. I don't want to be like scarred. I'm just like curious. Ugh. But yeah, no, I used to drink. And then I hit a point where I was just like, why am I doing this? This doesn't feel nice. And like I'd lay down and I'd be like, oh shit. And then be like, all right, cool. So I just kind of stopped. It made my tummy hurt a lot. So my tummy started hurting less. And then I just realized that I could smoke and have all the benefits of drinking without the bads of drinking, which is great. At least not short term. It's like breathing to the Dunier. Yeah, I mean, if a Dunier is not drunk, are they really a Dunier? I feel like that is, like you said, breathing. It's synonymous with life. They have a gas tank that needs to be filled up, and that gas tank is filled up with brews. I've eaten concrete one too many times. Ow. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Carla wasn't even drunk in Vegas and she fell once. It was after the Kendrick concert and we were walking by the baggage claim. Like, not the baggage claim, but like the bag claim for all of the fine ladies that ended up bringing in their purse as well, and couldn't bring in their purse. Super smart thinker aheaders there. Me having full pockets and no purse, not getting us sent to the baggage drop off. Anyways. So we're picking up Carla's purse from that area, and we like left the concert as soon as we saw it was ending and the music was done, and we got out ahead of a lot of people. But it was 63,000 people at a show and people couldn't bring bags in. There were a lot of people that were in that line. I'm gonna keep it a buck. We cut most of that line. Carla was just like, we are not sitting in this. And I was like, all right, bet, I'll follow you. And so we're walking along the road, and at a certain point I was just like, here, hop up on the curb. And she like jumped in and we like merged into the line, right? So at a certain point, fuck, I think it was after we had got her purse. She was wearing like chonky boots. And we're walking along and she like gets a toe caught. And she's going down and she's about to fall. And I like fucking dad reflex catch her before she hits the ground, and she like superhero landed with like one hand on the ground and the other hand up and never ended up hitting the ground. And everyone thought that she was absolutely fucking sloshed, I'm pretty sure. And she was just like, no, clumsy, thank you, bye, sorry. And we just kind of kept hoofing. But it's a trick to Disney too. You leave right before the fireworks end. How does cutting in line work at Disney? Because from what I've gathered from Carla, she said cutting in line is always the tech. Always tech. Clerics? Okay, so she has terrible vision and apparently terrible coordination as well. She falls a lot. It's like she's always dizzy. I don't know. It's like walking on hard mode. You know, what is it? Like the American Gladiator where you would be running along and they just like throw shit at you and stuff and try to knock you down? I feel like that's what she's going through all the time. Disney is full of Karens. Be careful with cutting. You might get shamed out of line. What if we flip the script on the Karens and we accuse them of being the cutters? Just say that you know Mickey. Do you know who I know? Yo, Dr. Burns, what up, go? I love that show. Bro, that shit was amazing. That shit was so good. It inspired a lot of childhood activities. Like I had a trampoline as a kid before we broke my trampoline that I had as a kid. And then I didn't have a trampoline as a kid anymore because we could only afford one trampoline. Do you remember Legend of the Hidden Temple? Yes. Yes. I spent so much time as a kid just grinding. We had an old Magnavox TV that sat on the floor that the power button was pushed in on, and we lost the remote, so we would have to get a pen to push in the power button that we could actually hit to turn on the TV. There was pen tech to the TV. It was a process. It was beautiful. So I was the youngest of three brothers. Well, still am. They're still alive, thankfully. They're 8 and 10 years older than I am. So I was born in 96, and I was kind of like ushered into their era of things while being my age. So that's why I kind of got into like Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old. WoW when I was 8. Like all of those things I got into super young because I had my older brothers that I was just trying to hang out with all the time. So that was like my introduction to most things, was just like, are my brothers doing it? And if they were, then I was also doing it. Karens have hair alt. Oh my god. The hair alt is fucking insane. Now that's sinful. Genuinely sinful. Hair alt is ridiculous. I mean, I feel like you can negate a Karen in real time. I feel like it's just a matter of navigating it with tact. Because the Karens will try to essentially get you to telegraph your combo so that way they can hit you with the counterattack. And if you don't let them know what your combo is, then you're fine. So you jump up in line and a Karen accuses you of cutting in line, right? So you start off with a very simple, oh, I didn't cut in line. I think you may have seen wrong. I've been here the whole time. I had stepped aside to stretch. I'm so sorry for the miscommunication. And then if she is dead set that you did not exist before that, then that's when you call on your partner, who also just cut in line. And they say, oh no, they didn't cut in line. I've been here the whole time as well. I was holding our spot. They just stepped out of line to stretch. They got back into line and now they're good. And then if the Karen continues, then you say, I'm so sorry that I had to stretch. My back got blown out in a work-related incident. Gets blown out a lot. Right now I'm recovering, and I've got 3 slip discs in my back. And as a result, it's blown out. I just had to stretch it. And then the Karen feels bad. And then if the Karen keeps pressuring you, you then lean into the sympathy card of, oh, I'm so sorry. I can walk to the back of the line, but it may be a very long way given my back. Right? And then you kind of like cripple walk your way over while you're holding your back. And then they're like, no, you don't have to get out of line. And then you're good. And then if all else fails, just call her a hoe and turn around. It's very simple. It's very simple. That and Karens are only as powerful as how many people are on their team, so if you flip the crowd, it's 100 HP to 0 insta. Yes. Preying on other people's sympathy is weak. You've never heard the story about how I made more tips when I worked car side to go at Applebee's, huh? So they gave us a car side to go jacket, right? And that jacket, the crackhead dishwashers would wear it sometimes. And as a result, I didn't like wearing the jacket. And I told my managers, I'm gonna need a nicer jacket that the crackheads don't get to wear, and they wouldn't buy me a jacket because they said we already got a jacket. So I'd wear a hoodie. And then one day they said, "Ayo, Dustin, you can't wear a hoodie." And I said, "I'm gonna wear my hoodie until you get me a non-crackhead jacket." And they said, "You can't wear my hoodie or you're gonna get written up. Or you can't wear your hoodie or you're gonna get written up." So I started taking my hoodie off. I live in Maine. It rains a lot. In the winter, it snows. I'd go out, specifically in inclement weather, short sleeve on, right here, and I'd be walking forward, and I'd pull up to the car, and I'd be shivering, and I'd be like, "I'll be right with you. The kitchen's about to finish up your food. Here's your total." I'd like take their payment. I'd shimmy back in. I wouldn't be cold at all, by the way. It'd be like mild weather, but it'd be snowing. It'd be the cinematic cold. And I would play that shit up like crazy, especially in the rain, because they'd be like, "Oh my God, you're going to get sick. You don't have a jacket. What are you doing?" And I'd be like, "Oh, it's corporate policy. They said that we can't wear any hoodies or anything because we have to have the Applebee's logo on display at all times." They didn't ask, "Is there a crackhead dishwasher wearing your car side to go jacket?" And if they did, I would have said yes. I never lied to them. But what I did say is that we had to have the Applebee's logo on display at all times, and as a result, I couldn't wear my hoodie. I didn't lie, but I did optimize the strat. It's like if you're pulling a boss to one part of a room and you see another group pulling it to a different part of a room and killing it more efficiently, why wouldn't you do it the more efficient way? If I could get more efficient tips preying on people's sympathy, why wouldn't I do that? It's very simple. It's very simple, chat. That was how he paid for college. I grew up extremely poor. I shouldn't have gone to college in the first place. Shout out Pell Grant. Shout out all of those crippling student loans. Gonna come to the next season of Bespoke. Won't be filled for a while. Still, be for guests. Yeah, hit me up when you're thinking about doing it. I'm a very forgetful person, and I do have some travel coming up, but I don't travel a lot. So basically, in terms of my travel, I try to sound important. I've flown on planes twice. First time was TwitchCon last year. Second time was Vegas last weekend. Third time is going to be in a week. We're going to Iceland for 2 weeks. Ashes streams out there 5 days a week on uptime days. We have a setup that'll just be streaming Ashes from the campsites. Beautiful backdrops and all that shit. Downtime days, we'll be doing this, the Ashes Yaps, but we'll also be walking around doing beautiful Iceland stuff with the IRL backpack. So you guys have been coming with me a few days. Well, 2 days a week. And then 5 days a week, normal Ashes content with just nice-ass backdrops. So then we're back until TwitchCon. TwitchCon is October. And then after TwitchCon, I have no other travel planned. I feel like Toes have paid off a lot of student loans. Man, you can't request Toes unless you're a T3 sub. You know the rules. You know the rules. There's a law to follow in this land, hijinks. And no sparkly banana, no sparkly toe beans. I'm just putting that out there. Give me Toes. I said you couldn't request unless you were a tier 3 sub. You can put in your requests with HR. I have hiccups. Is you saying I can? How many people T3 sub to me? How irresponsible are you guys with your money? What the fuck? My content is not that good. Why are there so many T3 subs in this channel? Huh. Very. Apparently. Well, shit. I mean, I guess I should have hit like the 10 gifters get the toe requests. I don't know. My God, apparently the T3 is too acquirable. So one thing I was thinking about is on YouTube, you get to personalize your subs. Got 2 minutes? 2 minutes for what, zombie? You get to personalize your sub costs, right? And in doing that, people can choose like which tier of sub they want. And so I was thinking about doing like a $1 a month sub, like a $3 a month sub, and then like a $500 a month sub. So that way, if anybody wants to whale it, they could. Peep officer, and let me know if there's something else you'd like on there before I blast it. Better be my ass if you're talking about blasting it. All right, let's see. Oh, that's cute. It's like cyan. Neat. Lele. I don't know why, but that's such a funny name. Okay. I like this. This is very solid. Keep in mind, there will be the PvP tourney a couple days. Did you censor the boots? Nah, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that you censored the boots. That's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. I like that a lot. Oh my fucking god. That's so fucking good. It's like a guild farming planner, and I see boots of the *****Y. And I'm instantly like, god damn it, why do I know what those are? Fuck. All right, yeah, that's pretty solid. And if we'd be able to hold all those down, that would be very good. Oh yeah, Nin also threw that in there too. Yeah, so I'll just say the PvP tourney, but other than that, should be chilling. Plus, if we do it for, because people want to spectate as well, but people can also just watch the streams to spectate. So yeah, I would say it shouldn't like lock everything down, just having everything, but 500 a month, and I want super sexy pics, cat ears too. Wait, hold on. Have you guys seen my new Twitter profile picture? Did it save? Wait. Why isn't it saving? What the hell? I'm supposed to have a new Twitter profile picture, but it's not saving. Twitter's being very weird. All right, well, I'll have to show you guys later because apparently it's not saving. I'm sad. Either way, we got some super sexy pics in Vegas. And by super sexy pics, I mean, I don't think it's the kind of super sexy pics that you guys are looking for. But Carlo took fantastic pictures of me. Although there is somewhere in Carla's camera roll, maybe a picture of me sticking my butt out. Not like bare butt. Not like bare butt. There's no like bare dusty booty in there. None of those exist. Those don't exist. But I might have been throwing it back in a hotel towel. I admit to nothing. But Vegas was a wild place. It actually wasn't. We literally went and like did a bunch of fun shit and got a bunch of really good food. We didn't gamble. We didn't drink. I had a lemon drop, technically. Like the first night of all you can eat sushi, I was like, oh, let me be classy and get a drink with this sushi to keep me going. And it was okay. I regret spending $10 on it. Like I should have just spent like $4 on a fucking soda and got refills on the soda. Either way though, the sushi was really good. So that was nice. I was regretting nothing. The food out there was fucking phenomenal though. Oh, lemon wop. Listen, it was a nice touch. It was a nice like citrusy uplifting vibe to kind of like complement the meal. It was great. Favorite thing about Vegas is buffets? I have heard that buffets are awful. We didn't do a lot of buffets. So we started out going to, I believe it was like 888 Sushi, which was like an all-you-can-eat sushi. It wasn't like a buffet, it was like a made-to-order, but it was like one of the more well-reviewed places that was available for that. And then we went to In-N-Out Burger, which was obviously not a buffet, but I hadn't been to In-N-Out before. In-N-Out was mid. I can say that confidently now. I genuinely, if I had to choose between In-N-Out and Five Guys without price, I'm picking Five Guys. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm picking Five Guys. But then we went to the Sinatra. We went to, where else did we go? The Sinatra was fucking phenomenal. We went to a lot of fucking good places. We went to Evil Pie. Dude, So much good food. And I could look at my credit card statement to see where we went. I was like just blacked out eating food until it hurt. It was so good. There was not a bad dish that we had. Unquestionably West Thai and Mexican food. Oh, Tacos El Gordo. Tacos El Gordo. Tacos El Gordo was fucking phenomenal. Yo, what up, Torres? When's this alpha over? So this phase of the alpha goes May 1st to August 4th. And then August 4th, we start phase 3, which is no longer Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, and it's 24/7 uptime, as close as possible. So, yeah, just a little bit longer, 2 months now of the Tuesday, Wednesday downtime. A few more weeks of that, then we'll be up tremendous. So, as you can tell, we do stream Ashes every single day. A lot of yaps about Ashes during the downtime, kind of like I don't know, just a general podcasty vibe with everything, I guess. But we just hang out as a community. We just shoot the shit, see what's up today. I typically I like Ashes. I play a lot of Ashes. I don't typically roam too much in the downtime days. And then when the game's up, I do stream every single day starting at 2 p.m. EST, 10 plus hours a day, every day the game's up. And it's a big vibe, big grind over here. Streamed over 700 days in a row, if that means anything too. So if you're looking for any Ashes updates, alpha updates, anything like that, feel free to ask, like, whatever. I, at this point, have well over 1,000 hours, and I can probably answer a concerning amount of questions. I appreciate you, dog. Thank you for the follow. Much love, much love. There are a ton of burgers that are better and worse, but they're more expensive by a lot. Oh, we went to With Love Always. With Love Always, if you guys haven't been there in Vegas, oh my God. Isn't the game supposed to be up 7 days a week now? So there was an extension of phase 2 where they're working on a lot of kind of like back-end things that weren't originally supposed to be implemented at this point, as well as the time to kill rework, econ changes, gathering changes in preparation for a smooth phase 3 launch. So P3 is going to be a 1 year plus concurrent server where they're trying to minimize the wipes. And in this time, they've run this as a 3-month stress test. So the first weekend of this server being up, we had 8,100 plus concurrent players from every region over on this one server shoal. That was an Ashes and an Unreal Engine 5 single server player record. So that was a massive gain. And throughout the first week or so, we were getting multiple patches every single day where they were specifically implementing changes towards server workers. They were trying to get server worker density in a good spot. They were trying to manually fix all of that. And fluidity of gameplay, disconnects, all of that shit was way better. Within the first week, 2 weeks in, it was pretty solid all the way around. Many people were just completely not seeing disconnects and issues and shit like that. Now, there were a few outliers that were still getting problems. Is this going to be Lyric? Yep. How do you sneak in here? I don't want that. Either way. So, yeah. I would say the rate of improvement has been absolutely insane. But again, a lot of what we're doing now with this extension of P2, we're calling it phase 2.5 because it's May 1st to August 4th. Kind of like that 3-month stress test. And what we're doing with that is really prepping for a successful long-term server for phase 3. And without a lot of these changes being shored up between questing, the first time user experience, the second starting area being added in the anvils, which will be added in before August, hopefully. Summoner, all of those things, econ changes, gathering, refining, crafting changes. There has been a lot. Missed a lot by not playing this period? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So there was recently a big dev stream that went out. So just in terms of like very outward things that you've missed, every crafting recipe now requires, for the most part, a much greater number of materials than previously. Refining costs now have different ratios as you go up in the tier. It becomes like more expensive the more times you refine something, essentially. So the tiers increase the number of mats that you need to refine something, then it's also more mats to actually craft something. Those are constantly being tweaked. There are some econ changes that are ongoing as well. A lot of things were removed from vendors in terms of armor, weapons, basic bags, crafting gear, shit like that. And it was intended to drive those things more towards player-to-player required goods. Food, yes, consumes, thank you. Food, scrolls, enchanting, all of that removed. So everything now is primarily player-to-player based. And through that, there has been an insane amount of stress on the economy in certain ways. So they're figuring out all of where they want to go with that in terms of what they want their ratios to be, what they want the input of crafting to be, what they want all of this to be. Time to kill is being refined as we speak. Builds are being looked at. Summoners being worked on. Should be added hopefully soonish, within the next month or so. I hope we see Summoner in terms of some actual stuff. Are they addressing the time to level professions versus time to level tunes? What if I told you that they made it so gathering, refining, and crafting is now giving more substantial experience per thing hit? So they attached adventuring experience to it, and it's nothing crazy where it's like you're chopping trees and you're a world first leveler, but they made it possible to actually get XP from it. For perspective, when the changes came in, we had a lot of people that were working on Obsidian, and with Obsidian, you were hitting epic Obsidian, and each Obsidian that you were getting, so 5 from, you know, full Obsidian node, was giving you 1,000 XP per epic. So it's not like a matter of you're blasting through 1 to 25, but it's much more playable now. I have a guy who is level 17 from fishing alone and fishing quests. That's insane. Absolutely insane. It was a better time to skip through the current state. It was a better time to skip though the current state has some problems. Not saying the game ain't fun, but it's more rough than it has been. Yeah, I agree. I agree. There are a lot of things that are in progress right now, and while the state of it is rough, I think the state of it is rough because this is where the stress testing of systems comes in. They know where they want to have the system. They know that they want to have people kind of like, hey, yo, Dr. Burns. I appreciate the prime, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Thank you, brother. So like, they know where they want their endgame systems to be conceptually. They know how much they want player-to-player acquired versus vendor acquired. They know their targets for that. And right now, they're trying to gauge like, okay, we had a ton of excess in this last one. Hoofsy with a gifted T3? What the hell did Pock do? Hoofsy, thank you, brother. Boys, we've got 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on a hype train on the downtime day. So if anybody's out there lurking, you guys have a primer available, 100 biddies in the Twitch pocket, or you're just chilling and want to throw some love out. You guys can start the hype train, get some exclusive emotes going for anybody that does contribute, and show me you love me one time for the one time. Yo, Pock, congrats, brother. You've been fighting hard through those ads. Till this guy had like 5 days of ads. There's no way. Yo, Bruak coming in with the 3 months to get the hype train started up. Choo choo. Yo, Bruak, thank you, brother. Dr. Burns coming in. Hussy coming in with the gifties. I appreciate y'all. Much love, guys. Anybody that does throw out a primer, 100 biddies, or anything like that will earn exclusive emotes that you guys can only get during the hype trains themselves. So make sure you guys are checking your subs. Make sure you guys are sharing that resub. If you guys are on a T1, T2, T3 sub, and if you guys aren't, why aren't you? I stream every single day. You guys would avoid so many fucking ads by just subbing already. It would save you so much time, just inconvenience. No more conversations being cut off in the middle of it. No inconvenience of asking me a question and me answering as soon as you go into an ad because I manually ran that shit just to fuck with you, seeing that you didn't have a sub badge. I'm not saying I do that, but I'm also not saying that I don't do that. I'm saying that is absolutely a possibility that I can see someone without a sub badge ask me a question and run an ad. 100%. Thorpe, do they refine optimization during weekly shutdowns? So in terms of like optimization is always kind of an ongoing thing in many instances. I think optimization is a very broad term, because fluidity in gameplay is frequently regarded as optimization as a blanket term. And I think optimization comes from a combination of proper netcode and proper like engine side, everything like that, right? And I'm not a game dev, but it's a combination of the game running smooth and the inputs processing smooth.
Off my feed. Lol.
Hey, yo, Phoenix, thank you for the 4 months, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. The ads will never come back as long as you keep that primer on cooldown. Happy 4 months. Here's so many more, dog. So Like, in terms of optimization, there are many things that go into the totality of optimization. And I do think that we see very frequent updates in the realm of optimization. It's just a matter of like what exactly you're looking for to be optimized. So we can go through these notes from the last dev live stream, if you guys would like as well. And if you haven't been kind of following along as closely, there is an amazing kindred human being, whoever Jamie5152 is, that posts these shits on the subreddit after every dev stream. If you just happen to watch my stream, I will VIP you. I swear to God, just for putting this shit together. Like, if you can verify this is you, I will give you a VIP in my chat because you are an asset to the Ashes community. Whoever the fuck you are, thank you for doing this because this is insanely well compiled. So, with that being said, this person does this for every single live stream. So if you're looking for past monthly live streams, you can go over here, you can click on their Reddit profile, and you can view all of their past posts, and you can compile an entire master list of what's happened so far via live streams. So, with that being said, they gave us a few different categories. Summoner. Summoner will be the most versatile class. It'll be able to tank, heal, and DPS through the pet system. Summoner will likely have more dot and channeling abilities compared to other classes. Summoner will have lots of abilities that directly involve their pets. Some examples given being able to siphon health, increase mitigation, etc. Summoner will have a lot of utility, will be able to teleport not only themselves, but their pets and even other party members. So kind of like a convocation, pulling people to you type shit. Summoner will have mass dispel and lots of CC. Summoner pets will have stances, can set them to be more aggressive, passive, whatever it may be. The ability to flex between pet roles will be limited. Base Summoner has one active pet at a time. 3 pets are currently planned: Guardian, Hunter, and Mystic. Augmented Summoner will have an expanded pet list. Some combinations will be able to summon skeletons. Summoner is planned to be on PTR towards the end of July, with a release to the production environment on P3 release or shortly after. I'm hoping that this is more on P3 release and less or shortly after in that regard, because I think shortly after P3 launch would de-incentivize a lot of people to play on P3 launch itself. With that being said, Econ revamp. Intrepid will be scaling back the large crafting requirements for recipes. Massive. That's one of the largest things that crafters are complaining about as a huge like quality of life thing. In addition to that, crafters and gatherers were saying, I can't find copper, I can't find zinc, I can't find my tiny micro penis when I look down in the morning while I'm showering because I haven't done a sit-up in 6 months. Well, they'll be working on making introductory recipes and crafts to be easily gained at low levels in order to close the gap between dropped gear and crafted gear on the initial weeks of the server. They won't be doing anything to fix your micro penis. Past that, hundreds of spawn rates of gatherables, recipes, and tiers of gatherables are being reworked. A lot of gatherables are planned to be classed as introductory and will be easier to obtain for starts of servers. So you will have an entire set of gatherables that is introductory, that is made to be that early facilitator. Yo, boys. The spill the tea emote coming through. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the hype train. Much love. So, this rework will likely take another few weeks. Intrepid is asking for patience on the matter so that they can properly refine the system. This is the big thing for me as well. Properly refine the system. They do not want to rush the system. They want to properly refine the system. And I respect that. The thing that I have always loved is that Intrepid is willing to take a stance of, we're going to wait and we're going to get this right, instead of rushing it out, fucking it up, and having everything go to shit. And I really love that. That's a huge, huge, huge benefactor for me. So, with that being said, Unreal Engine upgrades, those that ask about performance, optimization, all of that. The engine upgrade will not be done right before P3 over concern of stability with the Phase 3 launch. Intrepid is eyeing 5.6 for Unreal Engine. These versions come with extra features to improve lighting, stability, and performance. Then you have Intrepid is delaying the upgrade due to a crash error for certain graphics cards, which according to Intrepid data, over 50% of their player base use. This crash is not on Intrepid's side. This is lyrical. This crash is not on Intrepid's side. This crash is on Unreal Engine's side. And it's a known crash with Unreal Engine themselves, so Intrepid's taking the appropriate steps. Willis urges players to keep sending in bug reports and emphasizes their importance and helpfulness for Intrepid. make sure to include reproduction steps if possible. And then in terms of cheat prevention, every interaction players make is data gathered by Intrepid in order to understand how players are playing. Intrepid have taken action on over 600 accounts since the start of Alpha 2 on October 25th, with hundreds being permabanned. They're banning people every day. Additional customer service is being spun up to help tackle the RMT issue. There's no favoritism when it comes to breaking TOS. The hammer of justice swings no matter the amount of investment. Other info, confirmed fresh start for NA and EU for Phase 3. Shoal will be wiped, according to Steven. Shoal will be wiped. Dynamic gridding is performing well on internal tests. Intrepid still wants to refine the system before release. What they're looking to refine in particular is the weighting and the heat mapping of what facilitates the dynamic changes of their server worker boundaries. So essentially, they want to figure out how many people need to be present before a server worker actually like shifts itself, right? So that's what they're trying to determine before they push it up to our end. No additional language support until beta. And then Bucky is reworking archetype skills and ranks. These will come online for Phase 3, and there will be 3 ranks per active ability. So, much more of a, like, putting ranks in abilities to specialize certain abilities. That'll surely be felt out as well in the mid to long term of it. But there's a lot that was revealed in the last dev stream. And in terms of the concern, like Master Chief said, their timeline being too optimistic, I don't necessarily think that as a long term. Because we do also have to remember, while Phase 3 was pushed back, they still, in terms of progression, had enough established to be on par for Phase 3 launch. It just wouldn't have had the longevity that they're seeking out of the actual Phase 3 launch, in my opinion. So with that being said, for me, it's like their goal is to minimize wipes. Their goal is to, when Phase 3 hits, have a 1 year plus concurrent server that maybe needs system wipes here and there, but doesn't need full character data wipes. And through them bringing forward different priorities between time to kill changes that weren't originally thought about, gathering changes that were pointed out and responded to because the community discovered that gathering was entirely static, all of the other changes that we're going through right now, a lot of those things were not originally even slated for like this phase of dev, and were kind of like pop-ups in addition to everything else that was happening in a sense. So I think, and one thing that I've told people a lot is, if this phase was called Phase 3, and on August 4th they were like, all right, we're going to Phase 4, right? And they just went about it that route instead, I don't really think anybody would have batted an eye. I think they would have just been like, oh, cool, a lot of stuff's changing, a lot of stuff's improving, they got a lot of reworks done, I get it. But the fact that they called it a delay is, you know, something. I still believe release is late 2026. Their intermediate timelines were too tight and didn't allow much fluidity or adjustments. I don't think they ever projected earlier than that. My guess for release was always late 2027, personally. Phase 3 was always intended to be 1 year plus, and the original start date for P3 was, well, P2.5 launch. So with the P3 server, that was already going to put us like mid to late 2026 in an ideal scenario, and that's if it's 1 year minimum for the P3 server. I think P3 server, because again, their goal with that is to be near feature complete or feature complete by the time they head to betas. It's Phase 3, and then it's 2 closed betas that are short, measured in weeks, and then the game ships. That's essentially their timeline. So I don't think that it's any less than 2 years, personally. But again, the thing to keep in mind is that it's development. Things will happen. The good news is, if you have your access, you're in until the game launches. 2027, sure. I mean, when do you think it's launching, Dag? Because, like, I don't think 2027 is too far-fetched, especially with the fact that a lot of their processes, according to them, of course, they could always be talking through their teeth, but a lot of their processes are ramping up, and they're getting more comfortable with the iteration of multiple things. So, 4 years. What makes you think 4 years? Not in terms of like trying to roast or anything like that, but more like we're all just yapping today. Everyone has their own guess, at least. Yeah, I mean, I fucking respect it. I respect it. And like I said, I wouldn't be shocked to see it go sooner, go later, go anything. I'm prepared for whatever. I'll be playing it regardless. But yeah, I think that's part of some of the appeal and some of the push off for some people is like, some people love that they're not setting a target date because it shows that they want to get it right and not be pressured to hit a certain goal. And a lot of the time, as we've seen, target dates are very tough to keep up to in development. Everything's shifting in development, right? So for me, I really like that there's no like targeted release date or anything like that, because it shows that they want to make sure that when this title drops as a live service title, it's not fighting the constant uphill of everything. So many live services drop completely unfinished. Completely unfinished. So there are 4 biomes out of 20. Actually, it's out of 18. Sorry. And also, I have a second actually. There's been a biome clarification, just in case anybody is curious. So there will be 18 zones and fewer than 18 biomes. Sorry to Reddit mod you. Sorry, I know, I'm the fucking worst. Hold on. So there will be fewer than 18 biomes because technically the biome is the distribution of like flora, fauna, shit like that. And the tropics and the Jundark, from what we've been told from the dev team, are technically the same biome. So I believe they're going to be like 16 biomes and 18 zones or something like that. Just for further clarification, they're now called zones, each area, like the Jundark, the tropics, and stuff like that. So some of the areas are the same biomes. So keep that in mind. That is a less than 1 week old clarification from the development team themselves. And it was reclassified to zones instead of biomes because there was also a carryover. And then according to the map you've seen, what was the map that you were looking at? Because it may have been, I don't know. There are probably a lot of older maps out there. But before that, the latest figure that we had, according to every source that I had, was that there would be right around 18 biomes. And that was also the same thing that the wiki had via cited sources as recently as, let's see, one was 2021, one was 2024 in terms of those citations. But yeah, either way. Semantics. Either way. Now keep in mind, 20 planned zones. Now, there are more planned zones, like you said, but zones and biomes are a little bit different because there will be some zones that share biomes. So yeah. Meant to be more of like a haha funny, but either way. Technically, all of these are just zones, not biomes now, is what they're referring to them as. But regardless, no, I agree. I absolutely agree. I do think more iteration is needed in terms of the zones themselves, right? In terms of Jundark, in terms of the desert, all of this. But we also have to remember there are multiple teams that are working on multiple different parts of it. And a lot of the processes used to generate the base like zone itself is going to exponentially speed up past implementation, like the initial implementation that we got. Hopefully. According to them. This is all based on what they're saying. But with that being said, they essentially procedurally generate these areas and then they go in and hand sculpt the areas, and their procedural generation, according to Steven, last dev stream, has also expanded into placing mob spawns, flora, fauna, gatherables, all of that. So we should see that continue to progress, and future implementations of new zones should be on a baseline generated in a more functional way. And I do like hearing that. There will also need to be a lot of sculpting. The cookie cutter stuff can be quickly created or edited by humans. Yeah, so that's their plan. And that's what they've been doing so far. Now, I do agree. No other zone, I guess would be the term, is on pace with the Riverlands right now. 100%. 100%. And it's going to take a lot for them to get them on that par with the Riverlands, right? Especially across having them all the way over here. Because the Riverlands is really juiced. It simply is. It's the most developed, and it feels the most developed. but I think that they will be able to. And I think there are probably multiple teams working on each aspect of it. And hopefully they're able to bring them up to a good spot. Now, they have already shown they're capable of having good density, good incentivization, because keep in mind, the June Dark has, in terms of viable named mobs to farm and like total pieces of loot being used in gear, it's a good proportion of gear. Like, the June Dark is pretty valid in terms of functionality already. The Tropics itself, they have said, most of the functional area right now is fucking water with nothing in it. It's going to get the node staging. It's going to get a world boss. It's going to get underwater combat. It's going to get build outs underwater. It's going to get a lot more. Like, the Tropics is going to be as much underwater as it will be the water itself. That'll be nice. The desert, I'm convinced that there are some secrets in the motherfucking desert that we don't know about. I'm assuming there will be a second world boss, hopefully. Also, June Dark world bosses eventually. And then I'm hoping in the desert we get some good Grand Dungeon build-outs that take us into like the Corrin Empire and all of that, because that is like what a lot of the statues and shit are looking at. Volcano? Yes, Crucible. The Crucible itself. We don't know what it's going to be, but I hope it's something cool. Did they say if we're going to launch with a full map or half the map? We're going to launch with a full map. So they asked Steven, I believe that was 2 dev streams ago. One of the questions in the Q&A was like, will we see the Eastern continent before release? And Steven was like, the fuck? Like, you could literally hear in his head, like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, he didn't say it, but you could hear that shit. And he was like, yeah, we're going to launch with the entire map complete. That's what we're launching with. So yeah, he was pretty confident that their timeline for the map completion is good. It didn't seem like he felt they were behind or anything there. And keep in mind, this is also a phase where we're getting a second starting area in the anvils themselves. And that second starting area is going to start out less good than the Riverlands, but over time will bring a lot of validity. And once the second starting area is done, they have a better idea of what they're doing with the third starting area and then the fourth starting area. And then they can work on the guild castle simultaneous to that as they add a lot of area to that. I still think this is a guild castle. I 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 think there's guild castle up here. And then I think there's guild castle up here. Personally, that's my guesstimate. Because there are going to be 5 guild castles that each oversee 1/5 of the entirety of the map. And once a week, you'll get taxes that go out on automated caravans to each of your guild castles. And if you escort them, your guild gets the taxes. And if you fail to escort them, other people can take your taxes. But yeah, no, I do agree. Depth in zones, depth in the biomes, that's going to add a lot. Why Tropics not look like in-game? Pangea. Where Corrin? Welcome to Core Barrel. Also, it's Torrent Empire, not the Corrin Empire. Sorry. Is it Corrin Empire? Earlier. Small island in the middle was confirmed a castle. Yes, and we even know the structure of it. So this is going to be where the guild castle itself is. And then there's going to be guild castle node 1, guild castle node 2, guild castle node 3. Because each guild castle itself will be surrounded by 3 guild castle nodes that can each be leveled up. We're boring. Yeah, I mean, it's all just Pangea here, man. They floated apart the islands like California in another 100 years, according to environmental scientists. Scleretia was already in the game for a good while. Yeah, but Scleretia doesn't have a loot table. Like, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Scleretia kind of a bitch. Scleretia. And also has no fucking mechanics. Loot? I'm just putting that out there. There are no drops from Scleretia. It's Mother of Disappointment. So while Scleretia is in the game, like, is Scleretia really in the game? Scleretia doesn't exist. What does that mean? What does what mean? Scleretia? Scleretia is the Scorpion world boss in the desert, who drops nothing. Not a thing. Now, hopefully, what does that mean, Pangea? Brother, Pangea was all like the continents that were together. Understand that in response, Desert will get a world boss. Well, Desert will get a world boss if it actually, you know, has loot. I consider this not really a world boss. Like, that's like saying I went to go see Michael Jackson today and you went to go see the wax Michael Jackson at Madame Tussauds. Like, that's... It's not the same thing. This is not a world boss. We killed that hoe and got the nothing. And I bet you feel terrible. I bet you felt awful about that. I bet the disappointment hit. Would be cool if it'd be about. Yeah, there's a mount that comes from that, I believe. There is a Scorpix mount, but if they end up not wanting Codex, I think it would be funny if they added a whole bunch of AI-made items and mobs that add to data mining people's load. Jesus fucking Christ. Kind of like what you are currently looking at. Wait. What do you mean, kind of like what you're currently looking at? Wait, what do you mean? AI made items and mobs that add data mining people's load. And it's hard to tell what's real or not. The other mob with the loot. What other mob with the loot? What other mob with what loot? Bruh. Don't try to gaslight me. Don't try to gaslight me. There isn't another mob with loot. There is no other mob with loot. He means flooding the game API with misinformation so you don't know what the real drop table is. Yeah, kind of like how Marvel Rivals did it. Right, I get that. But also, there's no loot on Scleretia. There's none. When are they adding Summoner? Summoner end of year. Wait, what? The fuck? Where did you just pull that out of your cock? Summoner end of year? No, Summoner's gonna be ready for Phase 3 launch or shortly after Phase 3 launch. August 4th, hopefully. It's going to PTR testing late July. My ass. I respect it. I respect it. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, hold on. I have to pee real quick. Speaking of pulling it out of your ass, I have to pee and then I'll be right back. 1 sec. Good day, my laddies. Ow, my hip. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking god. Ow. I just had to pivot and I think I'm like old or something. I just fucking died. Yeah, Summoner confirmed last dev stream, by the way. End of July. Like later in July, it's going PTR testing, private test realm. That'll be implemented from there, but what? Like, I mean, I think it would be funny if Codex wasn't entirely reliable, but I can also say, like, from experience, this bitch doesn't drop shit. Now, the only thing that, like, was rumored to even exist from it, what the fuck is this? Was Scorpix. And so it is a journeyman animal husbandry recipe. And Scorpix is supposedly the flavor mount. The flavor text says the spawn of Scleretia for this one. So what people haven't figured out, I believe it's actually like from the Scleretia loot table, but I just don't think it drops because I don't recall us seeing it at all. But yes, that would be the one thing I think so far that would be in the Scleretia loot table, but just not there. Not a fan of the data mining stuff, but considering how complex the game is, I learned to consider it necessary. I too am very typically anti-data mining, and I came into Ashes very blind as well. But I think in a world where, like, it's going to happen regardless, right? Like, somebody is going to data mine and get the files. I'm thankful that it is being done in Codex form instead of just being done on a 1 or 2 guild scale. Because a lot of games are plagued with a few guilds having access to all of the information as soon as it breaks. And people work very hard on Codex. Primarily Taken works very hard on Codex to make everything work. And as a result, no matter how competitive or casual somebody is, they can get all of the information like right here. And that's a really cool thing to me. It would be cool to have a system in game similar to this, like a library in the nose or something. I just think there would be too much for them to compile in one place. I think a lot of it is community sourced info. And keep in mind, not every person needs to go to Codex to understand things. Because through, you know, once going through Codex, like you kind of understand where spawns are and shit like that. And then now I don't need to go through Codex again to tell new people coming in, like, hey, you go up here for your hawkbow. You come over here for mitigation station. Mitigation station is going to be where you get your mitigation stuff. You're going to get your daggers from down here. You're going to go over here for pirates. You're going to go over here for basilisk skin tunic. Like, all of that, right? That's all from initially finding this stuff on the Codex and then farming it time and time and time and time and time again and then understanding it. I hit double Grandmaster and never used Codex. Well, you don't need Codex to hit fucking trees to Grandmaster, old man. Jesus Christ. The only good thing about this game, the only files you can data mine is stuff that people actually should understand through the game that isn't in the game in a forward-facing way. Oh yeah, it's like drop rates and stuff like that. So one of the things that I consider a nice kind of addition to this, traveling is meant to be a very large, you know, thing in Ashes. It's meant to be a large consumer of your time. It's meant to be a large commitment, a large risk reward. So through something existing like Codex, we're able to go into the map. We're able to find the spawns that we're looking at down here. And we're able to say, hey guys, we live all the way up in Frostgrave Fells, right? We want to go down to the June Dark, so we need everybody to figure out what they need in the June Dark, which pocket dungeons they need to hit, which name mobs they need to hit. And from there, we need to establish how far we're traveling and when, you know, how far we're going to spend. Or like how much time we're going to spend. And so, stuff like this allows you to coordinate that a lot easier. Now, this is all community sourced information anyways, that we would know and we would spread. But in my opinion, it's either a matter of it ending up in something like this or ending up in a spreadsheet. And I'm a big fan of it ending up like this in a forward-facing way that's like user-friendly than in a spreadsheet where everybody has to sort through, and spreadsheets are gatekept by certain guilds that make the spreadsheets and stuff like that. Spreadsheet games are dangerous for information spread, in my opinion. And I love that this is a user-friendly way for something that is inevitable, in my opinion, to be put out to the users. I think it's quite nice. Carpenter was my second GM. Okay, so you chop trees and refine trees. My bad. Oh, once we get updates on the map, then Fog of War is going to be interesting. What is Ash's implementation of Fog of War? I know the term from like Dota, but what is Ash's Fog of War? Fog of War. We'll see what the wiki has about it. The world of Vera features an in-game viewable map. This map is not randomly generated. It begins covered in a fog of war. Players will not be able to see the world until they have explored it or gathered information about it. The world is also full of imperfect information, which will require the player to act on it for verification. Dungeon maps will also have a fog of war mechanic. When we talk about fog of war in general, it's meant to represent your current knowledge of the world, so it's revealed as you explore. But again, we're in a dynamic world, so there's a chance that areas that you've explored will become refogged as the situation changes, and you have to go in and discover what those changes are on your own. So the intent is for that to happen in dungeons as well as the overworld. Information about the world will be presented directly to players through a world map UI as it's gathered. Previously, detailed information about the world was only available through the library unique node building. Node tax rates will be visible on the world map by hovering over a node location on the UI. The map UI will incorporate player-created location, markers, and waypoints that are visible by other party members. These will also be linkable in chat. The developers are considering in-game visual representations of map waypoints. Not every server realm will share the same map, as player decisions will vary between servers. The map will have geographical choke points caused by non-traversable obstacles such as mountains. So, it essentially talks about how you'll have to discover areas the first time. But like, once you discover it, that seems like it'll stay discovered, right? Hey, yo, Master Chief. Hope you have a fantastic night, brother. Sleep well. So it just seems like you'll have to discover things every once in a while. Feels like the scope of the game is way too big. I don't know if they can deliver on it. What do you mean the scope of the game? Just in terms of like how large the map is supposed to be? I mean, keep in mind, people also said the scope of getting up to the point that they're already at was too ambitious. People said that they couldn't put the number of players that they've already put on an Unreal Engine 5 server on an Unreal Engine 5 server. They have already been saying that Intrepid can't do what they've done. And I think that it's going to continue. Like, scope-wise, it's ambitious. But you also have to remember that a lot of games that suffer from scope creep also have a very non-intertwined gameplay loop. Everything in Ashes links up together. And instead of it being like this expanding like web of just this goes here and here and here and here, everything kind of like fits into this perfect little loop. Scope is in the features they're trying to add. We'll need a lot of work that even a AAA studio would struggle with. Oh, for sure. For sure. I definitely understand that. There is a lot of very ambitious shit. I mean, they're fucking inventing dynamic gridding. Like, that's something that they're not just buying off of another developer because Steven has money. They are doing things that are legitimately unheard of at this point. So I definitely get that. I definitely get that. I think it is definitely, like I said, ambitious. And I'm not a game dev. I don't pretend to be a game dev, so I don't know anything about game development. I'm here for the ride. But what I do know is that in the time that I've been following the game and playing the game, I have seen so much more progression here than I have in many other areas. Like many other games, many other communities. things are moving quicker than I expected them to move, and they are feeling cleaner than I expected them to feel. So, while it remains extremely ambitious, and there is always that what if, there's also always the level of like, what if it works out? What if they do it? And for me, I'm all in on that. Like, if it doesn't work out long term, there are other games to play. But for me, if Ashes works out, if Ashes is able to deliver, and I'm confident that they will, this is going to be a huge staying force in MMOs. And I guarantee communities that stay in, content creators that stay in, players that stay in, will see a lot of growth directly in front of their face. And they'll be rewarded for committing to it very early on. And I really think that, I was saying this earlier, I think by the time August hits and P3 launch is rolling around, you know, we've been sitting at 125, 150 viewers during uptime days since it's kind of like trickled down since the start. When Alpha 2.5, Phase 2.5 started, yo, Max Moore, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. When P2.5 started on May 1st, we're sitting at almost 200 average viewers. It's going to spike again for August. It's going to spike again closer to August. It's going to keep spiking. And that's because Ashes continues to improve. Even if it hits a rough patch, the rough patch is for a smoother patch down the road. Like, you have to dig up the road and make it a little worse before you can repave and just completely get everything taken care of and shored up. So we're in the middle of that. We're in the middle of them completely tearing things up, seeing what they need to tweak here, what they need to tweak there, what feels good, what feels bad, what feels indifferent, how the community will react. And providing the community sticks it out and provides feedback, it's going to make everything much better long term. Much better long term. Intrepid is being cutting edge while being a new studio. Intrepid is technically an independent developer. We're playing a small indie game. For the longest time, it's been said that dynamic gridding is kind of impossible, so they did it anyways. Yeah. I mean, dynamic gridding was always something that was very unachievable from what I've gathered. And again, I'm not a game dev. I'm not an expert, but I hope they bring back a PvP zone at reset. I hope that there is more incentivization to take part in the open ocean, because I remember how excited a lot of people were for like naval combat and stuff. And it felt like it was one of those things that before it launched was extremely hype. And it was the equivalent of like, I don't know, you're on a date and you're about to take out your peen, and then the girl that you're with realizes that your peen is 2 inches once you take it out, right? Everyone was expecting this like Sea of Thieves-esque naval system. And like, this is the base iteration of naval. This is to make sure the fucking boat worked and that it floated on the water, right? And so I think that there will be a lot more that comes to a lot of the systems. But in terms of just raw lawless zones in nodes, I don't know. We've been talking about that a lot, but no full PvP zone in a PvP game is kind of sad for PvP lovers. I like sense of danger when I gather hunt, etc. I mean, I get that as well, but there is always the risk of full PvP. Like, it's just your full PvP non-consensually is met with corruption. And corruption's always meant to be something that's punishing, so if you do non-consensually PvP, it is a risk. I get that, but also, in terms of the... Keep in mind, the MMO community population that is full PvP skewed, it's a really small percentage of the MMO population. And I think while it is a PvX game, while there is always... Keep in mind, I'm a PvP lover myself as well. I do think it's important to remember that there are methods for PvP at pretty much any point. And the corruption is always an option. Guild versus guild decks, always an option. If you have a node versus node deck's an option. Like, there are ways. I do agree, though. I love the feel of lawless zones. I love the feel of even, like, farming, named mobs, shit like that, right? Being able to say, hey, we want this named mob. We're going to run up on you, hit you, kill you for the named mob. And then we farm the named mob. And unless you can kill us, then it's our named mob. I get that 100%. I get that 100%. 10,000 games to go play the non-PvP players. Corruption is called politic, just like in Lineage 2 and Dark Age of Camelot. I mean, you just also have to remember, I guess, that the vision is going to be Intrepid's vision. And like, Steven has always said, in terms of full PvP, if corruption is what you're looking for, that's always going to be punished. And in Steven's words, you'll never be rewarded for corrupting. And so I don't necessarily think outside of those dedicated lawless zones, you'll really have a ton of corruption. Now, with that being said, you will be able to just have a corruption set that you keep in your inventory that you don't really care if you lose. If you really want to go that far with it. Give me a lawless zone fix. I mean, you'll get lawless zones as the map expands, but those lawless zones likely aren't going to stay. And keep in mind, in terms of give me a lawless zone, brother, you already have a lawless zone. That's a large majority of the map. It's just incentivizing people to actually be out there. So in terms of the developer's eyes, like saying just give me a lawless zone, well, you already have a lawless zone. And there are also a lot of like very high tier items coming out of that. It means lawless on land instead of the ocean. I mean, there's lawless on land. It's just the islands. I get that. I get that. And if this is already a partial lawless zone outside of the nodes themselves, I could see more of them coming in. But I think a lot of people are very quick to be like, oh my god, the June Dart got taken out as a lawless zone, everything sucks. People had the same reaction when the desert first got taken out. And then once the desert was actually farmed more, people were like, oh, cool. The desert's actually playable now, wow. And there are benefits and there are disadvantages to every aspect of it. But again, it was very clearly communicated that as the map expanded, the anvils, we could very likely see that come in, lawless at first before the nodes are added. Then we could see nodes come in, and then we could see a second starting area come in. But I think we'll see a lot more lawless, and then I think we'll see it go non-lawless. One thing I would love to see long-term is maybe a way for players to decide if a node is lawless or not. So kind of like a system associated with like the land management score is something that I've been talking about. So essentially, in addition to the land management score, you have like a justice score. And through completing certain types of commissions, both like positive justice or negative justice commissions, you either put your node into more of a lawful state, and that lawful state would basically slightly increase like mob spawns, mob timers, all of that stuff, and make it more of a PvE node. And then when it's in a lawless state, you essentially have run those commissions and you've done those like policies to lower your justice score. So as your justice score lowers, you start having zones in your node that pop up as lawless. And as your lawless score or your justice score lowers and you become more lawless, more of your node begins to become lawless until your entire node outside of your town is a force flag area. So that, I think, or something along that way long term, would be really cool, because I do think lawless zones are good. I think lawless zones are fun. I think the entire map doesn't need to be one way or the other, but I do think a mix of both and a little bit of risk in those certain areas is important, while also rewarding that risk, right? I think that's a big thing too, is making it into a point where it will be people wanting to go out there, instead of people feeling like they have to go out there because there's only one piece of best in slot gear. So I hope that they're able to do it in a way that does incorporate lawless zones. I think lawless zones have been proven to be very good content, very fun for the game. I mean, I myself have got a lot of fun out of lawless zones. I think it's good for the mob farming competition and everything associated with that. I just hope that it's done in a way where there's some like player agency going about it, right? That's my big hope. But keep trying to pop grid on Warframe. I mean, at least your timing's good. But I'd agree with that, Leona. As a way to get people interested in the new zone will make it interesting with it being pretty empty. Yeah, I mean, player enjoyment of an incomplete zone. I agree with that. It could also limit the number of players out there, though. But with that being said, like, the amount of content that does go out there and can pop off out there at any given time is massive. I've also thought about, like, long term, what if we went the route of, instead of like a lawless zone dependency, right, and bringing people out to the area. Yo, Leona, the 4 months. Fuck them ads. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Colin V to you. So what if instead of bringing the people to the lawless zone, we bring the lawless zone to the people and incentivize people for flagging up? They already experimented with... Is this Wonderwall? Fuck. So anyways, they already experimented with like giving more luck and more XP gain in lawless zones. What if there was a way to flag and get that? well, your default deflag has, you know, the timer and the tick down. So it's not just this instant, I see somebody, I unflag, I'm safe. What if you could flag up, receive a little bit of a benefit to it, or a little bit of a bonus to that flagging up, while also making sure that you don't fuck yourself over, right? And incentivizing people to run around in that state so every area could become a lawless area in itself. Instead of being like, oh, you know, you have to go here, let people farm the way they want to, but also reward people for farming with the more risk. I'd be 100% flagged at that point unless I'm gathering mats. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. More experience gain, more luck, so you have a better chance of getting drops. And realistically, even if you're gathering mats and you have an escort with you, what if you get more mats? Yeah, you could even do a percentage increase mat gain or something. Yeah, like, or the luck could increase your rarity just as a whole. Yeah, just some incentivization to get people flagged in the first place when they're out and about, I think could be the dynamic spin up that everybody would like without it being forced to a lawless area. Because in a lawless area, like in New World, exactly the inspiration, yes, that I'm thinking. So I played New World for 3 years since launch, 7,000 hours. Exactly what I'm thinking. Something similar to New World. Now with New World, you can only flag up at fast travels or in towns. Ashes has much more of a spontaneous flag up, but I think that it would have to be a little bit of a cooldown associated with it, right? In terms of like how frequently you can flag up, and there would have to be like a flag, an unflag timer with it. I love it, but how to keep big guilds from abusing it? Well, you're talking to someone who runs a big guild that also wants to try to find ways to abuse stuff, and we're also friends with all the big guilds that abuse stuff. So good news is we play the game very ethically, and we figure out how to abuse stuff for good and then report it and pass it up, and then we don't take advantage of it. But basically, with anything force flagging, right, it's not really a way to prevent people from abusing it, in my opinion. I think that it's more so... Oh. Are you talking about privateering? Making out licenses to kill people in certain areas? I don't know. That would be OP as fuck for mayors. I don't know. That would be used for hatred. I think I would just prefer more like open world spontaneous flag up, right? Incentivizing people into that, because that's going to give you the feeling of lawless nodes, but also the feeling of like random stumble upon. In a lawless node, every single person that you come across is going to be PvP flagged, some of which may not even want to fight. You know, if you stumble upon somebody else that's PvP flagged, if they are incentivized to PvP flag, they're opting in for that fight. You're going to get a fight out of it. You're going to get content. You're going to run by people that aren't flagged. If you really want to kill them, just corrupt. But if you're just going out looking for the PvP, that would allow you to find it in Lionhold, in the June Dark, in the desert, in the tropics, in the Anvils, in Frostgrave Fells, everywhere. I think that, in my opinion, would hopefully be a large help for that PvP player base. Now, me specifically, I would also be running around flagged a good majority of the time. You have fewer death penalties when you're flagged as well. So, if you do die flags, it's kind of incentivized. I think more reason for people to want to flag, more reason for people to leave town flagged up, and more reason for people to stay flagged up would be very, 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 very good. And I think also a cooldown on how frequently you can flag, because what some people would do is wait until they get to an area, flag up in that area, like make sure it's safe, flag up, kill what they need to, unflag. Adding a cooldown to that flag timer and making it so you can't just spam flag and unflag would prevent people from spamming it. Or making it so you had to be within the vicinity of an Ember Spring or something like that. But I think that would be kind of restrictive of how spontaneous the open world could be. So I think that would be the big thing with Ashes. Since you're not restricted in any way, shape, or form in where you can flag up, what would the play be in that regard? Would we be looking at an open world anywhere at any time flag up? Or would we be looking at more of a flag up in certain areas? A thing that would take away from some of the PvX, PvE side of things, because if you want to be on the top of the people, Especially gathering, you'd have to be a PvP person unless the bonus is quite small. I mean, yes, but that would also add to the risk reward standpoint of it. Because keep in mind with the PvX side of things, PvE is also PvP sided. Already, if you want to be in the top side of people, like, you have to be ready for PvP. You have to be ready to get guild declared on. You have to get ready for node wars. You have to get ready for anything. People will do literally anything to contest the most contested spawns. If you were trying to farm Steel Bloom week 1, week 2, you know, it was violent. We got guild decked on over it. We had people flagging. We had people corrupting over it. We had just about everything that you could imagine being thrown out, like, over those contested spawns already. So if there was incentivization for people to spawn, like, farm those already contested spawns flagged up, I think that would actually, I don't know, kind of just facilitate more of what the gameplay loop already is. Could always flag freely, but unflag and have a 5-minute unflag cooldown unless in an Everspring. See, that's kind of what I was thinking. Like, when you unflag, you have a time until you actually unflag, and then a cooldown. Thinking less at the start of a wipe, but more on the long term. Yes, but again, long term, it's the same thing. Long term, people will have more money for guild decks. Like, I think the entire game is about that PvP everywhere, right? That's the point of the PvX. If you're hitting a tree, someone can flag up, CC you, hit the tree back. You either have to flag up and CC them and start a fight, or you just have to watch them hit your tree. 6 months into a game, you're low level, you never want to flag because you need to be squished without the risk of corruption. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair, but I also think if you're 6 months into the game and you're low level, then your intent isn't to be on the top of the game. So, that's kind of my counter to that. It's an MMO. If you're 6 months into a game and you're low level, then you're not looking at being at the top of the player base anyways, so your intent isn't to flag up because you're behind. If you're behind, well, you have more risk for the reward of trying to catch up. If you're ahead, then your risk is a little bit reduced and you can flag up freely, and that's one of the rewards of being ahead. Guess what else the reward of being ahead is? Already being able to farm up name mobs uncontested. Now, at least instead of being able to farm up name mobs uncontested, you'd have to flag up and you'd have the chance of being jumped while you're farming those name mobs if you're farming them the most efficiently. I think anybody in an MMO that hops in behind the curve is already behind the curve anyways. And I don't mean this in a mean way, but in terms of progressionary systems, should be thought of not as a primary progression curve, but as a secondary progression curve that's fed by hand-me-downs and catch-up systems. It's two different types of players and two different types of gameplay loops, and at that point, two different games. 6 months into the game, the leveling process and everything will be completely different and optimized. Like, your server will be opened up, your server will be established. I feel like, just in terms of MMOs, that's a big thing regardless. If you are looking to play on the highest end of MMOs, especially those without pay-to-win systems or like pay-to-progress or anything like that, I feel like it's definitely a matter of get ahead early and stay ahead as much as you can, or you will be a little bit punished. Grace is going to be turned off at some point. I know, and I'm kind of sad about that. I don't know why, but I'm kind of sad about that. There's going to be a lot of cheap low-level gear going around as well. I agree, but I also hope that tempering and decon gets brought up. Like, decon is really good, and tempering long-term is also going to be a very good way to get, like, a green or a blue piece, and then bring that all the way up to a heroic or legendary. So say, like, level 30 hits, and you get a really good 30 named item to drop, and it's blue. You have a bunch of blue tempering materials that you've got. I guess it would have to be a levels match too, probably, huh? So you'd have to get level 30 blue materials and then temper and then level 30 heroic, all of that. But that's the right now system, first iteration of the system. Tempering will bring it up within the same, like, rarity threshold, the quality of it. So it'd take a min roll blue up to a max roll blue, and then you could gear ascend it all the way up, like, rarity wise. If the gear repair takes mats, might not be too many low gear because the mats are taken up. I hope repair doesn't take mats. I pray to fucking God repairing doesn't take mats. Fuck that. Like, especially if they're trying to... If they're trying to make it difficult in terms of the progression. It will. It's on Wiki. Let me peep. Because I do know they've talked about repair kits. Repairing. Mat/gear sync. So gross. Item repair. Item repair can be achieved through consumables, vendors, and artisans, all of which cost crafting materials. Gross. It's possible for a player to get stuck with broken gear if there are no repair materials or artisans available nearby. Will repair always be a quick and easy trip to town, or is it something we need to prepare for? If you don't repair your gear, your SOL, that's a problem. There are going to be repair options that you can acquire that might be consumables for you to have out in the field, and then there are going to be vendors that you can utilize to repair and or crafters that you can utilize to repair as well. 0% durability will unequip items, increasing its repair cost. Damaged gear can be reforged at a player stall using a portion of the materials that were necessary to craft the item. There may be additional constraints for repairing very unique items, such as having a crafter and recipe to effectuate repairs. This is subject to testing. There's no limit on the number of times an item can be repaired. There will be ways to repair destructible structures, such as gates, or also repair or recraft siege weapons that were damaged during the siege, blah, 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 blah. Item durability. In Ashes of Creation, item durability loss occurs on death. Materials are required in order to restore the performance of decayed items. So what is the most recent on that? Players will be able to input the number of required items for repair accompanied by the necessary mats. The crafter shop would merely offer the service. Though, if the player needed the mats as well, the shop would contain a window with those for sale if they had to be in inventory. That's from 2017. So, most recently...
we know armor can break and will require resources to fix. Is there a similar, like, resource sink for mounts?
There is a resource sink for mounts, and that's in regard to
mounts.
Either their health or if they die, essentially. Not the timed ones, but like your normal mounts. If they die, there will be material sinks if you want to hasten their ability to come.
Okay, but what about repairing gear
for use? So in that sense, like you'll be required to provide, some type of pet resurrection.
Repair mounts might need the same rarity too, so don't have a Lego.
Or the alchemy profession.
Yeah, that seems... I don't know. I mean, depending on the mats, though. Like, say it's just, like, fucking a component, right? Let's see. Item sinks. It's important for a healthy economy to have item sinks, so that can be crafted, and that anything can be crafted can also be destroyed. Over-enchanting carries the risk of destroying an item. Players gain craftable items and recipes from deconstructing completed items. A portion of recipes and materials are lost when caravans or nodes are destroyed. Corrupted players who die can lose gear. Item durability, item decay, does not destroy items but acts as a material sink. 0% durability will unequip an item, increasing its repair costs. I don't know how I feel about that. It would definitely take some getting used to. But... I don't know. So, like, the first thing I think of is, what if you make an apprentice pickaxe and then you don't get apprentice materials? With the lack of metals as it is, it's a giant pain in the ass. Yeah, I think that adds a huge level of inconvenience. And keep in mind, people already spend a good amount of their, like, gold and glint repairing. That'll need some testing. It could be cool if it's done well, but it could also be very, very inconvenient for people if it's done poorly. And I don't think people are going to like dying so much that they don't have gear and can't repair their gear and then have an inventory full of broken gear. I.e., don't die and feel the failure of death. Death being punished is perfectly fine. But being able to work off the punishment through XP debt and material drop is already, in my opinion, something that is plenty. And I think that there's a certain level of, we get it, you don't want us to die. And if you're trying to make mobs challenging and fights challenging, and also going too crazy on, like, death punishments, I feel like that's going to be very oppressive to a lot of players. People are already complaining like crazy about XP out, which is funny to me. I mean, everyone will come from different realms of preference, right? You're rocking a Black and Chain collar for the health. No, God, no. Black and Chain collar is a trap. Just get one of these. Literally just get a Luminon neck. It's so much better. Like, Black and Chain's a couple hundred more HP, but Luminon neck gives you so much crit power. That's part of why my combo hits hard, is because I use this. I will use a Hawk Bow when I get a Hawk Bow, and that's going to give me a lot more in terms of the actual, you know, the actual crit power. Is that Mr. Juan Restrepo? Mr. Juan Restrepo. How much percentage that? It's like 10 plus. I think like 10 to 12. I'm right around 180, and I think I'm 168 when I take it off. And then Hawkbow will bring me to... No, I might be like 170 right now, and then 158 when I take it off. Either way. It's over 10%. And then Hawkbow will be another 10%. And then Hawkbow will actually be 20, I think, right? Because Hawkbow Blue is... Yeah. Hawkbow Blue is a massive jump, because that's double. So that's 2237 to 2282, and then 1156 to 1174 from the neck. So that's going to be double the Hawk, double the fun. What up, Mr. Douglas? How are you? So Hawkbow is going to be absolutely sicko mode. I definitely need to get that. That's going to be a huge jump. It'll probably bring me close to like 190-ish. And then if you really wanted to go crazy, you could go Crushbone Hammer for another bit, but I don't go that crazy. I want the 6-year banana. I mean, you're almost there. You're 9 months away. Mini's gonna have your 5-year soon. Pretty Yuckers. Colors like 500 HP. Yeah, but like, double the Hawk, double the Tua. Yeah, Sirski. Yeah, the 200 extra HP, in my opinion, is not that worth in terms of just like what you drop. What up, Rusty? How you doing, my friend? Without that, at max level 50, you get gear, and then don't really need a mob farm because all you need is money. Taking out a big part of the game if you don't want to be involved. With the mats for gear repair, you can't just leave it at that. And die makes death running. Yeah, that's fair. But I also think death running people just unequip their gear. Like, you can't stop someone from just unequipping their gear and dying to not take durability loss. That's what we already do. Like, death skipping is always going to be a thing. Yeah, people will always do that shit. Now, the home Ember Spring cooldown is definitely a thing, but trading it over to someone, yeah, you could do a million different things to avoid durability loss when you're death skipping. And I think just making players jump through 1,000 hoops to do something that's going to happen anyways is an inconvenience for the sake of inconvenience. But I do agree, like, once you're at max level, having that level of, all right, you've got to have these mats ready to repair the gear. I get that at max level. But I also don't think people at max level with expensive gear are going to be dying a lot in terms of like a durability loss scenario. Especially PvE wise. I think that that's a targeted thing to try to prevent a few percentage of players at the top from having too much bloat. And it impacts a lot of percentage players at the bottom that will be trying to level and will be dying to actual difficult mobs that they want to be difficult. And it's fine to want mobs to be difficult, but I think if mobs are intended to be difficult, you also have to have some level of understanding that not every player is going to be good. And to have accessibility in the gameplay loop, players that aren't the best do have to be able to function. I know we all want to act like we're Cyber Athlete Gamer of the Year, but like, we do have to be aware of that side of things too. But I think again, I think there's a balance. It's just a matter of what they want their sync to be. But yeah, I'm not too high on Black and Chain Collar. If you say stuff in your inventory will lose Zura, I'll decide with my stuff in a trade window. Yeah, just trade your entire inventory over to a friend. I think that's quite reasonable. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. All right, boys. I think I'm going to probably scoop a little early tonight. So that way I can get some food. And tomorrow morning, we need to wake up on time. And we need to actually get Miss Corla's PC. So that way she can game tomorrow. So we got to do that early in the morning. And then we got game time tomorrow. So I'll be back a little bit. Well, actually, I'll be on early tomorrow. It'll be 2 p.m. EST. So it'll be up tremendous. I can't wait for that. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to chill out for a little bit. And we'll be back. We'll be gaming. We'll be vibing. We'll be balling. We'll be flossing. We'll be saucing. So bring some good discussion. Bring some good gameplay. I might be back on the ground tomorrow. So that's going to be a rough thing for me to deal with. Just thank you for small streams. Listen. I know we say small streams. This is still 6.5 hours-ish on a downtime day. I think that's not bad. It's average. Yeah, 6.5 is above average, in all fairness. And then this fuels the 12-hour streams tomorrow. We'll be degenning, because I'm going to make Carla grind tomorrow, too, since we'll have her PC. So, boys, I'll be back. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Bring everything. Bring the primers. Bring the T1s, the T2s, the T3s. We're struggling out here. Ashes, right now, is in a little bit of a spot where, keep in mind, a small streamer. Your guys' support is the reason that I'm able to be here. And Ashes for the next couple months is very likely going to be in a bit of a rough spot while we wait for phase 3. A lot of people are going to be waiting it out. A lot of people are going to be taking their breaks. So everybody showing up is the important thing. And every single day, whether it's a tab, whether it's a gifty, whether it's a primer, anything like that, that is what keeps the channel going, keeps me here. So just consider that. Spread the word. We will be here tomorrow. Another day in the life of Dusty. This is going to be day, I don't even know at this point, like 707 or something. Yeah, 707. Yeah, we'll be up tremendous. Boys, I can't wait. I hope you guys have a wonderful night. I'm going to get some food. I'm going to get some ice cream. I'm going to chill out early tonight. And we'll get Carl this PC. We'll be up tremendous. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.